Before I got here, I was homeless. I didn't have a place to go. I spent a lot of time in jail. I just got out of prison, so a lot of drug use. I was around it growing up. In my household, my mom and dad were both meth users, so I started manufacturing meth and using meth as an IV drug user when I was 15. I just got out of prison. I was out 3 months. Got locked up. Buddy let me use a car. Called in stolen on me. Just a big old deal. But I was in a mess, so it really, I feel like that was God doing that all because it was for a reason. I was locked up, and Miss Wendy, she works at the Jackson County Jail. She's a wonderful woman. She's been like a mom figure to me, and she helped me come here. She helped me. She's like, I got a place for you to go if you want to try out. And I sat there and waited all night long. I was like, man, should I go? Should I not go? But I prayed about it, and here I am. My first night, it was different. I was like, oh, we're gonna see what's going on here, and I get here and it's like, it ain't that bad. I'm out here secluded, away from all the earthly desires. So that makes it a lot easier because I can actually focus on my relationship with God. But my first night was like, okay, I can do this. It ain't too bad. Went out in the woods the next day, went fishing, caught me a fish. So all that stuff, playing basketball. They got basketball court, they got a pool table down there. So besides all that, though, it's all right. Before I came to Wheeler Mission, I was lost. I was afraid in the world, just still going down a bad path. But I also had this little spark in me that knew that I wanted to come here, and I knew I wanted to change. And it's been fabulous. I'm learning something new every day, so I feel like I will the rest of my life. I don't feel like anybody's ever going to understand the whole Bible, but I got a lot of hope and a lot of faith, and I've been put through trials and tribulations here. That's for sure. I've had days where I've wanted to leave, but staying hopeful and having faith in God, and it's really helped me. My biggest challenge before coming to Wheeler Mission was just loving myself and loving people. It was hard for me to do, so I was always like I was grasping on this stuff that I held on to since I was a young kid. I really didn't know how to let go of, and ultimately, that's giving it to God. That's something that's helped me in being here. Is just Him giving me the strength to overcome things in my past that I just let go, and I can live. I can live and not not have fear. It's hard. We do still have fear, but not as much as what I used to. I've learned to grow a bond with people. I grew up fighting a lot, being locked up, so it was like a thing I had. Like if I was mad at somebody or something, I just start fighting. That's all I knew, and now I can actually. I've had a couple arguments with people here. It's not we're not perfect here. We're here to learn, and it's just like, man, God's working my life because I would have never been able to do that. So there's big things like that. It's with loving people unconditionally. That's helped me out a lot here. I'm thankful to Wheeler Mission because they've given me opportunity to basically just turn my life around and be a father to my kids and get out there and be successful in life. I'm just thankful for everybody that works at Wheeler and the founder of Wheeler and all the staff here, and they've helped me come to concepts with myself that I love myself, and that I got to give all the glory to God. I can't take none of it.
Yes. Yeah. Hey.
My life was very tumultuous and chaotic. I am a mother of four, so we was in transition from one state to the next. Um, a lot of uncertainty and stagnancy in my life. And so it led me here to Indianapolis, which then led me here to Willa Mission. So here we are. One of my biggest struggles was not having a village. I didn't have a support system. I didn't have help. I didn't have resources. So it was just me by myself trying to figure things out, which became an overload. And so, yeah, it was very chaotic to say the least. I felt like I was supposed to be doing more out of life. I'm very hard on myself. I'm my own worst critic. And so I really felt as though I need to be giving more of myself, even though I gave everything I had. Before then, it was the point of I don't know how to ask for help. I do it myself and do it on my own. And it got to the point to where my cup was completely empty and I needed help. And I had to put my pride to the side and tell myself it's okay to need help. It's okay to ask for help. God has placed people in our path to help. We are meant to use each other. It's when we misuse one another is the problem. So I put that to the side and I sought help. And out of every place that I encountered, Will of Mission was just one that kind of resonated. It was like soon as I walked through the doors, it was like because I had an option at another shelter and then this shelter. And so I said I was going to check out both shelters to kind of get a feel. But as soon as I came here first, the second one wasn't even an option anymore. Like I didn't even go there. It was like just the love, the energy, just the way that they just pour into you here is what my soul needed. And so I love Willem Mission. I love it here. I was so alone. I was so distraught and so depressed. And that first day, it was like, well, come on in and have this. Do you need that? And it was like, wow, that's all I had to do was ask for help, and I got it. That's all it took. And it was like, man, I loved it. Walking these halls and see so many people so excited to see me and for them to be open to my outlook on these people. They don't know me, but they love to hear my advice. They love to hear me speak. They love to hear me pour into them. And it's like, that lets me know how dope of a person I am. That lets me know how good of a heart I have. And even on my worst day, Will of Mission reminds me how remarkable of a person that I am. And so I love it. I love it. Even the staff, up to the staff, it's like everybody here they keep reminding me of what I have to offer the world. I think that's what Will Mission really has done. It has really shown me, like who I truly am. Even when no one is looking, it has shown me who I am. And I couldn't be more grateful for that, literally. Before coming to Will Mission, I was completely lost. I was lost. I was in so much turmoil. Since being here, I am found. I am happy. I'm proud. I am excited for what the future holds. I am thankful to Wheeler Mission for being that resource that a lot of us women need, a lot of us mothers need. I am thankful for Wheeler Mission for being that place to come and being able to exhale where life has me holding my breath and looking for what's next. Here, I'm safe. I know when I leave here, I'm leaving into another safe place of my own. They don't leave me with uncertainty. I'm thankful for Will and Mission for just being, for just opening their doors and having such a positive place for us to come.
I am thankful to Wheeler Mission because they opened my eyes to see the person I am, and also they've saved my life. I'm 56 years old. I was married, four kids. I was married. I'm divorced now. Four kids. I'm not originally from the Bloomington area. Originally from the East Coast, and I basically got myself in a little bind after my divorce, and got into a little bit of uh, trouble with my where I stayed, and found myself on the streets, and came to Wheeler Mission, and was next door. To be honest, one of the reasons I came to Wheeler, or that the last straw that came to Wheeler, was I overdosed. It was probably a couple of days before I came to Wheeler, or came to the program, and honestly, I probably would be not here. I'd probably be gone. I would say that it probably started real young. I was brought up in an environment that was conducive to addiction. Both of my parents were addicts. Um, and I just kind of grew up that way. And then every struggle I had, anything that was hard for me in life, I chose to use some kind of substance to mask that pain. I just didn't really never was able to find something to help me with the struggles, except for using. My biggest challenge before coming to Wheeler Mission was liking myself. I've failed in so many things in my life. I've never completed anything. I didn't even complete school. I didn't complete the military. I didn't even complete my marriage. I am divorced. So just not being happy with myself. That's a big struggle for me. After coming to Wheeler Mission, I am proud of myself. I really like the person that I am, that I've become. For the fourth time this week, I've heard from just outside, it's like, Don, you look great. So I'm just like, well, do I really? I'm in a boot in there, but I guess just maybe because I gained some weight and actually look healthy, and they can probably tell by my demeanor and how happy I am usually with a smile. I'm usually a person that smiles a lot, but and then so I feel good. Oh, I was going to say great, but I'm still a work in progress. So I feel really good about myself. I feel good about my future. I hope that people in the community will support Wheeler Mission because of stories like myself, in which that what they do does make a difference, and if they can just save one life and make one man feel like they're important again, it means a lot.
My name is Hannah, and I am the program manager of Compass Kids. Compass Kids is an early childhood center serving the 30 families that live at the Center for Women and Children. Our goal is to provide a loving and safe, Christ-centered environment for the children in our care while partnering with families we serve to help foster individual and family-related goals. We are a state licensed site with students from 6 weeks old to age 13. During the school day, we have 4 classrooms, infant to preschool, that focus on developmental milestones, Christ-centered curriculum, and sensory integration. After school, children get off the bus from local elementary schools to come to Compass Kids for REC, our after-school program for release, experience, and connection. Because some of our students have experienced significant trauma, we provide a sensory room for children to use one-on-one with our teachers to encourage the understanding of their body and how to support the sensations they're feeling. Our team of early childhood educators are trained in co-regulation, touch points, and the language of the nervous system to foster an environment of growth for our students. Ultimately, Compass Kids is intentional to offer a Christ-centered and trauma-informed environment to equip students for the next step of their little lives.
Welcome. My name is Bethany LaRocco. At Wheeler Mission, we believe healing goes beyond just meeting immediate needs. It's about continuing the journey of hope and purpose through comprehensive supportive care. Let's take a look at how we walk alongside those in need on their healing journey. Healing is a lifelong process, and supportive care at its core. From the moment someone enters Wheeler Mission, we focus on their physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Supportive care continues that journey. Here's how supportive care helps those we serve. Emotional support. Our team provides a safe space to process trauma, rebuild confidence, and promote empowerment. Case management. Each individual is different. We offer personalized plans that ensure guests receive the resources that they need to continue self-sufficiency. Spiritual healing. Through prayer, Bible study, spiritual guidance, and connection with the local church, we walk alongside them as they continue their spiritual journey. Community. being part of a supportive, understanding group that fosters connection, strength, and hope for the future. Through supportive care, individuals walk out the healing process that they began in their program journey and experience sustained healing. They regain their self-worth, build resilience, and take the necessary steps towards lifelong recovery. At Wheeler Mission, healing is more than recovery. It's about ongoing transformation. Thank you for being a part of this life-changing journey. Together, we bring healing and hope to those who need it most.
Faith is really strong in my family and has been a huge commitment for me throughout my life. So much so, it definitely has influenced my career in philanthropy and in nonprofits. I do believe that everyone deserves opportunity, and that came from really my paternal grandmother's influence, because she was always someone who gave to her community. And that really I would say, is the cornerstone of my career. So I've had opportunity to work at various organizations, but certainly Wheeler is an organization that is so critically important to our community. Helping people who need it the most, people that are in, unfortunately, some devastating circumstances. So for me, it's just been a real blessing, I would say, to be here at Wheeler and contribute to this wonderful ministry. Prior to Wheeler, I worked for a large affordable housing investor that created multifamily units for individuals experiencing who had been experiencing homelessness or had been experiencing unstable housing. And then prior to that, I spent an extensive amount of time running Bosma Visionary Opportunities Foundation, which is an organization that serves people who are blind or visually impaired in our community. So I ran their foundation for about nearly 8 years and grew their endowment from $2 to $13 million during the course of time there. Yeah, what is really exciting is that there is going to be such a continual great need in our community for the services of Wheeler. If you just look at what's happening from a societal perspective, we do anticipate there will be greater need. So I think it creates a wonderful opportunity for the mission to really address some of our community's most critical needs, but most importantly, be focused on long-term independence and self-sufficiency of the individuals that we serve, individuals and families that we serve. There's something to be said for teaching people how to fish. And I believe that, just from what I've seen in my first few weeks here at Wheeler does that really well. So I'm looking forward to elevating those stories and sharing, all the wonderful things that we're doing with donors. And so it creates really exciting opportunity around the work that we do beyond emergency shelter services and meals, but really to be focused on how are we providing that long-term support.
I lived a life of sin for like 58 years, and money, drugs, violence, all that. That spent my life until one day I ended up here, sleeping out there on the ground and stuff like that. And he sent me to the Head Brown program. And when I was there 2 days, and Next thing you know, I was in the hospital. I spent 30 days in the hospital. My body just was shut down. It shut down altogether. And when I did get here, I was very disoriented. Just really, I was out of it. I don't know what made me come inside. That's how disoriented I was. That's how weak I was. I just wanted a place to sleep. I care about people. I really do. I really care about people. I tell you, I used to be the best at everything, and I was broke down. So I was literally broke down to the point where they actually told me out there at that hospital, if I wouldn't have got there within 2 days of when I got there, my lungs would have just gave out on me. I wouldn't be here. So it really makes my heart feel good when I can see somebody out there in that day room and they're hurting. I can see they're hurting, and I can give them just a couple good words of advice, or just a good word, just some good words, and I can see that little bit of hope in their eyes, and it touches my heart, man. It really does. So that's the Lord working through me. I feel good. My health it's not 100%, but I feel good. I really do. I'm proud of myself. I am thankful to Wheeler Mission because they really saved my life. Lady Tammy, she was the one that recommended me to go up to that program, and they accepted me through their door. And I'm just truly thankful because they truly saved my life. I mean that.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Heck.
So I started working at Wheeler Mission because Wheeler Mission saved my life. I originally came over from Ohio and went through one of our longest programs, the Hebron Addiction Recovery Program, in 2006. And my life was never the same. And I knew from that point on that God could do anything in anybody's life. And he was doing a lot of great work here at Wheeler Mission. And I wanted to be a part of this ministry for a long time. My original career was in sales and marketing, and when God brought me here to Wheeler Mission, he just continued to open up doors for me to be able to use those skills in this ministry. And so I worked for the men's program for a little while, but ultimately I came over to work for development, and I've worked for development since 2009, working my way into the leadership team and continuing to grow my career here at Wheeler Mission and being on the executive team starting in 2023. And again, God continues to open doors for me to be a part of this ministry, and I continue to fall in love with all areas of this ministry. So the culture around us is always changing. But one thing I've loved about Wheeler Mission is that Wheeler Mission has stayed true to follow God and be Christ-centered in everything that we do. And I'm excited that that's the vision moving forward. And so my goal is that no matter what the turmoil is in this community, that more and more people will get the opportunities that people like me receive to come in, receive the opportunities to be inside of our programs and to experience the life change that people have been experiencing for over 130 years. And so that will continue. I'm excited that we continue to grow to meet the needs, and this community continues to support us to make sure that we're here to take care of every single person that we can.
My brother was homeless and he struggled with addiction challenges. And at that point, I wasn't a Christian and I didn't know about places like Wheeler Mission. And I know that Wheeler Mission would have made a difference in his life and changed the direction of his life. So I graduated from Duke University with an MBA, went to work for organizations like Ernst & Young and Eli Lilly. So I have a lot of experience in finance, accounting, process improvement, human resources, really all of the things that I do at Wheeler Mission. The thing I love about Wheeler Mission is the transformation we see in people's lives. And we have an organization and people that are really talented at helping people and helping them know Jesus and transform their lives. And I'm excited because I know that we can do more and we can grow the number of people that we're serving significantly. And I think we've got a plan to do that over the next 10 years. In addition to that, we can extend our services so that our graduates can continue to experience success in their life even after they leave Wheeler Mission.
My life before I got to Wheeler Mission, Camp Hunt. Oh boy, it was a mess. That's why I'm here, right? I'm 32 years old. I own my own business. I'm married. I have a 2-year-old daughter. I thought I had it all figured out, but the one thing I was missing was the Lord. And being here, it's a very humbling experience coming from my background. And I learned for the first time what it was to be grateful for something. And because the way I grew up, I was privileged, spoiled, as most would say. Really didn't even use drugs per se until my daughter, this is horrible to even say, but after she was born, she was probably about 6 months old. And that's when I started to actually use cocaine. And because I had everything I wanted, I had employees, I had a successful business, I had a beautiful wife, I had a daughter. But I was empty, I was broken inside, and I just felt lost. So that's what I started using, because I needed something to make me feel normal, feel happy, which is horrible to say, but that's the truth. And that's really the circumstances that led me to it, because I seen it in the movies and stuff, and I'm like, well, they were doing it, why can't I do? I mean, that looks cool, it looks fun, right, in a movie, but then, yeah, it just leads to absolute destruction. So I've been to secular rehabs where you pay a bunch of money and you get a bunch of BS. When you come here, you get to work, you read the Bible, and it's free. So you have no excuses when you come to this place. It's free. You learn work ethic, you learn chores, you learn how to responsibility from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. And that's what this place is. I mean, this place is like, I love this place. It's awesome. I love it. Since coming to Wheeler Mission, I am learning to become a Christian, a man of the Lord, a proud husband and father. For once, I can wake up in the morning and look in the mirror, and I'm actually like, I think I know who I finally am as a person. And I'm not trying to hide behind, there's no face mask on or anything. Like, who you see is who you get, I notice I love people more for who they are. And like the smallest things, like there's some younger brothers here, that's what they call them in the program, like newer guys coming in. And I see some of these guys and my heart just melts for them, where before the program, I'd probably be really critical of them and look at them and be like, well, I'm better than them. But the longer I'm here, the more my heart gets soft and open to them, where I want to help everybody. I want to help them and teach them stuff, and really just being humility, just being humble and not being so prideful and arrogant and self-centered. Yeah, just loving people for who they are, even though you might not like some of the things they do, but just loving them, because that's, they're God's creation too.
Every woman's journey is different, but at Wheeler Mission, hope begins with a safe place to heal, grow, and dream again. Our women's residential services provide more than just shelter. They offer stability, care, and a path forward, no matter what challenges you're facing. Many women first arrive through our emergency shelter, exhausted, uncertain, and ready for a new chapter. From there, we offer a bridge to something deeper, the opportunity for lasting transformation. For women unable to pursue traditional employment due to physical or mental health challenges, our wellness program offers a place to stabilize and rebuild. Our work readiness program empowers women seeking employment and independence. Over 6 to 9 months, women gain job readiness training, financial literacy, and career support, all in a Christ-centered, trauma-informed community. For women overcoming addiction, Higher Ground offers a long-term, faith-based residential recovery program. With a focus on spiritual growth, accountability, and transformation, guests walk in grace toward lasting freedom. At Wheeler Mission, our goal is not to just meet short-term needs, but to walk with women through life transformation. Step by step, we help them rediscover identity, build confidence, and embrace a hopeful future. Because with the right support, a woman doesn't just survive, she thrives. Wheeler Mission. Help, hope, healing. At Wheeler Mission Center for Women and Children in Indianapolis, we provide compassionate care and essential services to women and families in need. Our comprehensive programs include safe emergency shelter, nutritious meals, and access to essential hygiene facilities. We offer personalized case management to help you navigate challenges and work towards stability. Spiritual growth is nurtured through Bible studies and chapel services, which fosters a supportive community. Your health matters to us. That's why we connect with community providers to offer medical services. For families, we offer dedicated spaces and programs tailored to children's needs, ensuring a nurturing environment for all. Additional support includes access to clothing, showers, and a variety of other essential services. Wheeler Mission Center for Women and Children, where hope and support come together. Reach out today to learn more or to offer your support.
Welcome. My name is Bethany LaRocco. At Wheeler Mission, we believe healing goes beyond just meeting immediate needs. It's about continuing the journey of hope and purpose through comprehensive supportive care. Let's take a look at how we walk alongside those in need on their healing journey. Healing is a lifelong process and supportive care at its core. From the moment someone enters Wheeler Mission, we focus on their physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Supportive care continues that journey. Here's how supportive care helps those we serve. Emotional support. Our team provides a safe space to process trauma, rebuild confidence, and promote empowerment. Case management. Each individual is different. We offer personalized plans that ensure guests receive the resources that they need to continue self-sufficiency. Spiritual healing. Through prayer, Bible study, spiritual guidance, and connection with the local church, we walk alongside them as they continue their spiritual journey. Community. Being part of a supportive, understanding group that fosters connection, strength, and hope for the future. Through supportive care, individuals walk out the healing process that they began in their program journey and experience sustained healing. They regain their self-worth, build resilience, and take the necessary steps towards lifelong recovery. At Wheeler Mission, healing is more than recovery. It's about ongoing transformation. Thank you for being a part of this life-changing journey. Together, we bring healing and hope to those who need it most.
I just hope people, when they hear my story or other people's story, they'll realize how important Wheeler is to the community, how important the people there that need like more help and services and stuff like that. As soon as this gets like out there in the world and everything for everybody here,
I just want them to realize not just for the men, but for also the women and the girls, and everything, that they don't have to feel alone. They got the staff here. They got God that will lead them in the right direction. I've been grateful for at least a roof over my head for the past when I first got here, because I got here in March. It was pretty still cold out. Um, I was grateful that they, gave me some food and a place to sleep at least, and a shelter, like a roof over my head, uh, allowing me to get a job and everything else like that, and having money coming in. And the staff members here are like cool. They like, I'm not gonna lie, they kind of like family too as well too. So since coming to Wheeler Mission, I've been like learning more ability with God, and be able to show him who I really am, and going to work, spreading the gospel to work along the way when I go to work and everything. Spiritually, I'm working on that for sure, big time. When I got baptized, I told myself and I told God that whatever I do with my career, it's gonna be on you. Whatever I do with my rest of my life, if it's gonna be on you. If I get married or not get married, have kids or not, whatever you want me to do, I'll do. So, and that's what it's been so far. I could just feel when I first got here, I was like scared and walking in the rain and everything, and I was like literally crying to God saying, I need help. Like, show me what steps to do. The next day, he showed me to go on your phone, apply for jobs, and that's what I did. So. Wheeler Mission definitely helped me to, well, one, helped me the ability to like show me how to care for myself and how to be on my feet. So this place really taught me how to be on my feet, learn how to serve others, show community, do more volunteer work, um, get out there and spread more news about Wheeler Mission. That's which I literally got another coworker actually coming here starting next week. So.
I lived a life of sin for like 58 years, and money, drugs, violence, all that. That spent my life until one day I ended up here, sleeping out there on the ground and stuff like that. And he sent me to the Hebron program. And when I was there 2 days, and next thing you know, I was in the hospital. I spent 30 days in the hospital. My body it just was shut down. It shut down altogether. And when I did get here, I was very disoriented. Just really, I was out of it. I don't know what made me come inside. That's how disoriented I was. That's how weak I was. I just wanted a place to sleep. I care about people. I really do. I really care about people. I I tell you, I used to be the best at everything, you know, and I was broke down. So I was literally broke down to the point where they actually told me out there at that hospital, if I wouldn't have got there within 2 days of when I got there, uh, I, my lungs would have just gave out on me. I wouldn't be here. So it really makes my heart feel good when I can see somebody out there in that day room and they're hurting. I can see they're hurting, and I can give them just a couple good words of advice, or just a good word, just some good words, and I can see that little bit of hope in their eyes, and that really, it touches my heart, man. It really does. So that's the Lord working through me. I feel good. My health it's not 100%, but I feel good. I really do. I'm proud of myself. I am thankful to Wheeler Mission because they really saved my life. Uh, Tammy, the lady Tammy, she was the one that recommended me to go up to that program, and they accepted me through their door. And I'm just truly thankful because they truly saved my life. I mean that, you know.
So about 3.5 years ago, I was diagnosed with liver disease, decompensated liver disease with cirrhosis, which gives you about 1 year to 3 years life expectancy. You get cirrhosis and then it just kills your liver off. I was lost after that diagnosis, and I got extremely depressed. So I just quit on life completely. Yeah, so I struggled with opiate abuse about 20 years ago. And then they put me on a medicine called Suboxone, which is, in my opinion, an alternate addiction, and they put me on it for 18 years. So in fact, before I could come to camp, I had to wean myself off of that medication. So I actually checked myself into a detox rehab program before I could come to camp. There were several medicines that I was on that I had to get off of. I was at the Indy location. I kept hearing about this camp hunt, and that God was doing this work here and changing lives. And I really wanted something. And so I made kind of a deal with God: save my life, change my physical condition. I'll give you 9 months, whatever it is, because they said the camp's hard. It's not easy. And when I got here, I immediately regret. I was like, what am I doing here? You're really cut off. And at first that was very, very difficult. I tried to remain faithful. God is always faithful. And little by little, things started to change. I barely take any medications now. On a workout regime with a guy we call Coach, who most of the time I dislike because I'm in pain, sore all the time. But, one of the great things here is you have brothers and you have accountability to other people. And that's been huge for me. When I'm kind of left on my own, I don't hold myself to as high of a standard as I do when other people are involved. So physically, it's changed everything. Now I'm looking, I have job opportunities, and after the camp is over, and ministry opportunities. My biggest challenge before coming to Wheeler Mission was pride. Even though worldly I might have been successful, I was completely lost. I think I'd be possibly dead by now. I mean, that's being 100% honest. I wasn't doing good physically, and I was deteriorating mentally. It was a bad situation. Since coming to Wheeler Mission, I feel like a different person than the one who showed up 9 months or 7.5 months ago. I feel great. I feel great physically. I feel better than I have probably since my 20s. And spiritually, I'm just more mature. I don't rely on the highs and the lows. I'm just taking little steps of faith, and then God delivers, as always. One of the biggest ways Wheeler sets you up for success is the brotherhood. And not just with, other residents or other, peers, but with the staff and with their connections. Plenty of graduates from here are constantly texting or getting in touch with a staff member who's, connecting them with somebody else for a job or for prayer or for, a ministry. So those kinds of connections are lifetime connections. I mean, the staff here puts their heart into this work. Nobody's getting rich. So they're here because they believe in what they're doing, and they love us. I hope people will support Wheeler Mission because this ministry saves lives.
"12 years old. My daddy, my father, James Woolery, did not show up like he said he would. 27 years, I used drugs. And it was that void of relationship as I grew. I tried my best to replace it with everything, but none of them filled that hole. I found myself homeless 2004. I was downtown Indianapolis. Heard of this place called Wheeler Mission. I was still using drugs. I got a nice check from the company I worked for. Smoked the whole check, knowing God had bigger purpose for me. I'd gotten sick of me. at this point. I was so tired of what I was doing that Hebron was the only option for me. I was relieved because my walk, my relationship with the Holy Spirit was healthy again. Since coming to the mission, I am free from all that behavior, all that thinking. I am free from all that nature. I hope people will support the mission because the world needs our help. Indiana needs our help. The guests we serve need our help, and they need people who will support financially so we can continue to do these things spiritually.
My biggest challenge before coming to Wheeler was believing in God, I would say, knowing that God existed, and also sobriety. Before I came to Wheeler Mission, I was completely lost. Born and raised in Bloomington, so I'm, I guess, what you would call a townie here. Nothing really, I guess, interesting until like after high school, got into, pain meds from doctors. So yeah, I started with Loratabs at the doctor, they were giving me OxyContin, the pretty strong stuff. And then when I told him that I said, hey, I've got a problem. I said, I think I'm physically dependent. He said, we can't see you anymore. About 7 years, I think, that I went through that. Once I told the doctor I was addicted, they cut me completely off. So that went to just, the street, buying them, selling them, that kind of thing. I had like an up and down, lifestyle. I found a good partner. I got married, and we were great. Unfortunately, my dad was diagnosed with cancer, brain cancer, so we moved in with him to take care of him. She unfortunately died in a car accident in 23. Yeah. And then I kind of went on I was kind of sober, I think, for like 4.5 years. And then I went on a pretty good binge there, and it just kind of went downhill. I actually ended up overdosing on July 1st. And that was like my rock bottom. I'd overdosed before, but I always had support. Always had somebody when I woke up in the hospital, my parents or somebody like that. There's nobody there. And so I needed to look, elsewhere. And so the next day I called here. I talked to Song for like 45 minutes on the phone. He was like, it's not going to be easy. He said, it's not going to be easy. He said, but, give us a chance and we'll give you a chance. And he's like, and God will always give you a chance. The first night, the second day, I was really overwhelmed. I was thinking, oh, this isn't for me. They're really pushing this, they're really pushing this faith-based. But like a few days into it, I just got like this relaxed calm, and I was like, I think this is going to be all right. And I started actually paying attention to like what they were saying and actually picked the Bible up. I had never done that again, like I said. And it started making sense. It really did. Since coming to Wheeler Mission, I am saved. I feel good about myself. I still have things that I'm unsure about, but I pray on them, but I feel pretty good that I have a solid future and I'm not going to end up in a gutter somewhere, I'm thankful to Wheeler Mission because they've helped me find my faith in God, and they have helped save my life.
I have a long story, but I'll keep it short. I spent the better part of 30 years prior to this in active addiction. I grew up in an upper middle class home. My addiction took me to the streets. I moved here from Columbus, Ohio to get off of heroin that I had been on for 15 years. I successfully did that. However, I picked up drinking in the process, and that led me down a pretty dark path. I played music for a long time, so I kind of walked hand in hand with it. It was the image. I grew up in the 90s. All my idols are dead, they're not my idols now, but, that kind of song and dance. Lost it all. Family, my freedom, my car, my house, everything. And spent some time in jail. And so I went from there to camp and spent 9 months where I grew in faith, essentially got sat by still waters and green pastures, and got to know Jesus. I was atheist prior to. I didn't believe at all. Would have brought in science and all this and that as an argument, and it was a challenge to my intelligence. Through the course of all of that, and afterwards, there was an opportunity presented to me to come to work for Wheeler, and I've worked here since January 8th. And it keeps me humble. It's a constant reminder of what there is out there waiting for me if I turned away. And everything's falling into place for me, including my family members, which I did not ever think was possible. So got my kids and my family in my life, got a job, just acquired a car. And I know that sounds like, oh, hey, that's not that big of a thing, but it is, So, and that's where I'm at today. And my faith is extremely strong. And all glory to God, because it wasn't me that did anything. I'm thankful to Wheeler Mission because of the opportunity that they've given me. They've provided a place for me to go and set myself aside from the noise of the world and get a relationship with my Lord and Creator. And then the opportunity that presented itself, to work for Wheeler is, I don't have to work for Wheeler. I get to work for Wheeler. Well, I hope they will support Wheeler Mission because the homeless population right now is astronomical and it's getting worse. Substance abuse is on the rise. What better time than now to get involved and put, your dollar towards a better tomorrow? That's what I would, that's what I would say.
At Wheeler Mission, we believe that true healing takes time, support, and stability. That's why our supportive housing approach is a vital part of the recovery journey. Let's explore how this safe space helps individuals rebuild their lives. Wheeler's housing programs are more than just a place to stay. They are a place to heal. When someone chooses this option, they're offered the opportunity to pursue stability, tackle challenges, and achieve long-term goals. Here's how Wheeler Housing opens the door to healing. Structured shared living, an affordable and supportive environment where residents can focus on their sustained recovery with like-minded individuals. Personalized support. Staff create a plan with each individual to address their unique challenges and work toward their goals. Financial coaching. We offer support for ongoing financial health to help them continue to build the foundations for a sustainable financial future. Emotional and spiritual healing. Residents have access to counseling and spiritual support, allowing them to heal from past trauma and rebuild their sense of self-worth. Through supportive housing, individuals find more than just a place to live. They find hope, community, and a path forward. At Wheeler Mission, we're committed to providing a space for healing, growth, and transformation. Thank you for supporting this life-changing opportunity. Together, we're helping individuals rebuild their lives and create a brighter future.
Say that again. You want me
Can
to
you
talk
hear
so
me?
you can hear? Okay. Yeah, let me see him. You're going back and forth, running back and forth. It helps so much when you can see him.
I hear Perry. Can you hear me?
Is that Tracy? Yeah, I can hear you. I can't see you yet, but I can hear you. Can you see me?
I can see you. This is Kyle. I'm getting ready. Wanted to
hi,
make sure
Kyle.
all of our tech was working before I got Tracy down.
Okay. What is he taking a little cat nap?
Well, you know how it goes.
Yeah,
He
we're
hasn't
old.
napped yet, but he yawned just a second ago and went, "Oh, this is a bit early to be yawning."
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. How's the weather down there? It's pretty cold up here.
It's probably a little bit colder for you guys, but we're just about to enter 40s, and I think
Okay.
we're okay. I'm good on our end. We just had a bit of an altercation
That's
that
fine.
I was trying to get us past.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
All right, I'm gonna get you guys down.
You mic him up.
Hey, buddy.
Tracy, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you doing?
Now you're inside. You don't have a hat on. What's wrong with you?
I'm not inside.
Well, you got a tent over you or something. Are you in the elements? There's nothing over me.
There's nothing directly over me right
Gotcha.
now. We have a little tent over here, one over here, and one over there. Our bench is over there.
Oh,
The
okay.
way
You're not
that
at the bench?
No, for whatever reason, it's not working for me to sit at the bench and have these CEO conversations.
Oh, really?
So I had to move over here to the tech area and have my conversations here. And Kyle was just talking about the fact that we just had a little incident here that our security took care of.
Technology is good until it isn't good, right?
I know, it really is. How are things going in the capital city, brother?
It's going really well. You know, we've been blessed. We've been hearing lots of stories of hope, inspiration, and transformation. And I'm sure you've been, hearing some of the same stuff down there in Evansville. But for us, it's been a blessing. It's the first time we've done it. I think it's the first time you've done it, right?
It is.
So,
yeah.
We're learning a lot, and we'll get better at it. But the stories are pretty impactful and powerful. And I was just telling Tom, and you probably have talked to Tom as well.
I haven't tonight. No,
not yet. Okay.
No.
Just telling him about an hour ago that it's just incredible. You always enter these things thinking that you're going to be a blessing to other people, and just hearing them talk about their stories, but oftentimes, and you know how God works, he blesses you more than you're blessing somebody else. And so that's what it's been for me. And I've really enjoyed the conversations. And so other than the bench being really, really hard, that's another story. That's a totally another story. But we're doing good down here, or up here. How are you doing down there?
I got a bench that I sit on that has a bit of a pad on it, and then we have a beautiful bench right over there that my guests sit on, and it's not terribly uncomfortable either, but it's a bench. A bench is a bench.
It is.
It's not my recliner.
No, not at all. But our bench has a history and a story to it, and it's kind of a cool story.
What is it?
We have a pallet shop, one of our social enterprises.
Yes.
And they build stuff down there, wood pallets, and we do a lot of wood pallets every year. So we ask them, say, hey, why don't you make a bench for us? And why don't you let the guys make the bench for us? But so they did, and this is it. And I, later when I sat on it after they had done it, and I said, couldn't you put some hydraulic springs or something, some kind of give in this bench? But it looks nice, but it's pretty hard and uncomfortable. So yeah, I had to get up and stretch my legs every once in a while.
I'm sure that you do. Where is your bench located at?
Yeah, we're right here outside of our administrative building. We're right here at the corner of New York and Delaware.
So Mass Ave is close by?
Yeah, Mass Ave is right over here. They just took a corner of my parking lot, and they did this whole big construction thing with tents and lights, and same thing down there, right?
Yeah.
So we're out right outside the administration building, and I can go in and use the bathroom, and on some of the breaks that we've had, And
Yeah.
what about
I've
you?
had to do that quite a bit tonight. I've had to go across the parking lot because I've been trying to drink all this caffeine.
Yep.
And as a result of that, off I go.
Yeah. Oh, well, we're not young as we used to be, Tracy.
No, sir. And this is one of the areas that it catches up with me on.
Yeah.
What have been what's been one of your best conversations you've had tonight?
Oh, well, early on, I just had some folks walk up, during the daylight hours. And so those have been some good, and a couple of homeless or individuals experiencing homelessness, and even one, a lady who is going through that period of her life. She's now got an apartment, but she went and brought somebody else to come talk to me and sit here on the bench with me. But probably, they've been all powerful. They were probably one of the most powerful ones is I call him our cowboy, and he's an employee, and he went through our program a couple of years ago, just a total life transformation, and where he was before Wheeler and where he is now. And, he's in our program, and he's ministering to other men here at our men's residential center. Tracy, I don't know if you know this or not, but, we got about, 210, 215 employees. 40% are folks who've gone through our programs.
That's awesome.
And, Shazel is his name. Shazel was one of those individuals, and he basically broke down on camera and talking about the phone call from his father after he got clean and after he had really recommitted his life to Christ, and how all the family reunification that comes from that. And so
sure,
he was actually breaking down crying, and that just I had to give him a moment on camera, and I was just sitting there talking to the folks who was on our live stream, and because it's what it's all about, and that's pretty impactful. That was probably one of the most impactful things, and all the cadre of people sitting around here, right? They were pretty touched by it as well.
Oh, that's so great to hear. I love to hear things like that. And coming up in, I think the next segment at 2 o'clock, I think it's 2 o'clock my time. One of the guys that's going to come out and visit with me, actually the next 3 people who are going to come and visit me with me have all been residents, and now they're on our staff.
Yeah,
and
that's great.
I'm so excited to have those conversations because I've watched these guys and I've seen the transformation. I'm looking over my shoulder because there's a bunch of police officers over here, but
Well, your son's a police officer, right?
He's one of them. And it's great just to have the opportunity to watch these guys, to have a front row seat, to see what is happening in their lives, and to know that this place has played such a big part in their recovery, and now to see them giving back the way that they do, it makes doing what we do so worth it every day. It really does.
Yeah. So what's been impactful down there as you've talked to folks, over the last 7, 8, 9 hours?
What's been our
most
impactful
for you guys down there?
Yeah, I think probably one of the biggest things is we had a time just a little while ago, and actually Kyle and Tori from our staff, they came over and sat, and we just had such a good conversation about the last several years and how the organization has changed and grown, and the launching of the Center for Women and Children several months ago, and really just reflecting on what has transpired here. I don't know. There were a couple times that it just brought tears to my eyes, thinking about how good God has been to us, and we have great expectations for what's coming in the future. But goodness, when I think, Perry, about how the number of individuals who are experiencing homelessness has grown so dramatically in Evansville. I don't know if you know this or not, but in our wonderful Hoosier state, Evansville has the highest per capita population of homeless individuals.
I know
and
that. No, I didn't realize that.
We do. And it's not a number that that we're proud of or that we love, but it's a fact. And we've got to figure out how to help meet the needs that are existing in our community. That just a few very short years ago, that number was much different, and it's just grown exponentially over the years.
Yeah. So how's it coming with the new Women and Children's Center? I know there was a big capital campaign for you guys, and it's just such a need down there. And we've had a Women and Children's Center for a while now, and it's just it's been a blessing for us. And I'm sure the demand has grown down there among women and children for the center.
Yeah, it has. And so if I dial back ways, one of the big inspirations for us was your Center for Women and Children.
Oh yeah.
And
okay.
The number of trips that we made there to have conversations with your team are so many. We were there so many times, and we picked so many brains, Colleen and so many other people, and we tried to learn as much as we can, because honestly, Perry, when we look at you guys as kind of our big brother, and it's always been that way since I've been here, and I've appreciated that type of relationship that we have with Wheeler. It's such a special relationship.
Yeah, it is.
And so we learned from you all the good, the bad, and the ugly. And there were times that your team told us, don't do this.
Yeah, we messed up.
And we listened to them, and now we can now say to other rescue missions, don't do this. And we're learning that as well. But it's going really, really well. We are at the point right now of half capacity. Okay. And what we're doing is every 45 days, we bring in 20 more residents.
Okay.
And so by, I think, January or maybe it's February, we will be at full capacity. We have 125 beds in the Center for Women and Children. Right now we have 29 kids, 31 adults. And when we are at full capacity at 125, I tell you what, it's amazing. We have 100 right now, 100, and I think our director said 115 women on the waiting list right now already.
Really?
We could fill it up today, but we're trying to do it the right way, and make sure that that we do it in a healthy way.
Yeah.
Because for us, we've been here 108 years, but we've never operated a Center for Women and Children, so we don't know how to do it, and we're just figuring it out as we go along, and then figuring it out from people who have been in the space for a while.
Well, it's certainly, I'm sure, a blessing down there, and like you said, the need is there. I mean, there's no question that the need is there, but the issue is how do we respond and how we rise to meet the need. And so, but Tracy, we do look at you guys as a sister organization, not necessarily little sister or little brother, but an equal to us. And so we just love the relationship that we've had over the years, with Evansville Rescue Mission. And, it's what it's all about. I mean, we're here to help each other. We're not competing. Nobody competes,
No.
because there is enough individuals who are experiencing homelessness to go around for everybody. And that's what we tell our brethren here in Indianapolis. And even now that we're discussing, the city has been discussing for a couple of years, having the first ever city shelter. And for us, we're like, bring it on. We would love that. We've been the major provider of emergency shelter beds and, the home for individuals experiencing homelessness here for, this year, next Tuesday, will be 132 years.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just amazing what God has been doing over 132 years. And it's just such a privilege to be a part of it. And there's just so much out there we can do. We can do more, but we also have to look to the future. And I know you and I have had some futuristic conversations,
We have had it, and they're exciting.
How do we lead the organizations, respective organizations? And what's pretty exciting to me is the more and more I talk to folks like you and I, and around the state of Indiana even, we're all experiencing the same thing. We're all moving in the same direction, because safe, affordable, what we call sober affordable housing is, something that we've all got to tackle, and we've all got to look at, because we can do emergency shelter servicing, but on the back end, what's happening with such a lack of real, safe, affordable housing in our communities is just something that's got to be addressed.
It really does. It's moved beyond the want list to we got to do something about it.
Have to. We're going to have to do this. Right?
Yeah, we do. There's not enough units by a long shot in the city of Evansville. That's one of the things our mayor talks about on a regular basis is our need for affordable housing. We just don't have enough.
Yeah,
and it's such a big concern.
That's the story, not only in Indiana but across the country. And so we're, and I don't know about you, but our view is it's just not about putting people in units. It's about housing plus, if you will, right? It's all the other stuff that goes around them and surrounds them, and so that we can walk alongside them, walk it out with them, so that they can eventually be self-sufficient. That's how true life transformation happens. And we know with true life transformation, it only happens through the power of Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. And, we can have all the nice programs that we want, and we can have beautiful facilities and all this kind of things. But if, as I said to Jacqueline from over in Pennsylvania, I said, but if people's lives aren't being transformed, it's not worth it. And it doesn't really matter. And so at the heart of it all, it's, what's happening in people's lives. And I love hearing the stories that you talk about with people walking up tonight and chatting with you and knowing that, people's lives are being transformed. And before you and I hopped on here earlier, I was talking about the fact I was going to have this conversation with you, and just talking about how proud I am of the work that you and your team do in Indianapolis. And I think that it helps set the pace for our state, for us to all be in that space and working together to see these wonderful things happen. And what a time to be involved in the ministry to those that are experiencing homelessness.
Yeah. Well, I'm convinced, Tracy, that God's not finished here. The story is not done.
Right.
I think He's got some big plans on the horizon for not only you and I, but for the other missions across the state to knit together and come together and really try to find a collective solution to it. We just don't know what that is yet. And, there's still some time, that we still have to take some time to figure that out, but stay tuned. God is a God of miracles, and he is working behind the scenes all the time. And
He really is. What do you guys, your winter's around the corner. Tonight, I feel like it's here, but what are you guys doing this winter? Anything different than normal?
Well, one of the things we did, this is the second winter now. We're going into winter contingency, and so we really about 2 years ago we really went to some folks, and one of our largest funders, and said, hey, we have been the main provider of winter contingency overflow for the past 27 or so years here in Indianapolis. And the growing demand, we can't keep up with the growing demand, and also do our programmatic elements and also our regular emergency shelter servicing. So we really want the community to step up. And so we work through it. And it's been such a great collaborative effort with all of our other city partners. And I'm pretty proud of how everybody stepped up to the plate. And so as we are, becoming more collaborative from a citywide perspective, what that's doing for us here in Wheeler is allowing us to free up some resources so that we can go deeper and more personal and more relationship oriented. Because if we're going to do what I think God is moving us to do, which is on the housing front, we've got to have those relationships to feed into, and have the program graduates to feed into, that safe, affordable housing on the back end of it. So that's that's some of our vision. But in terms of winter contingency, we're actually changing. The city is doing a pilot and looking at a temperature-based system. I think it's the Kansas City model, and we've done a lot of work. But here at Wheeler, we're still doing the night-by-night work that we've always done. And then the city's piloting with some of other service providers more of a temperature-based approach. And so, we're all collaborating, trying to find the best way to rise up and meet the need during winter contingency. And we're also changing the date. We used to go from November 1 through March 31st. Now we're doing December 1st through March 31st. And so, which really is where most of the demand is anyway. But yeah, it's we're rising to the occasion for this winter, and I'm excited to see what happens when we get to March 31st.
Will you have winter contingency every night during that time frame, or is it based on the temperature in the air or wind chill?
Yeah, so at Wheeler in our facilities, we will have it every night.
Okay.
But there's some other providers that, for overflow, we will look at doing it as a temperature-based kind of thing. And that's probably going to play more in effect for our families, because we're pretty maxed out from a family standpoint. We've got 30 family units that we're using. That's about 120 women and children. But we're looking at the temperature-based for the other providers, and so it's a pilot, and it's we're going to see how it works.
Yeah, that's interesting.
What are you guys doing down there?
Well, ours is all based on temperature, and so it doesn't run from any certain time. If our temperature starts dropping down to 35 degrees or lower in October, our contingency program will start, and the white flag will go out over there, and people will start coming in. But if we're blessed here and this turns into the Florida of the North, and we don't get any winter until January, then I'm okay with that. But when it's 35 degrees or lower, that's when our contingency starts, and then but it can be that way in April if the air temperature is that low.
That's
and so
35 and below. I think they sit here at, I think it's 25 and below. So I think I haven't been as close to it as Colleen and some of the other folks have. Thanks, Jamie. And but 35 is I know it's not 35. So
yeah, ours is 35. I hope, back to the conversation that we were having, I hope that we are able in the next period of time to have some more conversations about the affordable housing piece and how that fits into what we're thinking and what is on our hearts, because I think it's a really important place for us to look at and to see how we can collaborate together, and maybe with some other rescue missions in the state of Indiana, and really look at this holistically. What can we do to make a difference in that piece?
Yeah, stay tuned. So we will definitely collaborate on that, and bring in other folks. And we started some of those conversations already, as this past year. And I'm just excited to see what God is going to do on that front, because you're right. It's moved toward a wish list to a must-do list.
It is, and we want to rise to the challenge and to meet those needs here in Evansville. And I know that that's your heartbeat, my friend. And I just want to say to you before we wrap things up, just how honored I am to be your friend and to be your partner in this wonderful work that we get to do every day. I'm so glad that we're both a part of the great Citygate network, and that it's not just what's happening here in Evansville, not just what's happening in Indianapolis. Those are near and dear to our hearts. What's happening in Indiana, we love that, but I'm so grateful that tonight all across North America there are people that are having conversations just like we are. And I hope that it brings to light some of the things that are so important to the people that we serve. And there may not be a whole lot of people that are up this time of the night watching this conversation, but it's going to be replayed, and people are going to watch this at other times, and maybe it'll spark an interest in their heart to be involved.
Yeah, I mean, same way, Tracy. Back at you. I didn't know you until I came to Wheeler Mission. I'm going into my 5th year here at Wheeler Mission. I didn't know you, but it's almost instant connection.
It was,
and just because, not only because of the ministries, but the shared history we have together, our ministries
Right.
have together. And so God just, God puts people in certain places at certain times. And
He
so I
does.
just enjoyed our friendship. And I just know it's going to grow and get deeper and deeper as we continue to work in our respective ministries. And so,
Yeah,
it's been
I
a
believe
pleasure.
that too. I believe that too. I told someone else I was talking to, I said, I'm already looking forward to our, the next event that we get to go to
Yeah.
with Citygate, because I just enjoy the collegiality that we have and the relationships that we have developed over the years. They're strong and deep.
Yeah, I told
And
Tom earlier tonight, Tom DeVries, and I just said, I just thanked him for his vision and his leadership and doing
Yes.
this kind of thing. And so, I mean, it always starts, and things like this always start with a spark. Next thing you know, we're having 70 plus folks like us sitting on benches all across
I know
the
it's
country.
wild.
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah, it really is. Just a year ago, there was one.
Yeah, exactly.
And then a few months after that, there was a few more, and now to see all 70 whatever plus,
yeah,
that is happening, and I have full confidence that next year it'll be exponentially greater.
It'll be bigger, yeah. And
It
I
will.
don't know about you, but I'll learn. I love this bench. I love the story, but it's just too hard, Tracy. I'm gonna tell you, my bench is just too hard. And I'm gonna figure it out. I don't know about you, but my folks were showing me Portland a little bit earlier tonight, and in Portland, he had a lazy boy couch, right?
A lazy boy couch.
Lazy boy couch that he was sitting on, and it was sponsored by Lazy Boy. So,
Well, that's not dumb.
Yeah. No, that's pretty cool and innovative that they did it that way. So,
It
all of us
is.
are going to learn from each other.
We will. Conversations on a couch. I like it.
Yeah, exactly right. Tracy, has been great talking to you.
It has been.
And I'm getting the wrap-up signal from my folks, and I'm sure you are too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Tracy, you be careful and be safe. And
You too.
until next time, brother, peace.
Yeah. Likewise, brother. God bless.
Thank you.
Talk soon.
Bye.
Okay. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail, and they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had, and you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time, it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with ourselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
It's critical. That's where we go deeper into the stories, deeper into the trauma. What are the things that led, you here?
Yeah.
Not as a way of criticizing or putting them down, but walking alongside them on this journey and saying, you know what, if he did it for me, he can do it for you.
Yeah. All right, so we have Terrence Harper with us. He's our Chief Program Officer on the men's side. And so, Terrence, we're glad to have you. I'm personally excited to hear just your perspective of what goes on inside Wheeler Mission's walls, just some of the stories that you get to be a part of that we can unpack today. People love the ministry that you're a part of. There are lives being changed every single day, and you get to see that. So most people don't. So I'm excited to talk with you today, learn a little bit more, but ultimately just hear your story as well. So, but welcome. Glad to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
it's quite an opportunity to be here today and just to share with you about the tradition of Wheeler and what we do on a daily basis. So
sure.
Thank you.
All right. So how long have you been at Wheeler Mission? So Wheeler Mission's 132 years old, right? You're not that. You haven't been here the whole time, but you've been here for a piece of that. How long at Wheeler?
I'm going into my 5th year here at Wheeler. My background includes mental health, behavioral health, as well as substance abuse disorders. So I have a background as a licensed clinical addictions counselor and a certified addiction specialist as well.
Awesome. So what brought you to Wheeler? I mean, what was kind of the open door that happened where you're like, man, that's where I want to be. That's where I want to be a part of.
That's an interesting question because, I had come to a point in my career, like I just said a few minutes ago, that I was in behavioral health already. I was working with young fathers, helping them to reconnect, with their children. But I knew that there was still something missing. I pastored for a number of years, and that was good, and it had its place. But I knew that there was just something more that I needed to be doing, in the kingdom of God. And so it was actually during the COVID era that I began to just look and see what else was out there, praying to God to lead me, where my next step was, where the next season in my life was, and found out about the Chief Program Officer opening here at Wheeler. So I applied for it, and I knew automatically that it was the fit.
Okay, good. So when you first came to Wheeler, that first time that you opened the front door with your own key, right? Like what What was different about Wheeler that maybe you didn't know about, that you didn't understand before you were on staff? Like what surprised you there?
Well, that's an interesting question because when I walked in, I really, of course, I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah.
I'd heard some things about Wheeler Mission, but primarily all I knew about was the shelter. And that was it.
Yeah.
Food, clothing, lodging.
That's what most
things
people know
like
about,
that.
right? Yeah.
So that's all I knew about it. And what I was surprised about, one of the things, I saw a Bible on a desk when I was walking by, and I said, "So we can read our Bibles here?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Sure," because here's the thing, that a lot of organizations, they may have the Christian name and a moniker,
Yeah.
but they don't necessarily live to its value. So it's in name only. So I was pleasantly surprised to find out that not only do we speak of our Lord and Savior Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, but we live out those values. So that was a pleasant, refreshing surprise. And I said, this is the place.
Good.
This is where I can
Especially
make
for a pastor,
difference.
right? You're like, man, I can open my Bible here. This is great, right?
Sure thing, because at other places that I worked, I had to kind of put Jesus in the background. Not that I'm ashamed of him or anything like that, but again, being in certain social service agencies, you couldn't really put the forefront as far as your faith.
Yeah.
And so it was good for me to be able to say, not only can I share my faith, but I can also live it out in front of those that we serve.
Absolutely. And so, we speak of faith a lot. There's a specific faith that we stand on, right? And that's the faith in Jesus Christ as our personal Savior. And so recently, Wheeler Mission, we did an exercise. We asked staff, you're one of them, I was one of them, of what are the values here at Wheeler Mission, right? So you mentioned kind of what you saw when you first opened the doors, and it was evident to you.
Yeah.
And I think every staff during the process was clear in saying what they thought those values were. And so we unpacked a bunch of them, and we ended up down to 4 that we really see happening inside Wheeler Mission's walls. And so the first one is, right, you mentioned faith, but that's that faith in Christ. So number 1 was Christ-centered purpose, right? And so do you see that as the number 1 value that we have? I mean, it's listed as number 1, but do you think that's number 1 of the list?
Oh, absolutely. That sets the tone for our entire organization, because as go our values, so go our staff, so go the guests that we actually serve. So it's at the foundation. So it's very good that that's actually number 1, first and foremost.
Absolutely. So, so tell me a little bit about personally, how does that affect you? I mean, I know you mentioned you're a pastor, but how does the Christ-centered value show up with you personally? How does that keep you grounded in your work? I mean, you go through a lot here at Wheeler Mission when it comes to what you see and some of the stories you run into, but how does that keep you personally grounded?
Well, first of all, when I look at serving Christ, and in particular here at Wheeler Mission, one of the things that I continuously say to people, and that is, I don't have to work for Wheeler.
Yeah.
I get to work for Wheeler.
Sure.
And that's critical for me, because it keeps me in mind of how this is an opportunity, and it's a blessing, and it's an honor. And so not for me to think as though, hey, I'm the only one that can do this job, because there are plenty of people that can do that. But at the same time, I know that God has called me this. There's things that I have doubts about, in my personal life, even at work. But one thing that I have no doubt about, and that is God has called me for such a time as this, to work at Wheeler Mission and to be a part of the movement here.
Absolutely.
The great things that we're doing.
And so I think a lot of our staff are motivated just like that, right? And that's why it became the number 1 value. So when you're at the Shelter for Men, tell us a little bit about, what does that look like inside those walls? Tell me about how many people are there, what are they going through, and how does this value show up on a day-to-day basis when it comes to the work that goes on inside the shelter, specifically in the men's shelter?
Well, let me take you back to a little bit about a year or so ago. I was tasked by the executive team to do an entire cultural reset.
Oh, that's
there,
right. Yeah.
At the Shelter for Men.
Yeah.
And so I had to dig in there, and I was there 7 days a week, because there were a lot of things that had kind of gone adrift that predated me, but we definitely had to deal with.
Yeah.
And so in doing that, one of the things that I wanted to make sure is that I set 3 priorities. My first one was the gospel of Jesus Christ, that was our first and foremost mission there, that we had to share the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Sure.
And that's for all, that anyone that walks through those doors, sharing Jesus Christ is our ultimate goal. Number two is programs, because we have long-term programs, and so we definitely want to get them connected there. And then number three is housing. The Bible talks about Matthew 6:33, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these other things should be added unto you. And so I understand this, and I wanted to get that across to my staff, is that you can do all these other things. You can provide them with housing, you can provide them with food and clothing, and well, we should. But we have to seek Jesus Christ first. Then all these other things shall be added. Housing shall be added. Restored relationships shall be added. Restoration of your finances shall be added. But it all starts with putting Jesus Christ first. And like I said, it's not for just a few. It's for all.
Absolutely. So obviously we believe that, we see that play out, right? Housing certainly is a temporary thing, but it certainly has eternal value as a part of what someone's journey is that comes through Wheeler Mission, that's been saved by grace, that knows Jesus Christ, right? That's just a provision that Jesus provides, right? As we seek him first. But as you start talking about this with guests, right? You have 200 and some odd people inside the shelter for men.
Yes.
How does that resonate with the guests? Maybe day one, right? Or does that take a while for them to start to understand that, or how do you unpack that with people?
Well, like you said, we'll serve anywhere. We can serve upwards of 200 during the regular months, and then from November all the way through March, that number will definitely increase by 50 to 100.
It's a lot.
And so in doing that, it's very critical that we represent Christ from the moment that they walk in that front door. So the process actually begins when they actually sign in. A smile. We're glad that you're here.
Yeah.
We're here to serve you. We're here to share the love of Jesus Christ. Not that we're perfect, but the thing about it is that we're seed planters.
Yeah.
And that's what I used to share with the staff there at the Shelter for Men, that one plants the seed, another waters, but we trust God in order to give, the increase. So we look at it from that standpoint, that we won't catch all of the fish that's there, but we will definitely plant the seeds and get them to thinking and invite them to have an experience with Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you guys are doing amazing work. That's the front lines right there, Shelter for Men. I mean, like you said, hundreds of people every single night. So we only have so many resources to give, right? So we're blessed. Donors certainly make sure our lights are on and our doors are open. And so number one value was Christ-centered purpose, but the other one I want to unpack is this faithful stewardship. So that was our core value number two, faithful stewardship. And a lot of people think about money when it comes to stewarding resources, but you're not a fundraiser. You don't have to worry about the money part, although you have budgets you have to make sure you're taken care of. But tell me about the resources we have, including facilities, including how you steward those facilities, your staff. You can only hire so many people, right? Like, what does faithful stewardship look like at the Shelter for Men as you're overseeing that?
Well, faithful stewardship actually looks, quite like what you said, in that we have a certain appearance that we want to portray to our guests as well. We want to make sure that we steward their heart.
Yeah.
Not just the physical needs, but we steward their heart. And what that means is that, a lot of times you hear people talking about the secret sauce, of their organization.
Sure, yeah.
And so for us, it's about relationships.
Okay.
So we want to steward, those relationships. We want to steward the relationship with our volunteers and with the guests, that we serve, on a daily basis. And again, that comes through our one-to-one relationships and getting to know their story.
Yeah. So ultimately, we're teaching some of these guests that we serve on how to be productive citizens enjoying lasting success in Christ. That's our vision, right? So how does that relate to, how do we pass that value on to our guests, right? How do we teach them to live that out on a daily basis, and how that will be a major value for them moving forward, right?
Well,
because I mean, they're stewarding, right? They're getting back into a home. They're getting their families back, right? They're getting paychecks for the first time in a while. Sometimes when they get back, when they leave our facilities, our programs. So I mean, how are we helping them to steward their resources?
That's a very good question. So we steward that through, get this, in our imperfections,
yeah,
our flaws, meaning that we don't do anything perfectly. We all know that. One person said to me, if you ever find the perfect church, marriage, organization, don't be a part of it,
Right.
because
Yeah.
you'll mess it up because you're not perfect.
Yeah.
And so in doing that, we actually model Christ-like behavior on our good days and on our not so good days with them in our relationships and with our interactions with each other, because they are watching
Yeah.
how we interact with each other. So we steward that in the sense of, if we blew it, we made a mistake, we'll readily say that, hey, I was off today. I apologize. Again, exercising the fruit of the Spirit and showing them that you don't have to be perfect in order to be a follower of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But what he does expect from us is honesty, and integrity.
Yeah. It's great that you say that, because that example of how to live in a Christ-like way is something that those individuals will look back on and will play on for years and years. So like, I went through our programs. And so I still today, that was 17, 18, 19 years ago, crazy. But still today, I remember in my day-to-day life with my wife, with my family, look back on how some of those leaders inside of Wheeler Mission acted and treated people in a Christ-like way and acted biblically. And I draw on that still today. Right. And so those leaders that are influencing people today, that will last for decades. I mean, that's an impact that will keep moving. Right.
Yeah. And that's what we're here for, life transformation.
Yeah.
And
Life
so
transformation.
we're still a work in progress ourselves as staff. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So we covered Christ-centered purpose. This number 2 value is faithful stewardship, which I believe plays out all over Wheeler Mission. Easy to think about that in fundraising, but certainly at the program level and the shelter level. So number 3 is excellence, right? So some people think of a nonprofit, they think of a Christian organization as, well, they're a nonprofit, right? Like they'll do things in a mediocre way. They'll do things however they can, but they're not paying people top level salaries. They're not doing things at the level that a high level corporation would do. We don't believe that, right? Like we want to do things with excellence. So tell me about that. What does that look like in our ministry? And how does that play out at the Shelter for Men when we talk about expecting excellence?
Well, it very simply means bring your best.
Yeah.
Every day. It means leaving it out there on the field, so to speak, to use a sports analogy.
Yeah.
That when I come through those doors, when you walk through the Shelter for Men, our expectation is that whatever is going on outside of walking through those doors, we have an expectation that you're going to serve with excellence. If you're not able to do that, that's okay, because all of us have our challenges in our personal lives and things like that. But we want to minimize and we want to mitigate all that we can, bringing any of the personal issues on the field. And the field is a Shelter for Men when you walk through those doors. So pick them back up.
Yep.
Once you get out here, or we allow for access, to our workforce chaplains and to HR. So we're not cruel, we're not cold about it, but at the same time, we're on a mission and we have a job to do. And they're expecting us, whether they say it or not, they being the guest, they expect us to be on our A game.
Yeah.
The Bible talks about how David had the spirit of excellence. And so that's one of the things that we look for in our employees, and that is attitude.
Yeah.
Charles Swindoll, you've heard this before, that, or I think it was Zig Ziglar that actually said, my altitude is determined by my attitude.
Yeah.
How far I go. And so that's one of the things that we really look, the spirit of excellence has to do with, what is my approach? How do I see the guests that I'm serving, on a daily basis? Because again, they're looking for someone that has hope, someone that has a relationship with Jesus Christ, and someone that's walking that out.
Yeah. And so our guests deserve that, right? They deserve to experience excellence. And honestly, life transformation can't happen without an excellent service that's provided to them, right? Because it's a complicated, difficult situation that these guys are in. So you're at the men's side. So that includes the Shelter for Men. You're seeing people day one, right? When they first come in the door. But one thing that Wheeler Mission is known for, at least with people who know us closely, but maybe don't know a lot about, is our long-term and short-term programs that take people not just from that day one journey, but ultimately equip them long-term. So speak to me about how excellence plays itself out in our programs, right? Like when it comes to curriculum, when it comes to training on staff, when it comes to what someone experiences as they get through just not just the first day and receive a meal and a bed, but they ultimately get plugged into these life-changing programs.
Yeah, that was a secret to me as well. I had no idea that we specialized and we do it very well. Like I said, our secret sauce is in our relationships. So the main things that we look at within our long-term programs, one that averages maybe 4 to 6 months, and then the other one is a 9-month program that you were a part of as well. And so, pure and simple, we're about discipling.
Yeah, there you go.
We're discipleship makers. That's what we are. And so from day one, we're teaching them about what we call the 5 basics, and that's stewardship, that's gratitude, that's finances, getting your finances, it's quiet time, it's meditation, things of those nature.
Let me ask you this. So Jesus had 12 disciples, right? And that's our discipleship model, is to disciple people as Jesus has called us to do, is to go and make disciples. You get to do that. You have 200 people coming through our doors every day. Do you think Jesus demanded excellence with his disciples?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. But he did it, and I know we'll be talking about that in a few minutes. He did it under the guise of grace and truth.
Yeah.
But he still demanded excellence because we serve an excellent God.
Yeah.
And so, sometimes I'll refer back to the shelter for men, and that is the gatekeeper. That's the gateway of bringing people in. And so we have to make sure that we're doing what we need to do to advance them over and to show them that there's a better way. So again, speaking of our long-term programs, it's critical. That's where we go deeper into the stories, deeper into the trauma. What are the things that led, you here?
Yeah.
Not as a way of criticizing or putting them down, but walking alongside them on this journey and saying, you know what, if he did it for me, he can do it for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So you led right where I was going, right? So then the 4th value is this grace and truth. And so this is a difficult one, especially in programs. It's certainly our nature a lot of times to let things slide, that, hey man, like, we're just trying to help you out. We'll look the other way or whatever it is, especially with guests, but with staff too, right? So, but there's a side where God certainly demanded truth and love, right? He said treat people with truth and love. And so, talk to me about that. How does that play itself out inside of the Shelter for Men, inside of our programs? How do we balance this between grace and truth? And how does that really become what all of our staff has said is our value?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So, when I look at that, grace and truth is not an either or, but a crucial both and.
Yeah.
Charles Spurgeon, he put it best when he said, build a bridge of grace that can carry the weight of truth.
Yeah.
Build a bridge of grace that can carry the weight of truth. We're experts. Wheeler Mission is experts in building that bridge of grace. We established that. But what we have a tendency to do is not go on like what you were speaking to the truth part of that. So there is a balance to that. Jesus did it all the time. He was the master, at doing that. On one hand, when he said, Peter, upon this rock, I'll build my church. The gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Flesh and blood didn't reveal that to you.
Yep.
But then that was the grace bridge. And then at a certain point, when Peter said, Lord, certainly this won't happen to you. You're not going to get crucified. No, this can't happen to you. And he said, get behind me, Satan. That was the truth part.
Yeah.
But he had already established, and that's one of the things that I want us, and that is my hope for us here at Wheeler, that as leaders and as employees, that we're experts in the area of grace. And once we build that grace bridge, through our relationships that we have with each other, then people will take the weight of truth in a different way. Not because we don't care, but because we care. That's why we're sharing that truth with you. And so that trickles down, into our guests as well, because as we establish those relationships and we build that bridge of grace, then now we can tell them the truth and they know that there's no hidden agenda. There's no hidden motive behind it.
So and you see this play out all day long, right? And so talk to me about an example, just a story, of maybe a situation, a guest where we had to strike this balance between grace and truth. Maybe it's a staff person where we're addressing a situation and we had to, like you say, follow the example of Jesus, right? Which is really where all these core values come from. We started with Christ Center, but they're all just examples of how Jesus interacted with people and what he demands of us and calls us to do, right? So, but talk to me about just a story where this played out in a way that we balanced that well, and someone ultimately grew from that experience.
Well, like you said, we see those kind of scenarios every day, and as you know, a large number of, especially guests that have come into our program, we end up hiring them.
Yeah.
So they end up working,
Yeah.
in our long-term programs and at the shelter for men as well. And so, I can share with you a compilation, of what happens. In particular, I'm thinking about a guy that he had gone through the program successfully and was given raving reviews, from all the staff. And this is why he needs to be on staff. And he has a heart, for the Lord and, highly committed. And so as his commitment went on, then after the newness and the honeymoon stage was over, started to running through some challenges and difficulties. And so in doing that, because he had relationships with us, he relapsed. Okay.
Yeah.
So, he relapsed. And so we didn't go and pound him over the head. How dare you? I mean, we can't believe that. But no, we undergirded him and said, there's a time for a second chance. And that's it right there. And we're going to allow that for you. So we're not going to terminate you. We're not going to fire you. We're going to come alongside you and we're going to build you up again and meet you where you are, because the 9 months that you spent in our program, that wasn't for nothing. That wasn't in vain.
Yeah.
So let's go back and let's look at where did this whole process begin in your mind, where whatever was taking place that you began to falter, because it didn't happen that day that you actually realized something was going on prior to that. So let's meet you there and let's see if we can bring you along. So that's what truth will do. And that's what grace will do.
Well, and that goes back to the relationship piece too, right? And obviously that takes a lot of discernment from staff to decide, like, this isn't a playbook where if this happens, right? Like, we've got to discern on what's best for this individual. The relationship plays a huge part in that, what's best for him ultimately. And sometimes that could be, hey man, we got to cut you loose because, like, look, this is what's best for you to experience the consequence, right? And that could happen as well, right? So it's not a cookie cutter based on the individual.
You make such a good point, because we have had on the other end, I'm thinking of a particular guy right now that, again, I had all the accolades and was very invested in what we were doing, but one of the things that was going on with him was that he had some severe mental health issues that couldn't be ignored. So we had him change shifts so that he could work closer with the day staff. We did a number of things, got him connected with HR, workforce chaplains. So we did a lot of different interventions in order to try to help him along. But at the end of the day, the truth was he just wasn't ready for this kind of stressful work.
Yeah.
That we actually do on a daily basis.
Man, you guys go through it all, right? I think the guests certainly have over 200 people coming through our front door at the Shelter for Men on a regular basis. The guys that are in programs for 9 months long, as we're unpacking their stories, the relationships are starting to be developed. I mean, you guys go through a lot. You guys are in the front lines of this. And ultimately, I think people really respect the work that you guys do. And these values, I love how you're quoting scripture. I love how you're leaning on the example of Jesus. I love how we started with Christ-centered, right? And everything is from that cornerstone that Jesus is the example that we use in all of our decisions. And we have the freedom to do that. That's what makes it fun to work here. But now that we've identified these values, I mean, tell me a little bit about how do you hope that identifying these, communicating these values, unpacking these values, how do you hope that will help to reshape Wheeler Mission? Maybe not reshape, but help us to grow and to expand the impact that we have.
Excellent question. So it has to be more than something that we just quote or something that we just recite: Christ-centered purpose, faithful stewardship, excellence, grace, and truth.
Yeah, it's got to play out, right?
It's easy. It's easy to memorize those and walk around and, feel proud about that. But how, like you said, do we intertwine that within our day-to-day walk? And one of the things that we're looking at, of course, is, with our performance appraisals.
Yeah.
We're looking at incorporating that. Okay, so what have we seen in the individual as far as those 4 values? And we're talking about putting it on the walls. Now, that's not necessarily a new concept or anything like that, but constantly being reminded of that. When you meet with your staff, when you have those all staff meetings, then just review a little bit. Here are our core values. When you have to deal with a person, for example, for a professional improvement plan, then talk about the values there. So it becomes a part of who we are. Some of the greatest corporations, and I'm sure 500 corporations that are out there, it's because they continue to repeat over and over again until it just becomes a part of the fabric of what that company is doing.
Yeah, and we can celebrate these things, right? Like when we see excellence here at Wheeler Mission, we can celebrate that, and they know that that's what we're looking for. we know that that's what we're supposed to be accomplishing, right? And we can celebrate that, or the Christ-centered experiences that we've either offered our guests or shown in our own work, like, and we can celebrate those things. So when you say evaluation, sometimes people think like, oh, I'm being looked at, like, did I measure up? But sometimes it's like, yes, like, you showed this, so let's celebrate that. Favorite thing that your kid has done that made you the proudest as a dad?
Well, I have two sons, and so one is a private businessman, business owner. So he owns a number of Airbnbs
Oh, wow.
here, in the city. So he's doing fantastic. So I'm proud about that. And then my other son, he's a psychologist and very much involved, in ministry.
Yeah.
And so,
Awesome.
yeah.
That's something to be really proud of, man. Two sons.
Yeah.
What's their age?
One is 36 and the other one is 35.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Grandkids coming?
Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe one day.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
All right. So two more quick questions. Tell me something that you know about Wheeler Mission that people even at Wheeler Mission may not know about because they work at the men's shelter, because they work at Camp Hunt, or maybe they're at the women's shelter. But what's something that you learned that maybe you thought you would think other people might think is interesting inside of Wheeler's walls?
Oh, wow. That's an excellent question.
Yeah.
A tough question as well, because, well, it's just interesting that, some that are within our very walls, they don't really know the extent of what we do as far as long-term programming and
yeah.
things like that. So, they're in different departments, so they do their part as far as ministry is concerned.
Yep.
But as far as what goes on day to day, and they'll hear some of the testimonials, but what they don't know is how they got from A to B,
Yeah.
and what were those steps as far as the discipleship process. So
yeah, we need to share those stories more, right?
within our own walls.
Yeah, that's one of the things we're gonna do with this podcast is start to unpack some of those stories and hear from staff that get to see that, and hear from guests, hear from alumni, hear from our volunteers that get to see different angles. So we're excited to unpack that as we move forward. All right, last question, and then we're gonna let you go. What is a verse? A verse. You've quoted a lot today, but what is a verse that gives you hope right now?
Wow. That gives me hope. I'd have to say that one of the verses that really comes to mind, it's in Romans. I think it's around the 4th chapter. So I don't know the exact verse, but it talks about, let us come boldly to the throne of grace that we may obtain mercy and find grace to help, in time of need. And so that's one of the ones that I just use as my foundation, that I can always come to the Lord boldly. I don't have to come timidly or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I can come boldly, and I can get the help that I need, and the mercy as well, because all of us need mercy.
Absolutely. Well, that's perfect. That's a great way to end it. Terrence, you've been here 5 years. You've made great impact. I've seen your work be tremendous and show all of these values. I couldn't have asked a better person to cover some of these values with us. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Cowboys, I don't know about, but
Bengals, I don't know about either.
Yeah, Bengals, who day, right? All right. All right. Thank you, Terrence.
All right. Thank
It's
you.
Great having you.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, if this podcast episode spoke to you, we'd love for you to dig a little bit deeper. Check out some of our other podcast episodes. We're going to tell lots of great stories that are going to really bless you. You're going to hear more about experiences that people experiencing homelessness have. What is that like for them, right? You're going to hear more about what goes on inside of Wheeler Mission's walls. You're going to hear stories from some of our friends in the community. But check those out. But you can also get plugged in right here at Wheeler Mission. We'd love for you to volunteer. Sometimes that can be just serving a meal, but there's lots of great ways to come and get plugged in here as a volunteer. Also, if you know somebody that needs help, Wheeler Mission is a resource for you. And so point them our direction. You can get all those phone numbers and websites to get plugged in at wheelermission.org. Again, send people our way who need help or get plugged in yourself. But again, we thank you for listening.
Are these CEO conversations live too, Jamie? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt and team in Fresno, can you hear me here in Indy?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Perry,
Now,
what are you doing up, man? It's like 3 a.m.
I can say the same thing for you. It's what, 12 o'clock for you, right?
Oh, this is when I go clubbing here in Fresno. So I still got, if I was in here, I'd be hitting up that
Boy,
that
look at that
club.
backdrop.
So,
You got a pretty fancy backdrop.
well, I'm indoors this year. I'm
Okay.
indoors this year, and because we're doing, what we have going on here is we have a big tech room, and so this year, past couple of years, I've been on the bench, and this year we're trying to facilitate all the different benches that are happening around the country. So we have a big tech room here, and so behind me is about a room with about 7 or 8 monitors and big TVs, and so it's kind of cool because we get to kind of see what's happening all over the country, and we're helping to connect the different benches all over the country. So it's really kind of cool to see. So my bench looks a little different. I'm not as cold as I was the last couple of years. So
It doesn't
but
get cold in Fresno, please. Please.
yeah. So you're gonna try and get some sleep on that bench tonight?
Yeah, but it's just really cold here, and so I've been kind of going inside for little cat naps here or there, but I can't sleep, and
Yeah.
I don't
It's so
sleep a lot anyway. Naturally, I'm like a 5-hour a night person, in the best of circumstances. But it's going to be okay. I will try to lay down during some downtime out here, but I don't know how that's going to do either.
How cold is it there?
It's 40s, right? Right now, and so but when the sun goes down, 40s without the sun feels really a lot colder than 40 degrees.
Yeah, and is it kind of like a wet cold there? Like we have kind of like a wet cold, and it kind of like pierces the coats and everything. So
They were predicting frost warnings across the state of Indiana, but I have yet to see that. But hopefully we missed that. But it's a dewy kind of cold, right? There'll be dew on everything in the morning.
Yeah.
But yeah, so how are you doing out there? We're really seeing some incredible conversations happen on the bench here, and so we've just been so blessed so far to participate in this. And thank you. I was on with Tom earlier. Thank you so much for piloting this and having the vision and letting Tom run with it and do what they need to do to make sure that we got 70 plus people like me sitting on benches all across the country, and just what a great testimony to being faithful to what God has in store for us.
yeah, it's really great to see so many people. And I was texting with my chief operating officer, my chief strategy officer, who's really probably the main person behind all the logistics, at least from the Fresno mission side, but he's really the one who's wrote most of the materials, and his daughter's getting married, and so he actually couldn't be here today, but he's been texting me, and he was saying, man, I keep hoping that we'll get like a big splash or a big media, some big media attention. And I said, I don't think we're going to get a big, huge boulder in the middle of the lake, but I think what's happening is that we're throwing a rock and it's creating a lot of ripples. And that to me seems like what's been happening across the country. Everyone, I mean, of course, we were on the front nine. We're about to go on the back nine, right? And the front nine is the easier part than the back nine. But everyone's been, very positive. There's been some great things have happened, and really encouraging stories. People are psyched, and So what's your experience been over the first kind of 12 and a half hours?
Yeah, it's been a good experience. So we've had some pretty incredible conversations. It's really kind of interesting how something simple like a simple bench can, ordinary thing like a bench can really be the vehicle for some extraordinary conversations. And that's what we're seeing here. And some of the most powerful conversations that have been from some of our former program guests who now work for us. 40% of my 200 plus staff members are former program folks and have gone through our program. And some of the most powerful discussions have been those guys sitting here on the bench talking to me about it. In fact, one of the case managers broke down as he was talking about his father, and when his father, who he really hadn't had a relationship with for many number of years, had reconnected, and the whole family reunification thing, Matt, and he broke down, and I actually had to give him a moment on camera, while I was sitting there talking to the folks, on Facebook Live and on YouTube about what's happening with Chazelle is his name, and he's my cowboy. Where's the cowboy hat? He's a black cowboy. Where's the cowboy hat and everything? And he was.
I saw that. I was watching as that was happening. That was a really powerful, powerful moment. We were watching that here.
Yeah.
So that,
really
yeah,
all of us
that,
here and,
powerful moment.
But what about out there? I mean, are you actually having conversations? Or are you just serving as this technology hub thing out there?
I would say like 75% of the time we're serving as kind of the hub.
Yeah.
And so, or talking just like we're talking now with some different missions around the country. We had, interesting. What's kind of been funny is that we've people know in the community that we're doing conversations on a bench, but we've told them it's different this year. And what's kind of been funny is that we've had people show up, they're ready to talk, and we didn't invite them to talk. They just showed up. They're like, I want to go back on the bench and talk some more. And so which has been kind of fun. So we've hopped on the bench, not intending to kind of do these full ones, and had good conversations with people. There's part of what's also been neat is, we've had some people, obviously Citygate is the association, right? And, they're not they're from Colorado Springs. They're not here, but we've also had a couple where Tom has sat down and talked to some of our past clients and had great conversations with them as well. But, for me, the blessing for me this year has been, really getting to watch everybody else. And as sitting on the bench is very taxing. It is hard having conversations with people for the better part of 24 hours.
Yeah, my voice is starting to go a little bit, and I still,
got
about another 12 hours to go.
Yeah, and it's taxing, and so this year for me, while I'm still staying up for staying here for 24 hours and helping, it's been a blessing just to watch everybody thrive and hear the positive stories. So,
well, you guys, thank you for your bold leadership, and like I said before, letting Tom run with this, and I'm convinced that we're going to have even more people next year, God will see us through here. But I'm looking forward to like the daylight hours too, and kind of seeing what's happening there. With we've got a lot of folks scheduled during more of the daylight hours, and I'm just looking forward to some of those conversations as well.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what it felt like to me is that you're in the hardest part right now, right? It's part where no one's awake. You should be sleeping. If you're most tired, you're the most cold. And then to me, something happens when the sun starts to come out in the morning. And I always felt like you get a second wind, you get rejuvenated. People start to come out. They've had like a whole day kind of hearing about it, and they come out, and it feels even more relaxing, because you start out and you're like kind of nervous. How is this going to work? And, and then you get in that final stretch. And I always felt like you just got this second wind, and the sun would come out. You feel like Superman again, and, lifts your spirits, and people come out, and then it's just, you're relaxed, you're good to go. Hopefully someone brings you some good breakfast, some coffee, and
I hope so. Because I've made a couple of pleas, and I made a plea earlier today, and somebody brought me donuts, and so I was telling them I want donuts, and so they did bring me some donuts. But so people have been responding. We've got a great community here in Indianapolis, and since we're the largest provider here in the entire state, we have kind of an outsized role, and we take that very serious. It's a sacred responsibility. But at the same time, we have a great community of other providers who do a lot of other services for individuals experiencing homelessness as well. And so we couldn't do it without everybody pulling together. And so I'm looking forward to talking to a lot of my counterparts at CEOs of other organizations. I had some today. I've got many more tomorrow because they are the experts. And at that point, Matt, I tell people I want to do more listening than I want to do talking, because I want to get some ideas. I want to get some creative strategies to take back to that executive team table upstairs, so that we can continue to fight this fight. And as well as I do, it's a fight. It's a battle. What we do every day, it's an absolute battle. But I'm convinced it's one that we're going to win. Because we got the right guy on my side, and his name is Jesus.
Yep. Amen to that. Yeah. Amen to that. Yeah. Well, Perry, I'm gonna let you get some sleep, man. I'm gonna let you get some sleep there. It's late there.
Yeah, it is. But thank you again. I'm sure you're coming to Grand Rapids, right? So I'll see you in Grand Rapids.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So looking forward to seeing you in our neck of the woods in the Midwest. I'm so glad guys are coming back to the Midwest. That's fantastic.
Yep. Awesome. And we'll connect again over the prayer at the end of this sucker.
Yeah, we will, Matt. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Perry.
Appreciate you. Bye.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature, and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails, and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail, and they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had, and you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery.
Kind of surreal because I haven't been able to get a job, and hopefully I get hired.
Not only does he have an apartment, he has an interview coming up, which money in our pocket is always great. And I think what we get to see is what we've been aiming for this whole time, which is hope.
I always worried about things going on tomorrow, the next day. I think now I'm just worried about the present, like what's gonna happen next? What am I gonna do next? What's this minute gonna look like for me? I have big goals. I wanna own my own house one day and have my dream job, which is to become a special education teacher.
I think what's amazing when we hear the story about Jesus, we still hear the stories of Kylie, and even when we hear the stories of Yaneli, it was God's intervention, in their lives. God intervenes in our whole lives, but He cares deeply about those who have nobody else to care, for themselves. And I think because He intervened, not only did they see a crisis end at some point in their life, but they also received an eternal inheritance that will last them forever.
And those stories don't stop there. They become part of the solution. The Yanali story, it was tragic. And I can see how there's countless people that aren't being, their stories not being told, that are gone. But we get to give people the glimpse of what this looks like. Tragedy at its fullest, jealousy. You get to see what transformation, that this was not the longest weekend, that this was an opportunity for me to have the things that I have, because some of these kids are raised in these environments that don't ever get taken away, but they feel like they're taken away their whole lives. And I really feel like my story was part of that I never felt like I was gonna be myself. So as we share these stories, we see the opportunity to see a glimpse of what's happening in our communities. There's organizations that are in buildings, and there's organizations that are in community. Martin Park is in the heart of these communities, and that's why we say we're a park with a heart. The mission is no perfect people allowed. And those people that go there, they feel like they're imperfect, and now they have a place where they can come and feel like they're welcome. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity.
I think for me, my first real introduction to seeing kids in crisis that really changed my life is when I met Oscar 10 years ago. I was, a lawyer working at a firm, and somebody told me to come help some janitor starting some nonprofit down here in Lowell. And I remember coming here and he was just telling me what he was doing, that he was just trying to set up this property in the middle of one of Fresno's most dangerous neighborhoods because these kids didn't have a place to go that was safe, and they needed food and they needed help with homework. And that encounter with Oscar at that point in time, totally changed my perspective and totally changed my life. What I think is
really inspiring and why I love Martin Park and love the mission is like our ministry begins directly at the kids' baggage. You know, like I think about like youth ministry spaces like in other parts of the town, right? You have kids that are coming in and their life is doing well and they're coming from sports practice, right? They're worshiping and it's a great experience. But I feel like the kids that when they show up at Martin Park or when they show up at the mission, you know, they're showing up in crisis, you know, and we get to show them Jesus when that wound is open, right? When they're showing up, the wound is open, right? It's not calloused over. It is right there. The crisis is right
Recording
there.
stopped.
And to me, like that is crazy motivating because it just gives so much opportunity to change someone's life.
Yeah. And we're not to sit here and say, what if, or what happened with them? It's not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to continue sharing the gospel, to go out and make disciples. And it's up to God what he does with these so vulnerable souls that you know, the innocence and the transformation belongs to God. And they don't have to go through the addictive personalities that we see people struggling with at the Fresno Mission, at the city center, here in Martin Park, in our communities, and in our stats. Those stats speak reality, and those stats are not just something that just happened this year. This is generational, and that's what we're fighting against. And I'm really honored to be able to have more abilities to address those and have somewhere to point to. I point to the cross all the time, but a physical need is something that instead of handing them a stone, I'm handing them a piece of bread. And that bread's going to take them further. That life's going to take them further than they ever expected.
I totally agree. I think one of the great things about working together is we serve different kids who are in crisis. Yeah. Same Jesus.
Amen.
Right? You know, the scripture says, freely you receive, freely give. I recognize that my kids, that I myself was given a life that I did not deserve. And yet it was because of Christ that he provided that. And I think if we can look at those situations and saying, hey, well, that foster kid or that kid who's down here in Lowell that, you know, doesn't know where his next meal is coming from, or that kid who has been sleeping in a car, and say, no, the power of God means absolutely we have to go change those lives. Like that is the calling of God. When I see that, I think like, it's no wonder why scripture tells us like that Jesus had that heart for the orphan, that God had that heart for the orphan, because you understand why. They're absolutely the most vulnerable. They're absolutely the most vulnerable. You know, when we talk about youth in crisis, we're really talking about 3 different areas. They're kids who are homeless, kids whose parents don't know where they're going to sleep that night, have had to endure sleeping in cars, sleeping in places that they never would have imagined. There's kids that are living in areas of concentrated poverty that don't know where their next meal is going to come from on a daily basis, who live in a state where there is danger surrounding them, where they don't have basic needs. And then there's these kids in the foster care system or transitional age youth who are exiting a system, exiting into a world where they now must fend for themselves as 18-year-olds. The reason that we wanted to tell these stories is because we know that when we look at these kids and they're walking down the street, when these homeless youth are walking from hotel to hotel or couch to couch, that these kids in concentrated poverty, when they show up to places like Martin Park, that they carry a different type of baggage. A baggage that's filled with abuse, a baggage that's filled with trauma, a baggage that's filled with need that they were never intended to carry. And yet we also see on a day in and day out basis that God is taking them beyond the bag. God intended them not to carry those bags of trauma, those bags of abuse, those bags of need. God intended them to carry hope, to carry restoration, to carry dreams. And that is what's happening in our community. While we do have these areas of deep need, while there's so many homeless youth, while we do have foster care kids that are leaving the system with no one in the world to take care of them, while we do have kids that have no place to go for safety and food in certain neighborhoods in our community, we also had a God who is powerfully moving, who deeply cares and who loves them. We have a God who is taking them beyond their back.
The main difference between the child homelessness and adult homelessness is that the adult has the ability to make choices legally, and they're able to make choices of do they want this or do they not want this, while a child doesn't have that ability. One, their brain isn't formed, but also they are dependent on the county, they're dependent on their parents, and people are making decisions for them. Statistically, children that are homeless, they have a higher chance to become homeless when they get older, and then also form addictions that really destroys their lives.
I think one of the hardest parts about my job, or one of the hardest parts about my day, is sometimes I just get this anxiety about picking up my phone or checking my DMs on Facebook or Instagram, and knowing that people are reaching out to me because they know somebody, they know a family with young children who are sleeping in their car someplace, or some 19-year-old kid who doesn't have any place to go, and knowing that like I might not have the space or the ability to help them. And to think that those kids or that young person is sleeping in some place that would be unfathomable to think about my own kids sleeping in those same places.
A broken family looks like mom feels she can't control her kids. Dad feels they don't have the support. Children feel that they don't have a parent. They're searching for some type of love. Families, all in all together, a broken family, are living in a time of despair, and they're terrified. They don't know what's going to happen.
Trauma can be something that happened, a one instant that it happened, but most of the time trauma is ongoing. Trauma creates core beliefs that are different from what God intended for us to believe about ourselves. So if you have a child who their parents, out of no fault of their own, are in circumstances that the child gets harmed, many times the parents also are traumatized from their childhood. They were abandoned. Maybe their families, were addicted to drugs, or maybe the families were molested or they were raped. That causes trauma. Therefore, that trauma gets transferred to the child because they don't have the ability to parent correctly.
The generational cycle that we see can trickle down from, someone's upbringing, someone's culture they grew up in. We see some domestic violence going in there, sharing how these little kids are going to have that effect because they're soaking everything up as sponges based on either culture or the way they grew up or the way they seen their parents in that domestic violence is carried on to where they're at in their relationship. And so we try to talk to them about that, the effects it's going to have on their kids, right? More than likely that generational cycle is going to continue.
If you saw a bunch of 9-year-olds on the street smoking a meth pipe, I think we as a society would be totally outraged. And yet for that kid who has ongoing uncertainty about where they're going to sleep or where they're going to eat that day, that toxic stress chemically does something to the brain very similar to what drugs does to the brain, and that it stops neurological development. It changes neural pathways that can impact the kid for the rest of their lives.
We hear this saying about don't take your baggage with you. Many of us don't really think about what's in that baggage. The youth that come to us have a pretty heavy baggage.
Did you guys see that kid who just came through? About a year ago, my daughter and I picked that family up off the street. This is him. That's just after we picked him up. It's like this is them sleeping in the warming center. I just went and talked to him yesterday. And I said, which one of you guys is on honor roll? Because I heard he was on honor roll. I said, so that's me. He's like, hey, congratulations. He says, I'm going to do it again. But he's on honor roll. He's got a citizenship award. It's pretty cool. And that's where it started from. And literally coming out of something like this, sleeping on a mat, right, in a warming center. And now his family's doing awesome here.
It's a young life that needs to be filled with positivity. We don't wait for the kid to become homeless. Let's capture them straight out the spigot so we can give them the tools and resources that we know that they need. So when they come and they combat with homelessness, they're able to say, you know what, I don't have to do that.
Having those hard conversations, again, through building that relationship in time, to where we could have that conversation without them feeling shame, without them feeling that we're putting them down, right? And it's a reminder, like, we're having this conversation not to shame you, not so that it make you feel bad. Here's something that we see could help you and benefit you and your family moving forward, because we want wholesomeness, right? Ultimately, you know, Jesus is the one that's going to provide that wholeness and healing in their lives.
I might be talking some issues with a parent, and they may be telling me how much they're struggling and how bad things are at home, or how their husband, and it's just like, well, let's get them a job. Let's get you some food on Thursdays at our food drive. Let's pray. And that's my biggest thing, is after I leave someone, I want them to feel encouraged. I want them to feel like, you know what? I thought about praying and I got prayed over, and I really feel like God's going to open up doors. We want to build that consistent reminder that God loves you, and God loves you so much that he gave his only begotten son, and that not one of us shall perish but have everlasting life. For a kid growing up in these kind of communities, we see that there's limitations, that they're okay with the limitations that are set upon them, that they see that gangs and drugs are part of that limitation, that those are goals to be able to hit. And a kid that's growing up in that has no other value than to respect that and to embrace it. So it's hard for a child to come out of that, to understand that they're made for something greater. So a child has no hope. Nobody wants to see their kids grow up in poverty, but at the same time, they may not have the tools or the resources or the experience in making a better future, not only for themselves, but for the next generations to come. So that's why Martin Park exists, to be a better light to our community. It's a park with a heart. It's an organization that helps build community hubs in some of the poorest neighborhoods here in Fresno. And by us building these community parks, it gives the value to the community that there's a place for them to come to. Through all the violence and everything that's happening in their lives, they feel the security here. So the gospel is the centerpiece of Martin Park. And anything that we built upon that is built upon Christ. So any park, any building, any side park or house that we have, we saturated with knowing that this is what God wanted us to do.
Hey, can this one move like this? No.
Yes, you can.
Oh,
Right
the
now.
funnest day I ever had here at Martin Park was like when we used to get wet on Fridays and like have water slides. We got to learn about Jesus, and then we have to do our homework, and then we get to have free time.
Because it's really fun. It's very fun. There's stuff to do here after school, and there's always really good snacks. Yeah, totally.
We've got maybe 4 generations of lack of common sense, lack of involvement, lack of individuals caring for the next generation. If we don't take charge right now, we're going to lose another 2-3 generations of kids that aren't going to know the benefit of having life and living life abundantly, not in ruins or not in being satisfied with poverty, but to understand that they're the hope for the next generations. We're in downtown Fresno, the 9371 zip code. Yeah, this is the elementary school I went to. Childhood friends lived across the street, and later on in life, he pulled out a gun. He was gonna kill me in the streets right here. So the 93701 zip code has so many homes, so many people in poverty that it's too much for some. The beginning of the month looks really bad in this community. Everyone looks happy because they're running around on drugs, but at the end of the day, when the drugs are gone, comes the depression. and that depression becomes a norm for a child that's looking for hope in all the wrong places.
Youth are at risk. They're at risk to follow gangs. They're at risk to be sex trafficked. They are at risk to start drugs. All of those, they come from a need of being loved and believing that they belong to something. And that's the reason why they give so much of themselves. That's why it's so easy that when a gang member says, I need you to do A, B, and C, I need you to go shoot somebody, that they're going to do it because in their mind, they believe that if they do this, that I'm going to be part of this group. I now have my family. And the youth are dying to be loved.
You know, part of my childhood was culture. Growing up in this culture where mom and dad grew up in a gang, poverty lifestyle. So whether it was buying the clothes that made me look like a gangster, it was, this is how you protect yourself. This is how you know, this is the way we carry ourselves. And then it was, you know, the drugs.
Growing up as a kid here, you learn to run the streets at night, the things that the community detests, you know what I mean? The addictions, the betrayals, the stealing, the conniving, and taking advantage of things. And I really feel like these aren't forgiving streets.
My name is Yaneli. I go to Washington Union High School, and I love this park because it's like when I walk in this park, I feel safe. Like this is like a safe park for me. And like when something goes down or like I'm feeling sad, Oscar and Julie are there for me. That's why I love this park. And like this park is like for good kids. It's just not just like for family. It's just like for everybody. It's not like for one person.
Yaneli came to Martin Park because there's a playground. It's a safe place. It's a place where other kids are playing basketball, football, running around, you know. I think we celebrated her 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th birthday outside at Martin Park. She came with a willing heart, and she left this world with a willing heart.
Some new leads in the fatal shooting of a young mother and her 3-week-old baby. This happened 6 weeks ago.
Fresno police blame sibling rivalry and jealousy for the shocking murders of an 18-year-old mother and her 3-week-old daughter in September.
Yaneli Solorio Rivera was shot and killed as she slept in her bed, holding her 3-week-old daughter, Celine. The shooter also killed the baby girl.
Investigators arrested the victim's older sister and that sister's boyfriend.
The first thing that comes through my mind when hearing her story is what happened right before. What was she feeling right before? The fear that was going through her mind, the confusion, the question of why. It's a reminder of how we need Jesus, but it's also a reminder of what is happening in this world, that we have broken people.
The world might look at Yaneli's life as a failure. It's even hard for me to even say that because all these kids are not failures. They're still canvases that are being painted on. And some people might say she was taken because she was at the wrong place at the wrong time. No, she was with the people she thought that loved her, her family. Even living in the world that she lived in at home, or the situations that we place ourselves in, knowing that she belonged to the body. She belonged to the family that I belonged to. She was my sister. I was not just a mentor / dad to her. I was her brother in Christ. And that's what these kids get here at Martin Park. They get an opportunity to be a part of. And at a young age, it becomes a part of a club, not a part of a game.
What do you hope for the future? I mean, like, where do you want to see the park go?
To make bigger and nicer and like more people coming in Like I want people to be like happy, and I want to see people's faces like they want to be here every day. I want to see faces like that. I will help students and help kids for their homework. Yeah.
I think one thing with cycles of generational trauma, abuse, neglect, and poverty is nothing about time in itself guarantees that anything is going to change. Just because we get older doesn't mean all of a sudden we're going to develop into healthy, thriving adults. Not even the healthiest of 18-year-olds is ready to tackle on independence and what the world brings, especially with this transitional age youth, in that they are transitioning from childhood, adolescence, into now adulthood. These individuals for their entire life have been children and are going to something completely new. The world's going to treat them the way people are going to treat them this way now as legal adults, responsible for their own actions and responsibilities, and responsible for making sure that they benefit and thrive into their future. The landing here has been compiled of multiple nonprofit organizations that are youth-oriented. If the issue is the foster care system, human trafficking, or just your youth in crisis that doesn't have a place to call home or to go to be loved, we exist here to serve that individual need.
Those kids are looking for a family they maybe never had. They're looking for a safety and relationships that they've never had. So one of the things that we're trying to provide is this real sense of stable community. But because they haven't necessarily, they've been in 5 different foster homes, or they haven't had some of the same things that maybe a kid like my kids have had, like they just make more mistakes. And, you know, being in there to sit in the middle of that mess with them, the mess of what their life is, and being able to love and take care of them, but then also to like help them in this pathway, just like I would with my own kids when my own kids make mistakes. And you don't kick them out, right? You teach them, you care for them, you try and work on that mistake, you try and move them forward.
Like I envisioned something similar to what the landing is, like, and then when someone told me about it, I was like, wait, a safe spot where foster youth or former foster youth, place where you could feel comfortable. I was just in shock, like, whoa, how did they know what I was looking for? I think Fresno Mission's role here through our youth services in being a partner of the landing is that we get to be Christ in the life of these children. So here at the Fresno Mission, we're here to serve the children that are with us. We're here to serve the young adult. We're here to meet their need for what their need is, and not to mold them into what we say is success, but on what Christ calls them to be and what he defines as success.
When I was 13, I entered foster care. I mean, ripped from my dad's arms. My mom at the time was back in my life. So just being taken away from my mom and my dad was a lot for me. At 21, basically your placement in foster care kind of ends. They close your case. And so I had made a decision to leave my foster home. And I moved in with my brother, Andrew. I was babysitting for a little bit, and that was where a little bit of my money was coming from. But that kind of came to an end. And so I was like, just sharing, you know, I'm struggling with money a little bit, and I'm staying with my brother, and I'm not really supposed to be there, and I just don't know what to do. I need help. And, you know, it's hard being an adult and 21, and it's hard to ask for help. I ended up getting this job because I went to like a job fair that the landing was having, and I had my interview, and I was super nervous. And right after the interview, I went to the landing, and I was telling everybody about it because I was super excited. I waited, I think it was about a month and a half. I was sitting in the living room, and I was praying. I'm like, Lord, I haven't heard anything. Like, what's going on? Like, are they going to call me back? If 5 minutes later, I got the phone call that I got hired. Within 2 weeks later, I was working at the thrift store on Sierra. Last year, December, I was sick. About a week later, I got diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma cancer. It was really hard because it's like you wouldn't expect a 20-year-old to be diagnosed with cancer. I had to stop college, take the entire year off. They started chemo really early. My insurance didn't cover it, so I had to do it in the hospital. I had a lot of support. It was really hard. The landing, it's more than just, oh, we're here for you. It's what can we do for you? You know, you're not just a youth here, you're family, whether that's food, clothes, a bus pass, a ride home, just different things like that. It's like a house, kind of, I feel like, where you can just go and be yourself and meet new people and just feel supported. I think is the biggest thing is a lot of people want support, and I feel like the landing definitely does that.
When I first went to the landing, Francisco got busy, so I just didn't know if I should have stayed or left, so I just stayed and kind of got a little comfortable, and then just made a little friends community there. Since I aged out, I feel like I've been punished. Like when I bring up my situation, they're like, you shouldn't use that against you. You should leave that behind. Be like, I'm not the one that put myself in this situation. Like, how am I gonna forget something that I didn't volunteer myself? Hey, I'm gonna go in the foster care system. It was around 2010. Just some people just showed up, wrong time, and I guess it was social workers or somebody, and they brought police, asked questions. They basically kind of lied to me, saying, "Oh, we're gonna take you to a place for a week or two. You come back on the weekend." Turns out a longest weekend ever. Well, right now I'm staying in a hotel because I have a possible lineup for a 1-bedroom apartment across the street from the city center, and I just needed somewhere to stay temporary until I get in. But then something unfortunate happened. After I checked in here, I got hit by a car. From the car accident that happened last Wednesday. And then right here, stitches, and then staples in my head. I only remember before, but during, nothing.
He had nobody else in the world. Like, nobody in the world. He didn't even have somebody to call. He didn't have parents to call. He didn't have a family to call. And when we went and started visiting him, like, he started breaking down crying because, you know, we were his city center, you know, his Fresno mission, his City Without Orphans, his landing, you know, family.
I thought I had nobody, and then his coworker came when she came to check up on me. She made me some chicken, and I just broke down in tears, like I had no clothes to leave from the hospital, and she just came with a duffel bag with from the Nike store. No one ever done that for me, and all the emotions just came out, and I was eating the chicken, and I just started crying.
First people that he called were his team here at the landing. That's the only people, if anything, he had to call and come and meet his need. And the need wasn't for us to stitch him up. It wasn't for us to operate on him. It was for us to just come and meet him what he was. It was to come love him for who he was and show him we care because you're worth caring for. And that was his overwhelming response on that incident. What he remembers, I'm sure the scars will remind him of what he went through that day, but what I think stood out the most to him was the response of the people that he met here that really meant what they meant, was to love him for who he is, meet him through the highs and lows, through the thick and thin, and show him that he matters because God says he matters.
This whole dirt area, this is where our future building is going to be at. This is where we're going to have a full-blown kitchen. We're going to have classrooms. We're going to have computer labs. We're going to steward the money that God gave us to continue sustaining the work that we do in Webster and Lowe and in Susan B. Anthony. And these three communities are what we're targeting. These three communities
I'm not. Okay. Okay. This Bruce? Am I talking to Bruce this time? I think so. I think it's yes, Bruce Butler. Yeah. Down in Dallas. There he is. Hey, can you hear me, Bruce? I can't hear you. Yeah. I can see him, but I can't hear him.
All right.
There you go. I hear you, Bruce.
Okay. They're doing the countdown. All right. How's it going, Perry?
How you doing, Bruce? Can you hear me?
I can hear you good.
Okay.
Man, you look awful comfortable. I see nice fluffy pillows.
They're fluffy, but the bench is hard, man. The bench is pretty hard.
All right. Well, good to see you. Man, I was looking and I have missed some opportunities.
What's that?
My daughter-in-law is in Indiana.
Your daughter or
That's
daughter-in-law?
where she's from. My daughter-in-law.
Okay. Where? Here in Indianapolis?
In if I said right, Sherrville, Indiana.
Sherrville. Okay. Okay.
It's about 50 miles from Chicago.
Oh, okay. You talking about Maryville? Are you talking about Maryville,
Right.
Indiana? Well, it's up there near Gary and by East Chicago and all that. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that's not that far. Chicago from Indianapolis is about 3 hours. And so where your daughter probably is about 2.5 or 2 hours or so from Indy.
Well, I get that close again, I'm gonna come see you.
You got to, because my folks just told me it's 74 miles from Indy. Not far at all.
Conversation's been going.
Okay. How you been doing? You're warm. It's cold here, man.
Well, it's relatively warm relatively cool for Texas.
Okay.
Right now at 3 a.m., it's about 70 degrees. So for us, that's actually a little cool.
70
and I'm
is cool?
debating about going to get my jacket.
70 is cool? Oh, my goodness. I would kill.
Well, and there's a breeze. During the day yesterday,
it was 85, but it felt like 90. So I was really burning up and sweating.
Yeah. So my staff is telling me it's currently right now where we are is 38 degrees.
Oh, all right. Well,
very
I'm just a wimpy Texas.
Very different. So how are your conversations been, Bruce, down there?
Our conversations have been good. We packed them back to backs.
Yeah.
My staff wanted to make sure I didn't have an opportunity to fall asleep. Probably the two main themes that keep coming up in our conversations is in the issue talking about poverty, that really saying that think the poverty of relationships is typically what goes first.
Yeah.
And once you lose those significant relationships, that makes the possibility of you ending up homeless more probable.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that definitely, there is, people think of poverty in one very narrow kind of definition, but you and I both know that there are all kind of definitions of poverty and poverty of relationships. It's all about relationships. That's why we're sitting here on the bench for 24 hours. We're trying to develop relationships because, Jesus had conversations everywhere. As you know, he had them at the well, on the road, at many hills, he had conversations, but it's all geared toward relationships, right? Conversations is a way toward developing relationships. And so that's one of the things we're learning here too, is not only are relationships important, but it's just the way that you meet people where they are. And that's what some of the stuff that's coming out for us.
Absolutely. And whatever the situation is in our society, you got to have those relationships, that communication. We've got to communicate with city leaders. We got to communicate with other partners in the city to hopefully have that collaboration that's needed to solve issues of poverty and homelessness in our communities.
Yeah.
And, I'm just happy and excited to see all across the nation that we all at least are sitting on the bench, are sitting across the table, that we have a seat at the table and can offer a Christian perspective on how to make our communities better.
Yeah, it's been a real blessing to do this. And I was complaining about how hard the bench is, but our bench has a story to it, and it's a pretty cool story. We have a pretty robust social enterprise part of our organization, and we include the thrift store in that. But also one of the other businesses that we operate down at our camp, which is our long-term addiction recovery program, is a pallet business, Bruce. And so the men in the program down there made this bench for me, specifically for me. And so
wow, that's neat.
Covered in blessings and prayers.
Also, they probably put you in some special gadgets. You probably got a little massager back there, and
I wish. I told them, couldn't you put some hydraulic systems and have this bench have a little give and take? It's just
right.
It's just wood, and it don't give and it don't take. Yeah.
And then I think the other main issue that I'm sure you've chatted about a lot is affordable housing.
Oh my goodness.
Rapid, inflation, and just how can people make ends meet.
Yeah.
And I chatted with people, when I get my tax statement from the county, for property taxes, and I look at my wife and say, I'm sure glad we're in this house right now, because otherwise we couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
So
it's getting pretty bad out there. You're exactly right, Bruce. The lack of affordable housing, it's a common theme. I've talked to, Tracy Gorman down in Evansville. I'm talking to you now. I talked to Matt Dildine out in Fresno. I talked to Tom DeVries there, and Tom is not in Boulder, but he's in Fresno as well. I mean, it's all the same kind of conversations. It's lack of safe, affordable housing. And so I told Tracy and I were talking, and it's gone from a nice to have to a must have, right? We've got
Right.
to really solve for that, not just as a community, but as a country, Bruce.
Right. And you, like I said, and someone else I was talking to earlier said you got to cut off the systemic things in your society, just helping in a negative way people become homeless, and then at the same time you need to have a stable economic system so that you don't price everybody out.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to be out of work or ministry anytime soon.
No, I mean, unfortunately not. And people ask me all the time, how can we solve homelessness? And
but you know, in spite of all of that, man, tell me something you're happy about this going on.
Something I'm happy about. I'm happy about what I'm seeing. You know, for our community, we're the largest provider here in the state of Indiana. But one of the things I've seen this last year or last 18 months is all of our community is really stepping up to the plate so that we don't have to, if you will, shoulder this burden by ourselves. People are really stepping up to the plate, and that's been a blessing for us, you know, and the new collaborations and partnerships that we're making has been just fantastic. It's only going to make our community stronger. And what that's allowing us to do, Bruce, I'm very happy about it. It's allowing us to put other resources into more of the programmatic elements, not just emergency shelter servicing, but more in the programmatic elements so that we can do some of that long-term hard work that's going to be necessary over the next 2 or 3 years. And so, but you know, I don't know about you and your finances, but you know, we don't receive government funds here. So a lot of the changes in the political landscape and the shifts in public funding is not really affecting us that much. You know, I don't want my donors to hear that, but it's not affecting us that much. And but other providers in the community, man, they are freaking out. And so we're there to try to help them and console them. But it's not a pretty picture out there. But one of the things that we're really, really happy about is the way the community's pulling together to try to solve some problems. Right. What about you down there?
Yeah, we don't take very many government funds. Our one fund is we do have a contract with the VA, where we try to help 50 homeless veterans get housing.
Okay.
And you know, when I think about some of those honor flights, et cetera, and the different people that have sacrificed so much for our country, you know, that's the one area where for sure we take funds. We believe that, you know, anyone that puts their life at risk to protect our freedoms ought to have, you know, the dignity and the place to live. But beyond that, we don't have anything else. But in our community, we are affected by it because, quite frankly, when other organizations that take a lot of government funds, when those funds are cut and they can't serve those people anymore,
where do they go? They go to you,
right? At our door. They show up at our door.
Yeah, they come to you. So it's the same way. And we have a pretty robust child care program called Compass Kids. And so back a little while ago, they were talking about cutting off really reducing school lunches. Well, we had a lot of conversations that if they do that, and I think it's all stalled in the courts and kind of held up and, you know, a lot of discussions and stuff. But if they do that, then we're gonna have to feed our kids before they go to school, and that's an indirect cost to us. But you know, we can't let our kids go to school without food.
That's right. And we have some good collaboration going on as well, and that's really the key. Because you know what happens, you know, in DC at the national level, that ebbs and flows back and forth, and it's really important, regardless of what the administration is in DC. You know, who's the mayor, who's the governor, we still got to get along.
It changes all the time
with our brother and
Bruce?
sister organizations.
All of those things fluctuate, and it changes all the time. But next week we're going to be 132 years old here at Wheeler Mission, and you know, and we've been here, you know, through all of those changes and ebbs and flows, and so you know that's always going to have those kind of fluid changes. But we've got to be here for the community.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. So, are you going to Grand Rapids? Am I going to see you at the next
I
National
will
City
see
Gate?
you in
And when is it? June or
about
May?
a week and a half, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I think 22nd. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see you there and we'll catch up and we'll have some conversations about that other group that we're going to be starting for some of that collaboration and mentoring and networking.
That'd be great. Yeah. I mean, and Bruce, I mean, you're on the National Board of City Gate, right? I think you are, right?
Right.
Yeah. So thank you so much for your work and your leadership and your stewardship there, because that organization, City Gate, as I was telling Tom earlier, is just the vision and leadership that you guys have shown by doing something like this and getting us all on a bench on the same day all around the country. You know, and 70 plus or so is a good start. But, you know, we got 300 of us around the country. So, you know, I like to see the day when we have, you know, a lot more of us sitting on the bench, same time all around the country.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we started off with about 12 in January,
Okay.
79 October. I bet next year we'll have at least 150, 150 to 200. It's going to be a good thing. And like I said, really for me, from a selfish point of view, it's helped my relationships in the city.
Yeah.
Because people are really appreciative of you sitting down and talking. And quite frankly, as you know, we're so busy and we're working so hard. We don't have a whole bunch of extra time to just sit down and look and peep and see what someone else is doing. But that time is so invaluable if we would just make that effort to really just dialogue. And I'm gonna do a better effort, you know, even through these conversations on the bench, setting up follow-up lunches, etc., so that we can network and figure out how to collaborate even more.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the key. It's all about relationships.
For sure. Well, I'm gonna try to take a little break before my next conversation at 4 a.m. and I'm waiting for the coffee shop to open up.
Well, it's what is it? It's for us, it's 4:45 right now, and another rush. I've got another rush coming at 6 o'clock, and game on. You know, we're in the home stretch, Bruce.
All right.
Okay.
Well, God bless you. Have a good one.
Good talking to you, Bruce. Good seeing you. Stay warm down there in your 70-degree weather, and I've got less than 40 degrees up here. So good talking to you.
That's true. All right. Take care.
See you, man. Bye.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail. And they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had. And you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time, it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
Hey, this is Brian Crispin. Welcome to Voices of Hope podcast. Today, I've got Perry Hines, our CEO here at Wheeler Mission. He's going to share not only some of his experiences here at Wheeler Mission, but also his personal journey on how God prepared him to be here. And he's got some great stories to tell about what he's experienced just in his few short years here at Wheeler Mission. So enjoy the podcast. I think you're going to love this one. Okay, I'm glad to have Perry Hines with us today. So Perry, welcome to the podcast.
Glad to be here, Brian.
Yeah, I'm excited to unpack some of your story today, but also as the CEO of Wheeler Mission, I know you've seen some amazing things and have some insight that most people don't get to hear about normally. So we're going to talk to you a little bit about that today. So thanks for coming.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So I met you a few years ago, and I know we were just talking about some of your story with your children, but tell us a little bit about you. I mean, what's your family like? Tell us how many kids you have. Tell us about Perry a little bit. What's Perry like?
Perry's a pretty boring story.
Okay.
Frankly. So pretty boring. I grew up in a small town in Kentucky, 900 people, one stoplight, one mailbox, 64 of my graduating class in high school. Grew up in a family of 6 boys, no girls.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now, try being the mother in that situation. So she tried 6 times to get a girl. She never got one.
Kept going.
And then she stopped after 6.
Oh, wow.
That's the kind of the family joke. And so, but no, I grew up in a real small clustered environment. First in my family to go to college, met my wife in college. And that was over 42 years ago. And so we've been married this September, coming up this September, 39 years.
39 years.
Yeah, we have 2 boys, a 35-year-old neurologist who lives in DC with my only 2 grandkids.
Yeah.
I wish you were here. And my youngest son, who just moved to Texas because he's got a girlfriend in Texas. He's a corporate lawyer now for T-Mobile.
Oh, wow. So you got family all the way from DC to Texas and here in Indiana.
Absolutely.
All right. And obviously Kentucky still as well.
Kentucky still. My other brother is in Alabama. So I used to have 5 brothers. Now I've got 2 other brothers. So three of them passed away, unfortunately.
Okay. So you've been in Indiana for how long?
So about 30 years. So
30
people
years.
ask me, am I a Hoosier? And I tend to say yes, because I've been here for 30 years. I might as well be a Hoosier, right? Even though I'm really from Kentucky.
Yeah, that's long enough to claim.
Oh,
right.
we're Hoosier. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. So you've obviously had a long career before you came to Wheeler. You've just been at Wheeler for a couple of years. So tell us a little bit about what prepares you to be here at Wheeler Mission. Kind of what was God's plan for you in your journey as he prepared you for this position that you have here? What did that look like?
I often tell people that I am the most unlikely CEO of a rescue mission that you ever would have imagined.
Yeah.
I'm not a pastor. You know, all of the other Wheeler Mission CEOs have been pastors. And so I come at from a little different angle. But I really feel that God has called me to this work, called me to this mission. And, you know, we've only been at it 2.5 years as CEO, been here 4. I can't believe I've been here for 4 years
Okay,
already.
yeah.
When I first came here in 2021, right in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah.
But it's just gone by so fast. But God has truly blessed us in this ministry. But I really feel that all the stuff that God has really prepared me for, you know, whether from a business perspective, working in my church, you know, we were a long time, just recently left, but a long time members of Northview.
Okay.
You know, almost 30 years at Northview, and all the ministering and pastoring kind of lay ministry I've been doing in my church, all of that stuff. God uses everything, you know, He doesn't waste anything, you know, and He's using all those things to help me help the folks that we see each and every night.
Yeah.
And our 200 plus employees and all of our donors and the volunteers. And so, you know, my journey here is not a straight path. Like a lot of folks, but it's been pretty circuitous.
Yeah.
But God has really, I think, prepared me for this time, for a time such as this.
And I bet as you've been through your time here at Wheeler, just in those 4 years, you probably looked back and be like, man, that's why I went through that situation, or that's what prepared me for this moment right here. Right. Like I know that happens to me a lot. It happens to me when I'm raising my kids too. Right. Like that's why God prepared me for this moment. But have you seen situations like that, like in your past, where it's like, man, I went through that and now it's allowing me to take care of this the way that God needs me to do it here at Wheeler Mission?
Oh yeah. It comes up every day. You know, every day there will be something that we have to deal with, you know, as the CEO. My job is to make sure everybody has the resources that they need, that we're pursuing our strategic and spiritual and operational and financial goals. All those things, you know, that's really what I concentrate on every day. And some days I might concentrate more on the spiritual goals. Someday I might concentrate more on the strategic goals. It just depends. But every day there's something new and something different. But you know, there's lots of examples I can point to. But you know, one of the things that recently kind of just impressed upon me, I recently had some health challenges.
Oh yeah.
And so being
just
laid
last
up
couple weeks, right? I mean,
last couple months, right? And so just laying up in a hospital gives you a lot of time to reflect and basically slow down. God was really telling me to slow down. And I think that's one of the lessons I'm taking from that is, in our hectic daily lives here in Indianapolis, you know, we're trying to make headway each and every day, you know, and do what's right for our guests that come through our doors every night. But at the same time, it's like sometimes I just feel like we're like little rats on a treadmill. It's just, we're pedaling so fast. But God allowed me time just to slow down, reflect, and really just get back and center and help me really refocus on what are we trying to do with Wheeler Mission? What are we trying to do in this mission, in the city, in our state, as well as nationally? And so, so one of the things that I've been seeing lately is to slow down and make sure that we are always listening to God.
Yeah. Yeah. And I bet during that time, you've had a chance to really reflect on your time at Wheeler Mission and some of the things that you've seen or been a part of. and just be able to sit in that moment a little bit longer in those memories and those thoughts, right? So, one of the things I wanted to ask you, because you've only been at Wheeler for 4 years, you've been the CEO for 2 years now,
2.5.
And
but who's counting?
Yeah, 2.5. And you took over for a 30-year veteran,
Yeah,
as Rick Alvis is our
incredible
former
man.
Yeah, and you've done a great job at that. But everything's been moving so fast. But to be able to sit and reflect, I mean, one of the things that people talk about a lot is there's a misconception on what someone who is experiencing homelessness is like, right? Like, what have they been through? What are their challenges? What are they like as a person? What's their story like? How do they get to that point? Is there anything that you've been able to learn just in your time here at Wheeler Mission, obviously reflecting during those moments you mentioned, that people would be interested to know, like, hey, I thought people would be like this, but they're not. They're like this, right? What do you think there?
Well, homelessness is a very complex issue.
Yeah.
There's no one thing that causes someone to become homeless. There are a multitude of reasons. There is usually an addiction of some type involved, either an alcoholic addiction or drug addiction. On top of that, you have usually some mental health challenges that come into play. You have those two kinds of things, and we see 60 to 70% of our folks every night have one or two of those, or if not both of them, that they're dealing with. And that's what we do, is come alongside them. But at the same time, there are other reasons that an individual can become homeless. Most of us, Brian, in this country are 1 or 2 or 3 paychecks away,
absolutely,
from being homeless, or one big medical bill away from becoming homeless, or one nasty protracted divorce, from homelessness. And so there are a lot of reasons that people show up at our door, not one specific reason. But what I found is, one of the biggest misconceptions is there are a couple, but one of the biggest ones is, a lot of people seem to think that homelessness is a result of something that the individual did or did not do.
It's their fault, right?
It's their fault, right? And nothing could be further from the truth. And so, like I said, oftentimes there are other circumstances in life, whether it's personal circumstances, addictions, mental health challenges, or whatever it is, that would cause someone to be homeless. Stats say that an individual can go in and out of homelessness 3 or 4 times in their life. And that's a pretty sobering statistic. It really is. And so, but that's a big misconception, is that they did it to themselves. It's their fault. They're a drug addict, and, they just want money for drugs.
It's not that simple, right?
It's not that simple. It's not a one size fits all. Another big misconception that I find frustrating quite a bit is that homelessness, if you're homeless, then you are more prone to being a criminal or committing crimes.
Yeah.
And that the statistics just don't bear that out. I mean, individuals experiencing homelessness are no more prone to committing crimes than the average citizen.
Yeah.
But what happens is, individuals who are unsheltered are just more visible. And then when crime occurs or something happens in the community, people tend to point fingers, and they tend to blame those individuals who are experiencing homelessness, and nothing could be further from the truth. Now, don't get me wrong.
There's certainly some issues there
there are some issues,
fault, right? Yeah,
there's some issues.
Yeah,
and does
like
crime
all
happen?
of us have fault, right?
Of
in
course,
a lot of situations.
of course. So those are a couple of the 2 biggest misconceptions that I see. But a third misconception, and it hits home. If you were to go into one of our shelters, say last Christmas, think about a 5, 6, 7-year-old kid, spending Christmas Day homeless, at our children and women's center, sleeping on a mat. Nothing more sobering, more heart-wrenching and gut-wrenching than that. Just knowing that a lot of other kids are waking up warm and snug in their beds, right? Going downstairs and going to their Christmas tree and finding presents from Santa and eating cookies and hot cocoa. But homelessness does not take a vacation. It does not recognize holidays.
And those memories are memories that they'll have their whole life. That they woke up on Christmas morning with no place to call their own, right? Those are stories they'll tell their whole life.
That's right.
And there's trauma there too. That you and I probably can't relate to, but we get to see that every day. I think, you're so right that it's not simple, right? And a lot of times people have a simple fix when they are asked about homelessness, like, well, they should just get a job, or they should just be able to, clean up and get off whatever they're on and move on, right? Or just go get a place to live and get a roommate and move on, right? But it's deep, dark trauma in some of these people's lives, and you've seen that. So I mean, there's 700 to 800 people here every single night. And what always strikes me is you sometimes you meet that person in that moment. They're 50, 60 years old, but that person once was a 22-year-old a married man or woman, or they were a 15-year-old kid in high school, right? Like they have a story to tell. And that's when it's fun, is when you get to hear the stories and hear where they're from, and then you get to see that life restored, right? Ultimately.
Well, it's when you really get right down to it, it's about relationships.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's about stories. Behind every story, there's a person.
Yeah.
Behind every person, there is a reason that they find themselves in the situation. And we know, from our worldview, that God cares about every single person and every single story.
Yeah.
And so we're blessed, I'm blessed every day to hear those kinds of stories and hear the impact that we're making. But at the same time, knowing that there's so much more we could do, so much more that is still left to do in this community.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there is. And so that leads into one of the things I want to talk to you about. So we're coming up here in about a few weeks. We're looking at World Homeless Day. Yeah. And something that Wheeler Mission is going to take part in a lot of different activities, raise awareness towards not only the issues here locally, but the issues that are going on nationwide. And people have a lot of questions. They don't really understand, again, what causes homelessness. Like, what is the magnitude? What are the numbers really like when it comes to how many people are experiencing that? And so on October 10th, World Homeless Day will be here. So talk to us a little bit about, like, obviously you've been in this space for a while now. What are some alarming numbers that you've noticed nationwide or locally? And I mean, what are those statistics? What are some statistics that stand out?
Well, World Homeless Day happens every year, right?
Yeah.
Around the same time.
Yeah.
It's an opportunity to really shine a spotlight on the issue of homelessness from a national perspective. And so one of the things that we want to do this year is highlight, not only from a national perspective, but also from a local perspective, the issues dealing with homelessness. So, but nationally, homelessness is on the rise. It's just no question, no getting around that. The numbers are pretty alarming, Brian, frankly, from a national perspective. There's something called a PIT count, PIT, point in time count.
Yeah.
It's really more or less a national census that the government does every year. And it's just a way for them to allocate funds, to the states and the cities to help combat the homeless problem or homeless issue. But, last year, they haven't really released a PIT count for 2025 yet nationally, but we know in 2024, it's one night.
Yeah.
Usually in January, February, they never really tell you too much in advance what the night's going to be, just so that nobody can game the numbers of the system. But they take a census of those individuals who are in shelters like ours, those individuals who are unsheltered, those individuals who are in the nooks and crannies of various parts of our city, and they come up with a number. Last year in 2024, that number was just shy of 700,000.
Oh, wow.
Nationally, 700,000.
Wow.
And then you would have cities like New York City, who is responsible for at least 350,000 of the 700, like half of it.
Yeah.
Right. And then you would have a big drop off with other big cities like Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Los Angeles County. I think they're coming in around 75,000 or so. So a big drop off from 350,000 to 75,000. These are people.
Yeah.
These are not stats. These are not numbers. These are individual people that we're talking about. This year, we know the PIT count for Indianapolis. And we know it's an undercount, because if you're homeless and you don't really want to be counted that evening,
you're gonna avoid that, right?
You're not going to be found.
Yeah.
Right. That number for Indianapolis was 1,815 this year. And we're so fixed on that number. We know it's a 7% increase from last year.
Yeah.
And that's on top of, Brian, a 5% increase the year before.
Yeah.
So homelessness is on the rise nationally. It's on the rise here in Indianapolis. But I mean, I have great faith in our citizens of Indianapolis. You know what? We have a great city.
Yeah.
We have people who rise to the occasion. And I know we can meet this challenge together. We can meet this challenge.
Yeah. So Indianapolis, obviously not the scale that we see on some of the big cities, but the trend is the same, right?
Exactly.
That this is a growing issue that is impacting every city around the country, right? So what I know there's talk just a little bit about the unique aspects of Indianapolis itself, right? Like this 1,800 number is smaller than other big cities, but there are unique challenges here in Indianapolis that other cities don't experience, and there are nonprofits stepping up in places here locally where maybe they don't in other cities. So tell us a little bit about the landscape here in Indianapolis.
Well, Indianapolis, there was a study done several years ago by Baylor University. It showed that Indianapolis is the largest metropolitan area without a city shelter.
Yeah.
And our city has starting to look at that and address that. But up until this point, we've had no city shelter. And you have to ask yourself, why?
Why? Yeah.
Why? Well, because they've had Wheeler Mission and other service providers.
But that speaks to how much the city loves and relies on Wheeler Mission too, right? And the work being done at Wheeler Mission too, right?
Absolutely.
You've seen that.
Now that's unique for Indianapolis, but also unique for us is, and we know that 1815 number is an undercount nationally. There's evidence that number is a 10 to 15% undercount.
Yeah.
So you basically, if you add on another couple hundred people, that's over 2,000 a night that are unhoused. Just point of reference and context. At the height of the pandemic back in 2020, that number was over 2,200 a night in Indianapolis, and that's when the city and Wheeler partnered up to run hotels. There was just an overflow. We had an unmet need, and we had to rise to the occasion. And so.
Okay. And is it over here, Jamie, blinking or the non-blinking one? Is it this one? Okay. Okay, great. Hi, guys. We're back here at Conversations on a Bench. And it's about 5:10 in the morning. And we're coming up on the home stretch. And I am so fortunate to have a very valuable member of Wheeler's team for how long, Shauna?
17 years.
17 years. Shauna Rice.
Yes.
She's one of our directors at our Center for Women and Children for the last 17 years. And so Shauna's got a big job. And I'm so fortunate. She just rolled up here, didn't know she was coming. And so I'm just real happy that she came to keep me up and just have a little conversation on the bench here.
Yeah.
So welcome, Shauna.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I thought I'd help you stay awake.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really happy that you did. So tell us a little bit about your work at the CWC. You said you've been here 17 years.
I have.
And I bet you had a couple of 2 or 3 different roles there,
A few,
right?
yeah. I started as a case manager in emergencies.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Shelter services, yeah. And I've been case manager over our long-term programs.
Okay.
Over our family programs,
Okay.
and then I moved into more administrative roles.
And that's what you're doing right now, right?
Well, it has become what I'm doing
Okay,
now, but
okay.
that position grew a lot. And
Well, particularly when we had the expansion, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You had a lot more square footage.
Oh, yeah.
To take care of.
Yes.
And tell us a little bit about how you got to Wheeler 17 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little bit about your journey. And I got a couple of surprise questions I always ask everybody. And I'm going to ask you too.
Okay.
So tell me how your butt got here on the bench.
Well, I am from here originally.
Okay.
And I moved away to New Mexico. I forgot what year now.
New Mexico.
Yeah, Albuquerque. I loved it.
Oh,
it was
it
beautiful.
nice?
Beautiful.
It's warm. I know that.
Yes, it's hot. And then I decided to come back home.
Okay.
And I was working gainfully employed down there, but when I came back up here for whatever reason, well, I know the reason now, but
of course you
I
do.
could not buy a job. I could not pay anyone to hire me, and that was very unusual and frustrating and depressing.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of tears. I had a young son, and I needed to be able to support him.
Of course.
So I had to do a lot of praying and fasting and talking to people.
But God led you home for a reason, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
He did.
And now
absolutely.
you're surrounded by
I actually
family
came
and friends.
and I actually came to Wheeler to volunteer
Oh, did you?
because I could not find a job. I came to Wheeler to volunteer and tour of the old care center where I started.
Yeah.
The assistant director at that time said, well, here's an application.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking for a job.
Yeah.
And before I even got a chance to volunteer, I became a staff person.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was 17 years ago.
17 years ago.
Yeah. Well, we're so fortunate and privileged to have you on staff here at Wheeler, and your journey is an incredible one. We're blessed that you are pouring back into the women and the children over there at the CWC.
Yeah.
Colleen, you're one of her right-hand people. I know she could not do without you.
I couldn't do without her either, but yeah, we've been there a long time together, working together, so it's worked out.
Yeah.
That's why I went to the care center at the time.
Yeah.
I just love pouring into women specifically, and seeing them grow and letting them know that they're seen and heard. I see them, I hear them. I care about them and they are worthy.
Yeah.
And that was just really important to me. And so I get to do that every day. I love it.
Yeah. So tell me some of the things that over the last 17 years, not only working with CWC, but also in the city, you know, I think we have a great, a group of people and group of organizations that work to get together collaboratively.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it's changed over the last 17 years. And so tell me some of the changes you've seen, and are you encouraged by those changes? Are you inspired by those changes? And
yeah, I am, because there's a lot of collaboration now. Now, when I started, there was some, but over the years it has grown, and I've developed relationships with different agencies that have truly benefited me as a person, and me as a staff person, and then benefited the women that I serve. So I love all the collaboration that's happening right now. We're right in the midst of planning for the coldest time of the year.
Exactly. What, December? We changed the date.
We did.
From November 1st to December 1st.
We did.
But it's still cold here.
Still cold. Yes. Yes. So that is lots of collaboration. Lots of people and agencies are at the table for that.
Yeah, we're privileged and fortunate that the community is coming together, and that they're coming together. As Wheeler really needs to not do a pivot, but also just do some, maturing of our operations, pouring more into our programmatic elements,
right,
so that we can continue to do the good work we've been doing here. Next Tuesday is our birthday.
I heard 132 years.
132 years. And so, we're excited by that. Now, this is authentic conversations on a bench, right?
Yeah.
Honest, raw conversation.
Be careful.
And so, exactly.
You never know what I'll say. No, go ahead.
I think I heard that somewhere. And that's exactly why I'm so happy that you just showed up. She got up out of her bed, guys, and came to talk to us and have a conversation on the bench. And so tell me what God's been doing in your life lately, and how that's going to help pour into women and children even more than you've been doing, even probably for the first 15 years here at Wheeler.
Yeah. So I've grown a lot this past year and a half. I do.
You know where I'm going.
I do. This past year and a half has been pretty tough, but I've grown tremendously as a person and as a Christian, as a child of God. And I have been able to share my testimony with the women that are also going through things. We just had a community meeting on Tuesday, actually.
A listening session, right?
Yes. And I shared a little bit of what was going on as a prayer request, because that particular day I had been sick from the medicine that I have to take. I was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer back in May of 2024. And it's been a battle. With God's help, I'm winning. But just in being able to open up a little bit and share some of me that allows for the women to see me as a person. They appreciated it. They thanked me for sharing myself.
And they had not heard that before?
They had not, because they were fairly new. And that from that, relationships have been developing. I
mean, you're somebody who talks to them and not somebody who talks at them,
right?
Because you're going through your own struggles, and so you can understand. So they know that you understand their struggles, right?
Yeah, I've always been able to do that, thankfully, and building relationships. Relationships are super important to me.
Yeah.
They've always been important to me. So I've done what I can to make sure that the women that we serve see that, know that, and know that they can come and talk to me about whatever. And I'll pray with them. I'll talk to them. We'll laugh together. We'll cry together. All the things. And just being that stable person if they don't have one in their lives.
And my wife, if you're up, I don't think you probably are, because you signed off to me, in a phone message and about 11 o'clock. So, but this is the lady, I think who we cooked some meals for, brought up to her house. And so just want you to make sure that that this is Sean.
Yes, and I truly appreciated that. The whole Wheeler Village just surrounded me at that time. And I'm so grateful for everyone holding up my arms when I couldn't. It's been amazing. It's been an amazing journey here at Wheeler.
Tell me about that village a little bit. I mean, God led you back here from New Mexico of all places, but he led you back here. He was preparing the ground, tilling it for you because you needed that group of people, village here over the last year and a half or so. So tell me a little bit about your family and kind of, and I know you got a real strong relationship with at least one sister that I know of.
Yes. So I have 3 sisters. Okay. 2 are here. One is in the Chicago area. Okay. I'm super close to my family. Good. My parents, super close to my parents. We're all spoiled. Even at my grown age.
Girls?
Yes.
No boys?
No boys.
Oh my goodness.
The only boy is my son, Jonathan.
Oh, nice.
He's 28.
And he's spoiled now because he's surrounded by all these strong women.
Oh, he's rotten.
But how old is Jonathan?
He's 28.
28. Okay.
Yeah. And he's a teacher mentor in the public school system.
Nice.
Because he wants to be able to pour into those who are at risk to make sure that they graduate. And I think because my mom was a teacher.
Oh, well, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, she retired after 40 years.
Wow, IPS?
Yes, she ended at IPS.
Wow.
Yeah, and he saw that. He saw me caring and pouring.
You saw the example,
to people here,
right?
And he wanted to do the same. Yeah. And I have wonderful friends that there was no hesitation when I told them my diagnosis. The first thing they said was, "I'm praying for you, and what do you need?" And it's just been amazing since. It's been wonderful. Yeah.
And, so this is a question I've been asking everybody. If you're a queen for a day, right, and you can wave a huge magic wand, I'm here to listen. As CEO, one of the things I have to do is gather as much information as I can, get creative ideas, innovative solutions to some of the barriers and the issues that we're facing. If you had a magic wand that you could wave, what would that be? What are 1 or 2 things that you want to tell me that I could take back upstairs to the executive team table that would make your work better, or make the work that you're doing with our women easier? What are those 1 or 2 things? Now, unlimited resources.
Okay.
Yeah, magic wand.
Yeah.
And think big.
Okay, think big.
Tell me 1 or 2 things that we can do.
Well, I've been to a couple of different missions, and they had like a more of a campus environment.
Campus atmosphere.
Love that.
Yeah.
So that would be great.
Okay.
I love that we
got kind
are
of a campus over there at CWC.
We do.
But you don't have any men.
Right.
Yeah, it's not a true campus.
That
right?
leads to my next wish. Us serving men with children would be a wonderful thing.
It's a growing need for sure.
It is a growing need, and we've seen that need grow more and more. There are a couple shelters that do house men with children.
Yeah.
I would like to be able to be part of that so we can serve that population. So there's stability with them.
Wow,
also.
those are big and bold. You don't know this yet, but we've just gone through part of our strategic planning process. We've gone through this research with a group called Arbor Research Group, right? They've been looking at our programs and our effectiveness, and we just heard the recommendations yesterday.
Oh,
and
right.
I'm sure Colleen has not had a chance to tell you about it, but one of the things that they noted was an opportunity with men with children.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So
That's
you didn't even know that.
I did not know that.
So that's part of their comprehensive recommendations that they presented yesterday.
Okay.
And so we're going to be taking a look at a lot of different things.
Good.
And so,
that's exciting.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And so it is a growing need. And so it's just nobody is stepping up and helping people meet that need.
Right. Yeah. Just a couple. And it's just really limited space for those shelters. So that's
So
great.
I've got another person here waiting for me that,
Okay.
and I don't even know where the cat dragged him in from, but, somebody who worked here for over 28 years, and I'm anxious to talk to him, but I cannot believe you rolled up. Hey, folks, she has a muscle car. This is a girl who loves the roar of the engine, right? And so,
I do.
And I couldn't believe when you rolled up, and so I was so happy to see you, and and she came over here, and I said, "You smell good." That's what showers do for you.
That's what showers do.
I cannot wait to take a shower.
It was good to talk to you.
It's been great talking to you. Go home and get some sleep. I know
I'm
you
gonna
said
go to work.
You have some. Okay.
I'm just gonna go right down the street and
Down
work
the
for a little
street?
while, then
Okay.
I'll go home and rest.
Okay. I
It's
know
the
you got some
weekend.
insomnia, so
Yeah.
How can I be praying for you?
You can pray for my sleep
Okay. I'll do that.
and just continued health.
Okay.
My medicine has pretty significant side effects, and they're really, really getting to me this week for whatever reason. So
Hang
that
in
would be
there.
great.
We'll be praying for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
stopping
you.
by. I
It's
love
good
it.
to talk to
Okay.
you.
And that's another great conversation on the bench with Shauna Rice. She's one of our directors at the CWC. And so we're just so blessed and so fortunate to have her I'm getting loopy, guys, have her here with us. And so thank you, Shauna. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
You good luck.
We still got some hours to go.
You do.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Give me a hug, girl.
Thank you.
Okay. She still smells good, folks.
Every woman's journey is different, but at Wheeler Mission, hope begins with a safe place to heal, grow, and dream again. Our women's residential services provide more than just shelter. They offer stability, care, and a path forward, no matter what challenges you're facing. Many women first arrive through our emergency shelter, exhausted, uncertain, and ready for a new chapter. From there, we offer a bridge to something deeper, the opportunity for lasting transformation. For women unable to pursue traditional employment due to physical or mental health challenges, our wellness program offers a place to stabilize and rebuild. Our work readiness program empowers women seeking employment and independence. Over 6 to 9 months, women gain job readiness training, financial literacy, and career support, all in a Christ-centered, trauma-informed community. For women overcoming addiction, Higher Ground offers a long-term, faith-based residential recovery program. With a focus on spiritual growth, accountability, and transformation, guests walk in grace toward lasting freedom. At Wheeler Mission, our goal is not to just meet short-term needs, but to walk with women through life transformation. Step by step, we help them rediscover identity, build confidence, and embrace a hopeful future. Because with the right support, a woman doesn't just survive, she thrives. Wheeler Mission. Help, hope, healing.
We're going on.
Wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, see, real quick. Hi, guys. We're back here with Conversations on a Bench. And, we're coming upon the 6 o'clock hour. And somebody who rolled up, in quite a surprise for me, but a very pleasant surprise, my good friend, Steve Kerr. Steve, welcome. Thank you for coming and sitting on this hard bench with me at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, hey, you've got some cushions. It's good to go, and
we do.
I just want to come down and support the mission, support
Thank you,
my
sir.
good friend, support you.
Thank you.
And say good morning.
Good morning. The streets are going to start to get pretty lively here.
Yeah, they will. They
on a
will.
Friday morning.
Yeah.
But Steve worked here and helped at the Wheeler Mission for over 28 years,
Yep.
was it?
Yep.
As our chief development officer, and Steve was just extremely instrumental in a lot of the aspects of the ministry. And believe it or not, Steve is a runner, and he started what we have is the drumstick dash over. Now we're going to 22nd year,
Yeah.
right? And so that's just been a phenomenal thing for not only Indianapolis but for Wheeler Mission. And so, but Steve, thank you for coming. And keeping me up. Right.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I need a little boost this morning.
A little boost, and I'm slurring my words. I'm a little loopy. I've been taking little cat naps.
There. Oh, good.
Yeah,
good for
yeah,
you.
Exactly.
Good for
But
you.
as you can see, we got a whole cadre of people here.
Oh, yeah, this is
Just
great.
It's a pretty cool setup.
It
right?
really is. This nothing like this happened under my watch, under development
Now,
watch.
y'all
So
went to the track though. I know
We did.
You went to the track, and it was overnight at the track, right?
5 overnights.
5.
Yeah, we
Oh, my
had.
goodness.
That was called Camp Out to Stamp Out Homelessness.
Camp Out to Stamp
And
Out.
the George family at that point said, "Hey, we'll open our doors for you, and you can come and camp out in the infield for 5 consecutive nights."
Oh my goodness! And you guys did it. Didn't it rain a whole
It
lot?
did.
or-
It did. I slept in the back of a box truck with Rick Alvis,
Oh, I'm
which
so
was
sorry.
which was not a pleasant experience at all.
He was on Zoom with me about 10:30
Yeah, I
last
heard.
night.
Yeah.
From Dallas, and I said, "How warm is it?" He said, "Oh, it's kind of cool. It's about 70." I said, "Oh God, whatever."
Boy, this is nippy.
It's
But
nippy. It's
you're representing well.
exactly
and,
right. This is one of my favorite jackets, right? I
Yeah.
call it the Golden Maid jacket. You know why I call it that? Because it got gold in here.
you are styling.
But it keeps me really warm.
Yeah,
It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, and this isn't bad. I don't know what I forgot to watch the news this morning. This isn't bad.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
No.
But
it was supposed to be a little frost.
Yeah,
But
I
I
haven't seen
don't
it.
think it materialized. As usual, the weather people got it wrong. Sorry, but you got it wrong again.
And I know you've emphasized this time and time again, but boy, our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness is nothing compared to what they're going to experience in a few weeks or a few months.
It's not. It's not. We're getting ready to go up in the winter season, as you know.
Yeah.
After 28 years here, you know what we're getting ready to experience.
I do.
So winter comes, every single year around the same time, and Steve knows exactly what we're going to be facing in our shelters. But you know what? It's a privilege to be here and to be able to serve, the 700, 800, 900 people a night per night that's going to come through our doors. And so what I want to do is just talk to you a little bit about your experiences at Wheeler. And, I know you got a lot of funny stories, but and some of the most impactful stories that I've been seeing and talking on the bench here with have been some of our program graduates.
Sure.
And kind of the life transformation stories that they have gone through. And we're on a live feed. And I don't know if you know Chazelle Moore. He was at camp, and he's been up here with us for about 2 years now, and living right up there at the MRC. Cowboy, he just broke down on camera.
Oh, gosh.
And I had to give him a few moments, just
Wow.
on camera. And,
Wow.
But that's really what it's all about, right? Life transformation.
No question about it. And my own personal experience is thinking about my right hand guy in the drumstick dash, Brian Crispin.
Yep.
Your right hand guy in the drumstick
he is,
dash.
He is.
Started out at camp.
Yep.
Lost in a bottle. Parents dropped him off.
Yeah, from Cincinnati. They dropped him off right here.
Yeah, almost said fix him.
Yeah.
Like a lot of parents think, we're in the fixing business, and and God certainly is in the fixing business. And I think of Brian's experience and what the man that Brian has become.
Yeah.
And that's the blessing of working and being associated with Wheeler Mission, is seeing those transform lives.
Yeah, it's about life transformation.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, we do provide food, clothing, and shelter, all the emergency shelter services, but we're so much more than that.
Absolutely.
We're drug and alcohol addiction recovery programs, job readiness training programs, and counseling of all types and stripes. And so but that's just a little known fact about us that people just don't know. We're happy to do the emergency shelter service, and we have to, right? Because we're, that's one of our major roles here in the city.
That's the door.
It is.
That
It's the
often
front
is
door.
the door.
Front
Let
door.
people in. Anybody can feed and clothe and house and shelter people who are experiencing homelessness. But we go way beyond that by offering them hope.
We do, yeah. Help, hope, and what's the last one?
Healing.
Healing, exactly right.
I had to think for a minute.
Yeah, come on. Steve retired a couple years ago, and tell us what you've been doing since retirement. I love to hear your story.
Oh my gosh, it's been such a blessing to be able to retire and spend time with grandkids.
Game changer, grandkids.
It really is. You know that.
Yes,
it
I do.
really is a game changer. But I've got 2 here locally. I've got one in Arkansas, which I miss desperately.
Wow.
But the 2 here I get to spend a lot of time with. They go to the Oaks Academy, of which I'm on their board of trustees.
Great school.
At
Great
the Oaks
school.
Academy. So I get to see the boys and get involved with the Oaks Academy quite often. I'm delivering Meals on Wheels, something I started when I was still at Wheeler during the pandemic.
Oh, wow.
Working from
5 years
home.
ago. Wow.
Yeah, I had some time at home. I don't tell Rick Alvis I snuck out during the day. So I hope he's not watching.
I think he knew that.
I think he may have. But I encouraged my staff at the time to volunteer, get involved in not just Wheeler, but to get involved and engage in the community. So I'm still doing Meals on Wheels.
Yeah.
I'm getting
that's not been cut, and kind of the changes in government funding and the landscape, they haven't cut that.
No, still
That's
going
fantastic.
strong.
That's fantastic.
Still going strong. I'm leaving here in just a few minutes to go to a men's Bible study that I've just been so involved with for the last 3 years.
Wow.
That I've really enjoyed.
Wow.
My wife is a teacher at Park Tudor, so this will be her last year, and then, boy, we're off on a jet plane.
You're off to the races, right?
Yeah.
So how did Amy let you come out of the bed and come and talk to me this morning?
She's still asleep. I mean, she is still sleeping. I set the coffee pot on auto for her, and I was out of there.
Oh yeah. Still, so you're also a rower? Did I hear?
I did. I rode for a number, and that's a tough word to understand. And here, because I'm not rowing. I rode, not a bicycle, but a boat, an 8-man.
A boat.
Yeah, a boat at Eagle Creek, and enjoyed that so very much. Great exercise. I'm still. I don't think you can call it running anymore. What I do,
Yeah.
I don't legally.
Really?
I don't think you can call it running, but I still get out about 5 days a week.
Oh, good for you.
3-4 miles a day.
Wow.
Go to the YMCA. But my whole hope is just I still love Wheeler Mission.
Yeah.
Of
course, you were here for 28 years.
Part of my life, a huge part of my life. The Drumstick Dash coming up. Drumstickdash.org. Register today.
That's right.
Gratuitous plug.
He's always doing that, and Steve is on our Drumstick Dash board actually, and so we just had our meeting.
Yeah.
Not too long ago, and so he's still guiding and advising and giving us all his sage, wise counsel.
Yeah, gosh, I don't know how sage or wise, but it's a blessing to be involved, and I think about the amazing transition at the Drumstick Dash from day one to what it's become to day 4. Those who are experiencing homelessness. That's the key about that is every penny raised in the Drumstick Dash stays right here at Wheeler Mission to support those who are experiencing homelessness.
Steve is the master of sound bites, and so Steve coined the phrase for Drumstick Dash. What is it, Steve?
Move your feet so others can eat.
Move your feet so others can eat. What a great phrase, but it gets right at the heart of what Drumstick Dash is all about. And so
do I get a royalty for every time that is said?
Don't you wish?
Shouldn't I?
Don't you wish? I bet you do. If anybody deserves it, you deserve
I don't know
it,
about
Steve.
that, but one quick story. I know you've heard this one, but I think probably year 2, 3, 4, we always had a lift to get above the crowd, ready, set, go, and all that stuff. And
I know this story.
you know this story. The mayors of Indianapolis have always been there supporting this organization.
Supported us
Still
very
today, we're looking forward to seeing Mayor Hogsett this year. But at that point, Mayor Ballard was up in the lift with us, and we did the ready, set, go, and we're waving at the crowd. And it's time for the mayor's looking and said, it's time to go on to the next.
You're in one of these cherry picker
Yeah,
things, right?
Exactly. Yeah, high above the crowd. And they left me the keys and said, enjoy without any instruction on how to operate the thing. So we're up in the lift. Time for the mayor to go, and it will not come down. I mean, it's stuck.
So the mayor is stuck.
Mayor's stuck.
Way up in the sky.
Yeah, he's stuck 20 feet in the air with me and maybe Rick Alvis or a couple other people in there. Calabro, I'm not sure who else was there.
Yeah.
And he's such a great sport. Yeah. He is such a great sport. But his security guy said, you get him down or somebody's going to jail.
I think you got him down.
He did quickly. And he was kidding. Chad Gray was the mayor's security guy at the point, and he was kidding. And the mayor was such a great sport about that. But I think what happened is there was a switch at the bottom of the lift to control it, switch at the top. Somebody had flipped the switch at the bottom. The upper controls didn't work at all.
Oh, wow.
So I'm panicky, trying to get the mayor down, thinking, I'm in trouble. I'm in big trouble.
Here you got all these runners,
Yeah.
right? Ready to start. Right?
Cameras, everything.
It was the spotlight was definitely on you.
Yeah, it was not pretty.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're so happy that you started Drumstick Dash, and we will continue in that tradition as best we can, Steve. Nobody can do it like you, but you taught Brian well.
Thank you.
Brian has been a great contributor to the organization, and it's just Brian is a poster child for us, right?
He really
As
is.
you know,
He really is.
And Brian is the first executive, first program graduate to sit at the executive team table. And so that voice is that lived experience.
Yeah.
It's just something that money can't buy.
Exactly. And just a totally different perspective.
Yeah.
And you think about Brian's story times thousands over the years.
Yeah. Tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands. You're right. And that's such a great legacy that you have now working as the CEO of Wheeler Mission, that all of us who have now retired and moved on, to think about that teeny tiny contribution, but it's God. It is God all the way who changes those lives.
And Steve still gives me his advice, and he's helped us out so much, even after he retired, even after this guy has retired. Yeah, he still loves Wheeler Mission. He still helps us out in so many different ways. And so I'm always going to lean on you, brother.
I hope so. I hope so.
As long as you're here and not in Arkansas or wherever your other grandchild is.
Yeah.
And so, but thank you so much for stopping by.
Boy, my pleasure. My pleasure.
Now you're going to go to your Bible study.
Going to Bible study.
What are you studying?
We're just starting today, 1st and 2nd Thessalonians.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
That's in the New Testament, by the way.
Is it? Is
yeah.
That what that is?
Yeah. I just want to make sure you knew that.
1 Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians.
Exactly.
Like 2 Corinthians.
Exactly. Exactly. So looking forward to that start of the new study, and
wow.
Boy, praying for you, praying for the mission. This is such a neat event. And I know you're going to make it for the next 6 hours.
Yeah.
9 hours. Sorry.
Till 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, 9 hours.
3 o'clock.
And you got the heater, and
and they fed me well. And I said something earlier today, and I told them I need some donuts. And next thing you know, donuts appear. Donuts show up. And so
I drove by Long's this morning on the way, and I thought, I'm going to stop and bring Perry. I didn't have any cash. Long's, cash only.
Cash only.
Cash only. I said, I have no cash on me.
That's
So
old school.
Perry is out when it comes to Long's
Well,
donuts.
somebody brought me some donuts from somewhere else. Not as good as Long's,
No,
right? But donuts. A donut is a donut. It'll do.
When you're sitting on a bench, a donut is a donut.
A pretty hard bench. So we'll do this next year. We learned a couple of things. But I don't think we'll probably do a couch. Like the guy in Portland. But we'll make this a little softer.
Good.
So
good. Well,
Steve,
God bless you, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate
Pleasure.
you. Thank you.
Such
for
a pleasure.
by.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Do you want to
Okay. Guys, that was Steve Kerr, who for 28 years served as our Chief Development Officer here at Wheeler Mission. And so he's left an indelible impact on our organization and on the city of Indianapolis. And so that's all I got to say. And, I think now we're going to change the tank here for the heater, because it's getting low. We've been running it full stop all night, but they're going to change the heater for me and change the propane tank in there so we can get some heat going here. But that's conversations on a bench, and I look forward to talking to you, at the next break. Thanks a lot.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Hey.
Well, I was doing quite well. I just bought a car and I got off and messing with the wrong people and wind up blowing all my money and wind up living in my car. Things had just gotten so bad that I was really ready to just give up, because I was thinking death gotta be easier than the way I'm living. I went out one night, got me a little smoke, got a water hose. I put it to the tailpipe, rolled up the windows, and I just started smoking. I said I was going to go to sleep. That's the way I looked at it. But what really saved me, I know you commit suicide, you're going to hell. So I thought I would ask God to forgive me for what I'm about to do. And that's when he spoke to me and told me, no, I have something for you. Trust in me, be patient, and you will get it. And ever since then, I had no worries. It's been Buma Matata, is what I call it. No worries. Stay on the path, which I call follow the yellow brick road. And now I'm at the end of it. I got me an apartment as of the 21st, and I have a chance to start my life all over again. So you tell me, God is not good. God is awesome. But you just got to believe. You just got to believe. Because I wouldn't even be here today if he hadn't have spoke to me, if I hadn't have prayed for him to forgive me and he spoke to me, I wouldn't even be here today. Because I was convinced I was going to go to sleep. And that's what I was going to do, take a nap. Would have been a long one, but I was going to take a nap. That's my story. I learned about Wheeler when I went to the hospital, because during that time, I had got frostbite on my foot. They had to amputate my baby toe. When I went to Eskenazi, they told me about Wheeler. That's how I found out about Wheeler. It's a good place. They accepted me in. You know, they took care of me because I didn't have no place to go. And there need to be more places like Wheeler in the world, because there's a lot of us that doesn't have a place to go. And without people donations or help, then we wind up on the streets. Look at the smile. Big change. I want to live now. I want to go on in life. You know, I've been given a second chance, and I'm going to take full advantage of it.
Wheeler Mission Bloomington exists today because of the great need within our community. Like every other community in our nation today, we are suffering with the long-term effects of homelessness and generational poverty. Today at Wheeler Mission Bloomington, we offer a low barrier emergency sheltering. So for those who need a place to stay overnight, whether you're suffering with addictions, whether you're suffering with aging, whether you're suffering with a developmental disability, or whatever their need is for tonight, they can find a bed and they can find hope. We offer Christ-centered programs that address the spiritual element in a person, those experiencing not only poverty, but also spiritual poverty. And so that we can introduce them to Christ, giving not only hope for today and the things needed for today, but also hope beyond this. So we've been connected with Wheeler Mission for about 25 years as a church, and we see them as partners in this community. As a church, we want to come alongside of people in our community that are doing good things that Jesus would be doing. And I think that he would be right there serving alongside of Dana and the crew at Wheeler Mission because they're doing such a great job of making an impact with the homeless population here in Bloomington. We've been financial supporters of Wheeler. We have sent volunteers there to serve and to help. And we've actually learned a lot from them. Too, along the way of how we can come alongside of people who are just at risk and hurting and looking for Jesus. And so the partnership, I feel like, has gone both ways. We hopefully have been able to serve them, but in a lot of ways, I think that they have also made us a better church.
You know, we all go about our days and we see people who don't have the privilege and opportunity that we have. And it should demoralize our whole community and our country that we allow this. And so we have loved Wheeler for opening their hearts, because that's the work that is done here. And to let people know that we care, there's people out here who care. And Wheeler also provides an opportunity for the community to step in and be a part of that too. So there's more understanding and just a value add across the board for the community, for people who have lost so much, and for community partners and citizens that want to contribute in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I think that one of the differences that is in Indy, when we lived there are certainly homeless. And you go downtown Indianapolis or whatever, you see homeless. But it's much different in a community like Bloomington. Like, so we moved down here 7 years ago. And here it's because it's a smaller city, it's like, wow, this is really in your face. You just really feel like these are real people with real needs, and they're everywhere.
The effects of homelessness impacts us all. It leads to greater health risks, including disease and behavioral or mental health challenges. Housing provides a safe environment, reduces stress, and better access to health care. At IU Health, we are honored to support Wheeler Mission and other community organizations that are dedicated to helping our unhoused and vulnerable populations. Together, we can provide a healthier and more compassionate community.
I think the urgency in addressing homelessness is that it's very easy for us not to see it and not to take action. When I was growing up, one of the things that my parents used to tell us, if you do nothing, it grows, right? You don't till your yard, it grows. You don't, cultivate the weeds out of your yard, it's going to grow. And so I think when we think about homelessness, if we really want to see a decline in homelessness, we need to address homelessness where it is. It doesn't mean that we're going to have a society that's completely homeless free. I think that we set high expectations, but the reality is some people may not be ready. But for those that are, I think that it's important for us to take every step and every means possible to help them get to a place where they feel whole again, where they are stable, where they feel as though they can contribute back to society.
Through this capital campaign, we'll focus on 4 programs to better serve our guests and community. The Safety and Security Program, Meal Service Program, Community Services and Crisis Support Program, and the Restoring Lives Program to provide resources for lasting change. But the work's not done. We need your help. By providing a 3-year financial pledge, you'll not only help make this vision of a better Bloomington come to life now, but for years to come.
I'm from West Africa, a country named Guinea. It's very tiny. It's really unheard of. So population pretty much about, I would say 13, 14 million. I was born in Guinea, a village named Gekedu. So it was very peaceful growing up. It'd be like, 50 to 60 houses, maybe 200, 300 people as a village. So I came to the USA in December 7, 2000 exactly. So yeah, that's like 25 years ago. I started out here, we moved here. My mom used to live here, but I moved to Alabama because one of my uncles used to live in Alabama. He told me, hey man, stop being a mommy boy. You just come up here, do your own thing. So I kind of took his word for it, which was good because when I moved to Alabama, I got married. I had a very good job, car, house, and all that good stuff. I used to be a salesperson. But when I lost that job, then I moved to Indianapolis. My mom used to live up here. But when I got here, 1 month after, she decided to go back to Africa in Guinea. So since I wasn't aware about my immigration statutes and stuff like that, she took all the paperwork with her back home. So I had to call her to get, me all these things from Africa to here. So what happened was my license got suspended. Expired. So I couldn't get no job. I couldn't really do anything. So I experienced homeless first when I got back because I couldn't get no job. I didn't have a valid license. I didn't have anything to show for me to go apply for anything. I lost the house. And now sleeping on the couch from friend to friend, that gets old. You get really old at time. So I was homeless, I would say about 6 whole months because I usually sleep in the car. Winter, it was a winter time too. So I would sleep in the car with no heat, no gas. So it was tough. It was really tough being at that position, which I didn't think I would be, but yeah, here I am. I think I went to some of these research center. I think library in downtown, seeking for some kind of help. So they referred me to Willow Mission. So the first 2 weeks, it was very unsettling for me, being in the shelter. I couldn't picture myself being in the shelter at the time. So what happened was Willow Mission opened up a door for me. They connect me with the lawyer that could have helped me. The lawyer even paid for the my work permit status thing. Then I was introduced to a Bible. Now that's where everything changes because I wasn't the Bible type of guy. I wasn't the guy who actually believing anything. I wake up, I do what I do, and that's it. Nothing about no Bible, no nothing. So every time somebody come to me, start saying stuff about Bible, I'm like, man, why are you preaching me stuff? It was all about preaching me stuff. That was a breaking point for me because maybe there is a God. Maybe I should read the Bible. My heart started changing slowly. I really started seeing the light. you know, my decision making start changing, start smiling more. You know, I think you call it peace, joy in the heart. Will mission really pulled me out of darkness and brought me to this light. I'm enjoying it. It's really awesome feeling.
I was homeless and I was living outside. I became homeless when I got evicted from my apartment, which was a few years ago. I was living outside and I would like to walk around and I like to take the bus, especially when it was cold outside. I would just enjoy riding the bus and getting an all-day bus pass and riding the bus around town. And I saw this place and I just walked in the front doors and got a bed here. Well, I saw that it was a shelter for women and children, so I just thought I'd give it a try. And you never know until you know. So just walked through the front door and got a little bit of paperwork to fill out. And that same evening, I got a bed in the winter contingency program. As of now, I've been in the higher ground program for 3.5 weeks. My mother did pass when I was younger, when I was around 5, and that really traumatized me and my family and I. And then I started having problems, like behavioral problems, when I was an adolescent. And when I was a teenager, it got worse. A lot of it came from my self-esteem. My self-esteem was very damaged by that event happening. And I did turn to drugs when I was an adolescent, when I was a teen. And then when I was a young adult, that's when I turned to more harder drugs that were more addictive. I have noticed some changes in myself since I have been here. Others definitely have noticed positive change in my character and in my personality than I have been able to notice. I feel much more confident now, and I do feel like everything's going to be okay, and I can really say that, and I really do feel that way. And the people that are around me now, they encourage and expect me to do better, and that helps a lot. So after I graduate this program, I do want to go back to school. I want to become a licensed nutritionist / dietitian. Before I came to Wheeler Mission, I felt I was coming from a place of desperation and feeling empty and numb. And after being here at the Wheeler Mission, I'm feeling much more ready and like ready to take on life. Like I got this, and I feel like everything's going to be okay. I am thankful to Wheeler Mission because they have equipped me with the tools and resources that I need to focus on the direction that I'm going with my life.
Oh,
Yeah, loud boy.
Yeah. Let me know, Jamie. Okay, great. Hey guys, we're back here at Conversations on a Bench. You know, this is the bench, and we're going to have a great conversation with someone who is very familiar with Wheeler. He's got a great story to tell. You know, we're here with Brandon Andrews. Welcome, Brandon.
Hey, good morning, Perry.
Thank you for getting up, man.
Yes, no, I'm an early bird.
They said you get up at 4 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. It's now about 6 o'clock. And so Brandon worked for many, many years here at Wheeler. And now Brandon is one of our success stories. And he is, now I want to get the title right.
Yep.
You're executive director.
Executive director.
You know,
Brookside Community Development Corporation.
Brookside Community Development Corporation. So that's as of about a year or two.
Yep, a year and 4 months now.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah,
Time flies,
it
right?
does.
Right. And so, Brandon, thank you for coming and sitting on the bench with me.
Absolutely.
And, I don't know if you know that this is a bench that the guys at the pallet shop made for me.
Yeah, oh, nice.
Yeah, and so it's got a little sentimental value.
Yes.
And they made it specifically for this conversation on the bench. And so it's really kind of a special thing how something ordinary like a bench can become something extraordinary when you sit here and talk and have a conversation.
And one of the things I've always loved about Wheeler is the fact that there's so many different ministries, and a lot of people don't know about them all. And like the pallet shop, and this is an opportunity to share. Hey, there are guys down in Bloomington right now building pallets and making a difference in their lives. And I love tangible change, or that you can see it right in front of you. And that's one of the things I love about the pallet shop and woodworking and things like that.
Yeah, great. So tell us a little bit about Brandon Andrews and how your butt got to be right here on the bench at 6 o'clock in the morning on a Friday morning in October in downtown Indianapolis.
Absolutely. So 18 years ago, I was hopelessly addicted. I didn't know where to do and what to do. And I ended up, I'm originally from Macon, Georgia. And I ended up homeless on the streets of Indianapolis with nowhere to go. And so I called the police, and they brought me to Wheeler Mission. It wasn't too far from this time. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Was it really?
Yeah, about 2 o'clock in the morning, dropped me off. I didn't know what to do. And so I was going through the line for breakfast the very next day, and somebody told me about the program, and it's about getting your life right with the Lord. And that really sparked my heart. And so joined Wheeler's program, had a life transformation, met Christ on the 4th floor of this building right here. And so that was 18 years ago.
Yeah,
and
I was gonna say, how long ago was that?
Yeah, that was 18 years ago. I've been 100% substance free for 18 years now. I have a lovely wife, a beautiful 12-year-old son, 5-year-old daughter. Just so grateful for this opportunity. And not only that, it really gave me a purpose in life because, as you know, I didn't leave Wheeler till about a year ago. I served on staff in probably 5 or 6 different roles, and I was the director of the building that we're sitting on.
How long were you director here?
So I was director of the MRC for 10 years.
10 years. Okay.
Yeah, 10 years.
Wow. And so Brandon was one of our directors here at one of our main shelters. He just has really made an impact on the ministry. And so that's what we say he's one of the success stories, because he came here, he came addicted, went through our programs, and Brandon was one of the individuals that became an employee of Wheeler. And so I don't know if you know this today, but 40%.
Oh, wow.
40% of our workforce are program graduates.
Yeah.
And so that number's creeped up since I even been here. It started at 30%, but now it's up about 40%.
Yeah, that's great, because I know a lot of people that go through the programs have a perspective to share with the people that are coming in.
Yeah. like nobody else, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and I'm sure that over the years, Brandon, you've seen when you share your story, right? When you make yourself vulnerable and when you're authentic, those walls and barriers from our guests, start to come tumbling down.
Yes, and it's one of the most important things that I've noticed over the years. It's just important to make sure people understand that they are people. They are not their choices. And that's what a lot of times we can get labeled as addicted or homeless or different things like that. But at the end of the day, we are all God's children.
So what's been happening to Brookside? Tell me give me some stats, give me some information about what you do over there at Brookside.
Yeah, so Brookside Community Development Corporation, we are a ministry that's on the east side of Indianapolis, and we have two main programs. It's reentry and housing. Okay. So we have an 18-month program called the Isaiah House that helps men, women, and children who are coming out of incarceration or addiction. Okay. And right now we own 37 properties inside houses. Houses inside the Brookside neighborhood, and so that's what we do all of our programming.
Are they all clustered together?
Yeah, they're all spread out in the neighborhood.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
So, but that's housing and reentry.
Yeah, housing and reentry, and so we have our programs. We have a Monday night service for everybody at the church. Our offices are out of Brookside Community Church, and we have the opportunity to minister to that neighborhood.
You're right in the middle of it.
We're right in the heart of it.
Side.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, what a wonderful ministry. And how long has Brookside CDC been there?
Yeah, so Brookside CDC has been there for 10 years now. It was the church in the neighborhood saw such a deep need, so they started the CDC, and the CDC has been going strong for about 10 years now.
So, so you came through our programs. You were dropped off here. You left off some of the story.
Oh yeah.
He is from Macon, Georgia, but he was on his way to Chicago, right? I think it was Chicago.
Yep.
And they dropped you off, and then they just left you.
Left me.
Right? Yeah. And you really didn't have anywhere else to go.
Exactly.
So he left a little part of the story off, but he was here for 10 years, and so the countless lives that Brandon impacted it's just been phenomenal. And now he's doing the same thing over at Brookside. And so tell me some of the challenges and or surprises even that you've encountered over at Brookside, and taking what you've learned and gone through at Wheeler, over to Brookside now.
Yeah, I think some of the biggest challenges over at Brookside is one of the differences when I was working at Wheeler is a lot of our clients, they came to us and they stayed with us at Wheeler. At Brookside, we're in the neighborhood, and so we're on their in their turf. Yeah, in their turf. And so it's been really interesting how to really care about people right where they're at. And sometimes there can have some pretty hard situations that we're kind of trying to pull them out of. Yeah. And so that would be one of the bigger challenges for me, is being able to go into some of the brokenness, like some of the brokenness that I've seen since I've been there. It's been, even after 18 years at Wheeler, it's amazing that brokenness continues to get deeper and deeper.
Yeah. Wow. Can you tell me some life transformation stories? I'm sure you experienced it last year and a half there at Brookside. And so give us a little glimpse of some of that, work that you're doing over there, and some stories. Everybody loves stories.
Oh, right? Yeah. Everybody loves stories. So one of my recent stories, a guy named Kyle, he is a program graduate, and he was in the Hamilton County Jail. Didn't know what to do, where to go, and his placement got canceled. So he was getting out the next day and had nowhere to go. And then the Lord, he was reading actually in the book of Isaiah, praying to the Lord about an opportunity. And then his case manager came to him and he said, "Have you ever heard of the Isaiah House?" And he looked at her, the Isaiah House. He's like, "I'm reading in the book of Isaiah right now." And she's like, "Yeah, it's something through Brookside Community Development Corporation, and they will walk alongside you as you're transitioning out of jail." And so he came to Brookside. He actually I got to watch him get baptized
Wow.
probably about 4 months ago, and his mom and sister came and had his hands on him in the baptismal. And so that was super exciting. And then the other, he's doing great now. And the other story is
He's still in one of the houses?
No, he's graduated.
Oh, he
Yeah, he's graduated.
Okay. When they graduate, you mean they've left the house?
Yes, yeah.
They're sustainable and on their own.
Yes.
Their own room. Okay.
Yeah, and so he graduated. And then a newer story that I had, actually 3 weeks ago, I went to Heritage Correctional Facility.
Where's that?
It's in Plainfield,
Okay.
On the west side.
Okay.
And one of my staff members was out on vacation, and so there's like, hey, can you cover this opportunity? And so they had a job fair inside the correctional facility, and so I went in there, and there's a guy there named Joshua, and he came to me and he said, Brandon, he's like, I don't have anywhere to go. And I was like, do you have any family? Do you have any friends? He's like, I have nothing. And
It kind of breaks your heart.
Yeah. He's got no support system. And can you imagine what happens to people when they get out of prison and have no support system?
No, I can't.
It's recidivism. They end up going back. And so I actually sat down and did an Isaiah House application right there on the spot.
Did you really?
Yeah. Did an Isaiah House application, gave him my personal phone number. And then about 3 days later, I get a call from the case manager at the prison and said, hey, did you meet with Joshua? He says that he's accepted into your program. And I was able to say, yes, he was.
Absolutely.
And then 2 days after that, Joshua shows up at our front door.
Wow.
And now he's in our program. Last week, he shared his testimony at one of our services. And we just love having the opportunity to be there for people sometimes when they need it the most. And that's one thing that I've always loved about Wheeler, that it's always just been a bright light for people in brokenness.
Yeah. How long can they stay in the program there?
Yeah, so they can stay in the Isaiah House for up to 18 months.
Okay.
And then if they need more housing, because life change can take time.
Yes, it can. It's not a quick
fix. Yeah, no,
not a quick fix.
not a quick fix at all. And so they can stay up there for 18 months. And then at 18 months, if they still need more support, we have transitional housing, which is our housing program, and they can stay there 2 to 4 years.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. That's a surprise to me.
Yeah.
I had no idea. That's great. So what's your vision? I know you're weaving a vision there.
Yeah.
You've been a year and a half.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure you're looking around and saying, where do you want to take Brookside CDC?
Yeah. So my vision for Brookside CDC is we want to be a place of hope for the marginalized in the community. And so what we're trying to do right now is we're considering our Isaiah House for women and children. So we have
You
one.
don't have one now.
So we have one.
Okay.
So we have 4 houses for men only.
Okay.
We have 2 houses for women only, and then we have 1 house for women and children.
Describe these houses for me, just so I can get a visual in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely. So our Isaiah House for women. So it is a 3-bedroom house right there in the Brookside neighborhood.
Freestanding house.
Yeah, freestanding house, its own property. And the women, each one of them have a bedroom, and each one of them have a child in their bedroom. And so they have a community space in the middle.
Nice.
Yeah, and have a nice bathroom. And we've been really, really blessed by donors that have given us some amazing properties to take care of.
Yeah.
And so that's our Isaiah houses.
Wow.
So yeah, it's like you could be driving down the street and it could be an Isaiah house.
Yeah, and never even know it.
Yeah, never even know it.
And that's about design. Right?
Yes,
Because
exactly.
it blends into the neighborhood.
Yes.
And it becomes a part of that community. right?
Exactly. Yeah, because we want to be part of the community.
Yeah, you don't want to be separated.
No.
It's not other. It's not another.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a lot of experience, not only with Wheeler now, but you're putting your stamp and your mark on Brookside. And so, in terms of getting back to the subject of homelessness, individuals experiencing homelessness. So what do you see? I mean, what do you, what some suggestions do you have for me as the CEO of Wheeler? And I get asked all the time, how can we solve homelessness? And I say it's a simple question, but it's a very complex answer.
Yeah. So over my 18 years of experience working with people experiencing homelessness, one of the key factors I have seen is organizations partnering. because a lot of times, like every organization does things that are really, really well. And as you say, the problems are so complex that there's not going to be one person or one organization that's going to solve. So that would be one of my suggestions, is to continue to partner. And that's one of the things that I love with Wheeler, because that's actually how I got the job at Brookside, like about 10
partnership.
Yeah, because about 10 years ago, we were doing our programming, and we were like, man, how can we really help people sustain long term? Because we do a great job with life transformation.
We still do.
And we still do. And how do we help people to sustain long term? So what we started working on was church partnerships.
Yeah.
It's like we believe that the church is the answer. And so how can we get people connected to churches? And so we connected with Brookside Church. We connected with church on the south side. We connected church on the north side, so that we could plant different people inside of those churches so that they could walk alongside of them. Because I think one of the big parts about Wheeler is the community aspect of it.
Yeah.
It's like people do really well when they're in community, when they're in relationship, when they get to know each other. And that's what I see. I know personally, I attend my church for community. And so that's a great opportunity.
It's all about community. It's all about relationships. This is what this is. It's a conversation.
Yes.
It's because we have a relationship, right?
Yeah.
We not only have a relationship because of the Wheeler connection, but we had a church relationship, right? And so it just depends on. I mean, it just the connections and interconnectedness of us all. You know, God just weaves a tapestry and a story together.
And it's so incredible. And it's so surprising.
Yeah.
Every time I look back, I'm like, how'd you do that, Lord?
Well, how did I get here?
Yeah.
Right? I asked that question kind of a lot.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah. So if you had a magic wand, I've been asking all of my guests this. If you had a magic wand, you could wave it, had unlimited resources. You know, I'm here to listen as much as I am to talk. You know, as a matter of fact, you know, my voice is starting to get.
I bet
hoarse,
that's been a long night.
It's been a long night. Still got to, we're in the home stretch now. But if you could wave a magic wand, what would be one or two things that you would tell me, and that I could take back up to the executive team table and we could wrestle with?
Yeah, I would say.
You said partnerships.
Yeah, like I'm saying, partnerships. That would be the number one thing that I would really think. Partnerships, and then. Like long-term stability. So how can we?
What does that mean to you?
Yeah. So long-term stability to me means relationships, housing, and a job. Right. Those are the keys. The keys, right? The keys to make us all succeed, because that's at the end of the day, we want to see success in people's lives.
Yeah, that's great. And so I have a little guest who wanted to come talk to you. You know, and I don't know if you remember him.
Yeah,
So there's Jacosta over there, and there's Tori.
Hey, good morning. Yes.
That's a group of people that are living at the MRC, and so which is where Brandon used to be our shelter director.
Yeah.
Right. And so, what does it feature?
Yeah, so this is Back on My Feet.
Yeah, why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so
I went over and talked to them a little bit.
Yeah, no, they're great. So Back on My Feet is an organization that partners with organizations all across the country. They have a local chapter here in Indianapolis, and they are a work readiness program. And so what they do is they meet with the guys Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 5:45, and they do a 1 hour.
Today's Friday.
Yep, today's Friday, and they're still out there, and they do a 1 hour walk. And again, their organization is all about building community. If you can hear, they're building community, and then they have little workshops and resume building, just those kind of things. Just come alongside people.
We call it walking it out. Walking
yes.
out our faith.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. And so. Brandon, I really appreciate you stopping by and getting up early.
My pleasure.
Now what are you going to do? Head to work?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. If you get up at 4 and it's now 6:15, 6:20.
Oh yeah, it's time to get to work.
Oh my goodness. So what are you doing this weekend with the family?
So actually this weekend we have something really cool happening at Brookside.
Okay, what's that?
So one of the things that we have at Brookside is a violence interrupter program. A violence interrupter.
Violence
program.
interrupter. Okay.
Yes, because our city's plagued with violence, and so we're trying to do different things to help the kids.
Interrupt it.
Yeah, to interrupt it. And so right now we have a basketball game that we have every Wednesday for the guys. But something that we haven't ever done is have wildlife retreats. And so tomorrow we are taking 11 guys fishing. And I was talking to one of the guys.
Wow.
Yes. I was talking to one of the guys, and he looked at me, and he is 54. And he looked at me, he said, Brandon, I haven't been fishing since I was 7 years old.
That's a long time ago.
Yes, that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
And so he's super excited. We're excited.
Fishing. Are you a fisherman?
I'm not by trade,
Okay.
but I do like fishing, and my son's picked it up, so I'm learning to like it, right?
Okay, good. Yeah. We want those connection points with our
Yes.
kids. So if they like it, you like
I like
it.
it.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
You like it, I love it.
Yeah.
So that's a great weekend.
Yeah, we're excited.
Yeah. What about Paige and your daughter? What
Yeah.
about the girls?
Yeah, I know. The girls are they are going to be
They're going to be home.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're going to be home doing different things.
Okay. Brandon, thank you for stopping by.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
So, yeah, we will. I'm sure there's a lot for us to talk about
Yes.
in terms of partnering and things that we can be doing and
Yeah.
community together. But thanks for coming by and sitting on the bench with
Absolutely.
me, having a conversation.
I loved it. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate
Yeah, absolutely.
it. Thanks, Bot.
Yep.
Take care, man. Give me a hug.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks a
Oh.
lot.
God bless you, Perry.
Okay. Have fun, man.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Great. And that was Brandon Andrews. He's the executive director at Brookside Community Development Corporation. Used to be here in Wheeler. One of our program graduates, and he was a shelter director. For he said he was here for 17 years, and so that's it. And I'm not sure what's happening now, but the city is starting to wake up here on a Friday morning. Light is going to be cracking through the darkness here real soon. But it's just been a pleasure and a blessing, throughout the night to be talking to different folks, and some who would stop by randomly, and some that will plan, and schedule, like Brandon. And so we've enjoyed each and every conversation that we've had, because after all, it's about relationships here. And so I think I've got somebody coming up again.
So the Wheeler Mission Program is a 9-month program that gets guys away from negative environments that they may be in with addiction. It gives them a chance to kind of get away from their past and kind of be in the present with nature, and kind of start with their head and go to their heart and then go to their hands. So a typical day here at the Hebron program, their day is structured throughout the day with activities, classes, with group therapy, individual therapy, and then work therapy. On the weekends and the evenings, the guys have time. We have a weight room, we have a gymnasium they can play basketball and volleyball in. Along with the 285 acres, we have hiking trails, and we have a lake. We have 9 months of a free program. So we just kind of greet them as they are, accept them for who they are, and we just work with them. So one of the benefits of being director is you get a front row seat to seeing lives transformed. You have families that have been restored, husband and wives are getting back together, the kids are finally talking to their parents. And so you see that, not only the physical transformation, but you see guys coming from jail, and they not only get freedom from the jail cell, but they find freedom in Christ. They also find friends that they may never have had, and you just see this burden lifted off of them. It's incredible.
Since coming to the Hebron program, my life has been completely transformed, and I went from really a hopeless drug addict, not thinking that I would live past 30, to having a very successful life in Christ. It teaches men who have struggled to hold down a job, who don't have much work ethic, who don't have a lot of skills, learn some skills that they can take with them to be successful in the workplace when they leave.
I've been given an opportunity to work a job where I'm doing the exact same thing that was done for me when I first came to Hebron. If you're on the fence about the Wheeler Addiction Recovery Program in Hebron, I would encourage you to reach out for help. Nothing changes if nothing changes. There are things beyond anything you can imagine on the other side of addiction. Don't wait.
Higher Ground is our 6 to 8 month addiction recovery program that's specifically for women who are struggling with life-dominating addictions. Anything from drugs to alcohol, just something that is completely controlling their life. The curriculum that we use in Higher Ground really delves into all of the aspects of addiction. So we look at how it affects our physical, emotional, mental, relational, financial, all of these elements. Using this evidence-based curriculum, we get the opportunity to dive deep to start planning a new way of living, a new way of being. Some reasons that people might be afraid to join the program is fear of the cost or fear that they're going to be sitting in a room just reading a book. We are a 100% free program that has so much life happening. So the ladies are involved in life skills classes and counseling groups. They have the opportunity to work out in the gym. We see so much where they get the opportunity just to walk out what it looks like in a practical day-to-day way to live in recovery. Maybe for a long time it's felt like other people have made choices for them, but when they come here to Wheeler, they're able to decide and to choose, is this the life that they want to live? And they can start making choices that are good for their family and good for themselves.
Wheeler Mission has changed me completely. I was struggling with an addiction that caused me several relationships, my peace, my joy. Wheeler's given me a place that I call home. It's definitely love here, and I love coming here every single day. We believe that relationships are what restores someone back to right standing with God and with others. So working on positive relationships with themselves and each other. Restore Creations is a part of our program that allows our guests to practice transferable job skill training. So they have a resume that they establish and can build while just working in Restore Creations. We also write a reference letter for them. So we are hoping that they will use these skills to take out into the community and get the employment that they desire. We're not just pushing them out the door because their time is up. We're saying, hey, what would you like to do? And how can we help you get there? If you are someone that's struggling with addiction or you are a family member of someone struggling, please give us a call and reach out. We would love to help you transform your life.
It's Perry Hines again, and we're back here with Conversations on a Bench, and we're right downtown in downtown Indianapolis. Sorry, I've been up for a little while now. We're in downtown Indianapolis, and so we're so privileged to have the next guest sit here on the bench and have a really good conversation with me. And I'm going to say her first name, and I'm going to let her say her last name because I'm a good old country boy from Kentucky, and I have a problem, with some complicated last names. So Christina, right?
Right, and my last name's Iserloff.
Iserloff. Okay, great. So Christina used to be on staff here, but now she's in a partner ministry, called Back on My Feet. And so Christina, tell us about your ministry and the work that you do with Back on My Feet.
Absolutely. So Back on My Feet, we partnered with you guys a lot of years ago. Actually, we're in 16 cities.
Wow.
And Wheeler was our first organization and ministry facility here in Indianapolis. And so basically we run or walk 3 days a week outside. Run or walk outside Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 5:45 in the morning.
Okay. Wow.
At all three facilities. And through the power of running and walking, we help guys get back on their feet. We do their resumes, goal setting. Next weekend, we'll be doing Marian University 5K.
Oh, wow.
So basically, I started out as a volunteer.
Yeah.
In 2019, and all three facilities would meet before the pandemic in Wheeler parking lot.
Okay.
And I was in sales for a long time, and I also helped men at Wheeler Mission find jobs.
Okay.
And I realized I had helped more people than anybody in the nation in our organization find jobs. Yeah. So I knew Brandon Andrews, who was
my last guest.
Your last guest. And he took a chance on me. I was the first woman case manager here at Wheeler Mission at the Men's Residential Center as an employment case manager. For a year and a half, I helped guys find jobs, and also was a volunteer with Back on My Feet.
Okay.
And the old person moved away, and so now I have the ability to find people jobs at all three facilities. And actually, I just met with Brandon earlier this week. We're looking to add Brookside.
Are you really? Okay.
So as another organization.
What kind of jobs do you find then, Christina? So tell us a little bit about
I've
that.
partnered with about 45 or 50 organizations within Marion County. I mean, it's from retail all the way to iron workers. We just helped a guy find a job where he's getting paid $65 an hour.
You're kidding me.
Yes. I was able at Wheeler Mission to be able to, I had an 80% conversion. We averaged about $18 an hour for guys. So just to see them go from where they were to where God has taken them and to be part of that journey has really changed my life.
Tell me how it's changed your life.
So
Everybody loves stories.
Right.
So tell me a story, right?
I'm going to tell you
I want to know a story.
So I always believed in God, but I actually, a month before Wheeler Mission hired me a year and a half ago, I was saved and baptized. And I go to iTown in Fishers, Pastor Dave Summerall.
Yeah.
And I actually just trained to, I'm going to be doing mission work in prison.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. So I've just seen through the
You
power.
just do a little bit of everything, don't you?
Yes,
Here and there and there and there.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So I really think that being at Wheeler Mission has changed my life, and I'm so happy to be able to be partnered with you guys and for you able to see what we do this early in the morning.
I didn't know about the ministry, but that's one of the beauties that we have with Wheeler. We've been in the community, 132 years. We have so many wonderful partnerships with organizations that, it's just and it's growing day by day, right? Yes. And so I was so happy to see the group of guys over there. These are my guys. These are guys over at MRC that you are, doing your magical work with them, in so many different ways. And so it's just incomprehensible, the work that you do, but it's so needed, right?
It's so needed. And I'll let you know that out of 16 cities, Indianapolis, we have found the most jobs, even beating out Atlanta.
For real?
And yes.
For real.
So the power of, and my boss said that there's something about Indianapolis and the networking and the nonprofit organizations and the power that God has brought everybody together to be able to help people out of homelessness. And we're just so happy to be part of this organization. And it's truly changed my life. I mean, I was able to get into ministry, case management, and now I get to see and then be here with you. And I'm just so proud of everything that you do.
Tell me a little bit about Christina. Tell me a little bit about how did Christina, get to this point? And kind of how you grew up and, just tell me a little bit about that.
So I come from business owners, my parents. So I always have had that entrepreneur spirit. I mean, honestly, I've always been a person that wants to help people. I just didn't know my parents were in sales their whole life. So I did that in DC, New York City.
Oh,
all over. Yes. But it wasn't where God called me to be. And it wasn't, honestly, until I joined Back on My Feet as a volunteer. And then Kyle Stewart used to be a case manager. And I knew Kyle and Brandon. And then when I started helping guys find jobs, and then my parents always, so we grew up, I was an athlete. And so
What'd you play?
I played basketball for 12 years. Yes. And I ran cross country. Okay. So it's interesting how my job has come full circle.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm back into running.
Yeah. Oh, great. That's great.
Yes. So I just was led to help people, and now I get to actually get paid to do it. Yeah. And
Their
actually,
brothers and sisters, siblings, or
yeah, so I have a sister who lives in DC,
Okay.
and I have a brother who I don't have any kids of my own,
Okay.
but I was here to watch my nieces grow up.
Nice,
So yes, my parents are in
what do they
Florida.
call you, Auntie Christina, or
So they couldn't say Christina for a long time,
they
so
call
I
you?
became Aunt Tina.
Aunt Tina? Okay, that's
I'm not Tina to anybody else but them.
That's great. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And I see a little furry
Yes, so
four-legged
I
creature
actually am
over
a
here.
mom.
Come on.
Come here, Percy.
Percy?
Yeah,
Okay.
so her name is Persephone. She just showed
Okay.
up on my door one
Oh.
day, and she's our little back of my feet mascot. She kind of
Wow.
comes out
Wow.
too. So it really helps the guys
Yeah.
who maybe missing their pets or anything. So they really look forward to her coming
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
So she's part of the
Everybody loves dogs, right?
organization.
How can you not love dogs?
Yes. So I'm
Well,
glad that
she's your
she gets it.
mascot.
She is, and she's my child. I'm a fur
Oh,
mommy.
oh.
Do you have any animals
We
yourself?
do. And well, we're taking care of my son's Labradoodle.
Oh,
a big old
okay.
50-pound, 3.5 to 4-year-old Labradoodle. Her name is Abby. Abby. I have a granddaughter named Abigail.
Oh.
She came later than we had the dog first, and now got a little granddaughter. So we have to distinguish Abigail and then Abby the dog.
Oh.
So it's kind of cute.
That is cute.
Kind of fun. So what's your what's some exciting things on the horizon for you and your organization coming up in the next couple of years? And so, in other words, what's your vision? Where you going with it, Christina?
So our vision is, since we have the most success on helping find jobs, because it's actually a workforce development.
Yeah,
So
sure.
that's the end goal, is to help people to get back on their feet and through being employed. And so we are looking to expand.
Partnerships or different right here
different
in Indianapolis?
facilities.
Here in
Yes.
Indianapolis?
Yes.
Not in different cities. Okay.
No, we are in 16 cities right now.
Okay.
So we've just been the most successful. So where Atlanta has 5 facilities, and we only have 3 right now, we are looking to grow. So I've already put that into plan.
Okay.
In that.
So you're
And
going to grow your partnerships with different facilities here in
Yes.
Indianapolis.
Absolutely.
So how many men and women do you have? Is it just men or is it women too?
So right now it's just men
Okay.
that we help. Basically, over the course of 16 cities, I mean, it's thousands of people.
Wow.
Right now, this year, Indianapolis has had 141 members. Currently, we have 48 active over 3 facilities.
Okay.
And that's growing day by day. Every week or 2 weeks, they sign up new people and move them through the process. We went, since I started at one of our other facilities, we went from 3 members to now we have 27.
Oh, wow.
So, and now I get, I've been mentoring our new addition staff member in Chicago.
Okay.
So it's just really great to be able to see it grow, and from city to city. We do about 6 races a year. So like
Actual
I said,
races. Okay.
actual races. So next weekend, we'll be doing a 5K at Marian University.
Okay.
They're raising money, and actually one of the SLTs, the Servant Leadership and Training. He's going to give his speech. Our other partnership, Purposeful Design, actually called me one day.
Dave Palmer.
Yes, Dave Palmer and Dan, who's the program manager, called me and was like, "Hey, I have a guy who's homeless. Can you help him out?" I brought him in that day, and now he's an SLT
Right here.
at the
that
MRC.
building. Yeah.
And we did a workshop. I do workshops with the guys, and we did public speaking workshop. I gave them 4 questions, and they all had to get up in front of everybody.
Public speaking is so hard for a lot of different people.
It's so hard. And one of the questions was like, how has Wheeler changed your life since it's been here? And he has been in addiction for about 28 or 30 years and has never completed.
You're kidding me.
right, and has
Wow.
never completed a program.
Wow.
And he said he's never been to church, and he goes to church to Roberts Park every weekend.
Now. Right. Fantastic.
Yep.
That's just a small sliver of the impact that you're having in the city and your organization back on your feet.
Absolutely. So we just thank you so much.
No,
I just
thank
wanted
you.
to come sit here with you and let you know that God is moving in
He is.
everybody's life. And you run a wonderful organization, and
Thank
Wheeler
you.
Mission has changed my life. And we're so happy to be partnered with you.
Well, we're happy that you are on staff, but we're equally as happy now that you and a partner organization, and you're doing a different kind of work, but a very valuable kind of work, right?
Yes.
So, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
and
you so much.
good luck with all you do.
Thank you.
And we're so happy that you let us speak today.
No, thank you for coming. too.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, bye. Thank
Bye.
you, Christina. Okay. And folks, that was Christina Iserloft. See, I told you. Christina Iserloft, and so she's been fantastic, and her dog as well. But it's just without organizations like Back on Your Feet and other ministries, we couldn't do the really life-saving work that we do here at Wheeler Mission. And I just want to thank you for everything you've done. If you're listening and watching us on Facebook Live or on YouTube, you have a role to play too. And so we're giving you such valuable information about all the great partnerships and organizations that we work with here in the city. We can't do it all. No one organization can do it all. So that's why we have to come together as a collective, as a community, and that's one of the things that Jesus and the Bible teaches us so much about, is that, it's community. It's coming together to share and to uplift each other, and to just be in relationships with, because that's really what it's all about. I've really enjoyed every conversation I've had, over the last umpteen hours that we've been talking, but I'm looking forward to some. Now the sun is about to break through the clouds and the darkness, and the busy streets of Indianapolis on a Friday morning, all the folks going back and forth to work. I expect to see a lot of hustle and bustle here real soon. But as usual, it's been a pleasure here with Conversations on a Bench. And I'm going to sign off right now, and I'll see you later.
Every woman's journey is different, but at Wheeler Mission, hope begins with a safe place to heal, grow, and dream again. Our women's residential services provide more than just shelter. They offer stability, care, and a path forward, no matter what challenges you're facing. Many women first arrive through our emergency shelter, exhausted, uncertain, and ready for a new chapter. From there, we offer a bridge to something deeper, the opportunity for lasting transformation. For women unable to pursue traditional employment due to physical or mental health challenges, our wellness program offers a place to stabilize and rebuild. Our work readiness program empowers women seeking employment and independence. Over 6 to 9 months, women gain job readiness training, financial literacy, and career support, all in a Christ-centered, trauma-informed community. For women overcoming addiction, Higher Ground offers a long-term, faith-based residential recovery program. With a focus on spiritual growth, accountability, and transformation, guests walk in grace toward lasting freedom. At Wheeler Mission, our goal is not to just meet short-term needs, but to walk with women through life transformation. Step by step, we help them rediscover identity, build confidence, and embrace a hopeful future. Because with the right support, a woman doesn't just survive, she thrives. Wheeler Mission. Help, hope, healing.
Hi guys, we're back with Conversations on a Bench here in Indianapolis, and what time is it? It's 6:40 a.m. and so I've got a guest here, and his name is Jacob, and we're going to try to do something a little bit different, right? With Jacob, and Jacob is fluent in Spanish, and so Jacob, you're here. You're a guest. What's your last name, Jacob?
Jacob Torres.
Okay.
My name is Jacob Torres.
Okay.
And I'm a resident.
And you're a resident here at our men's residential center.
Yes.
Right. So you're in our long-term program.
Correct.
Right. So before we get into the unusual aspect, tell me how you came to be here at Wheeler.
When I first got I came back to Wheeler, and I want to say 2010 or 11 when I first came into the doors, and that was through the SFM, the Shelter for Men, being released from prison, having lost all my, not just my, my mother basically, who was always my foundation, my rock, and from there I joined Camp Hunt, went to Camp Hunt, and
which is a long-term drug and alcohol addiction recovery program.
Correct, down in Bloomington, and I completed that and came back and got a job.
Okay.
And
As the SLT?
I actually got a job right out of camp.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I completed camp, and the whole ended up going off on my own, leaning on my own understanding, and ended up back in prison.
I was gonna say, how'd they work for you?
Ended up back in prison, and from then I was always in the heart. They kept telling me, stay for 9 more months, stay for 9 more months, and I thought I was ready, and I had had it down myself. And next thing you know, the judge is slamming the gavel saying, you got some more time. And first thing ran through my mind was, I should have listened to staff. And but I came back, and I've done the program again, and I'm doing it. And right now, as of today, I actually graduate the Second Chance program.
Congratulations.
So
Congratulations.
This is all nice, and God is good. And I'm starting to seek employment, and I'm hoping to work myself personally. I want to work for Wheeler Mission if it's possible. Okay. That's the goal.
I mean, we have about 200 plus employees, and about 40% of that number, have gone through our programs and program graduates like you. And so we're pretty proud of that number. So we're going to get to some of the unusual part. And so one of the things that we want to do is I want to talk to Jacob. I don't know any Spanish. I know hola. It's about all I know, right? But I want to ask Jacob some questions, and he's going to answer in English, but he's also going to answer in Spanish. And so this is an outreach to the individuals, our Spanish-speaking brothers and sisters out there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So I've already got your story, Jacob, on how you came to Wheeler. Tell me, what has surprised you the most? This is your third time, right? And you've been successful. So what has surprised you the most about this third go around?
The biggest surprise for me has been understanding and revealing just God moments, and the love that people got here from staff, everybody. That's been the biggest thing for me. Just revelations, and even like you said earlier today when we were doing the circle up was stop in anytime you want, and that's the love and care that the staff gives. I've never met anybody in staff anywhere that says I'm busy. They'll stop what they're doing and talk to you, pray for you, do whatever. So that's definitely encouragement. Something.
Now, can you say that in Spanish? Okay, at least best you can. Yeah.
Yes.
Look right there, right?
Sí. Cuando vengo para atrás, mucho amor, cariño, todo de Dios. La oportunidad para estar aquí para la comunidad, donde quiera que va uno. Uno piensa que no tiene dónde ir, pero aquí te abren las puertas y te ayudan, te esfuerzan, para que hagas el esfuerzo para ser lo que debe ser uno y salir adelante.
Okay, that's it?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, I'm glad I heard in English first. So, that's fantastic. And so, Jacob, one of the things that we try to do here at Wheeler, and you probably have heard this over and over and over again, we try to do help, hope, and healing, right? We provide the help when people come into the door at the SFM, those emergency shelter services that we do, and we provide hope, people going through our programs. But where the real transformation comes? In the healing part is the healing. And so how have you seen healing occur, not only you, but what your family, and healing that's happened in other different parts of your life? Remember, you got to say it in Spanish too.
Yeah.
So.
For sure. The help was just, like I said, being able to have somewhere to have the doors open. That's the biggest thing for me. The help wise, the hope is that there is a tomorrow. That there is that our past doesn't set us aside and it's not over.
Yeah.
And the healing comes from on a daily basis. Just swallowing the truth. To look at the man, you look in the mirror and be like, you know what, I did do what I did before, but I got somewhere to go now. I got a future ahead of me.
Yeah.
And that's the healing right there.
Okay. Talk right there.
So, y para decir la ayuda que ofrecen para mí fue para tener donde abrir las puertas, la ayuda, para no quedarte afuera, ¿me entiendes? La ayuda y el hope. I'm missing hope.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
But la esperanza es de que nuestro pasado no nos defina, no es lo que seamos hoy. Puede cambiar uno, debe de cambiar uno y tiene la gente alrededor para ayudarnos. Y the healing part es de mirarse uno en el espejo y salir adelante, saber que no todos están en contra de uno, y sea en la mente, sea en el corazón, pero sí hay gente ayudando y que nos quieren ver adelante en la comunidad and be good members of society.
Oh,
So,
that's fantastic, Jacob. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank
Yeah,
you for
thank
sitting
you.
here, stopping and having conversations on a bench with me
Amen.
this morning, and
Thank you.
and all the work that you're doing, and and we'll be praying for you in terms of stable employment is so key, right? It's part of that whole life transformation, and so and that's what back on your feet.
Yes,
They'll
back
help
on
you
my
do
feet,
that.
yes.
Back on my feet.
Yeah,
And
they're doing
there's
that.
just so many resources that are available to you.
A great network.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thanks for stopping by.
Alrighty.
Gracias. Okay, that I can know hola and gracias. Gotcha. Okay, well, that's Conversations on the Bench with Jacob. And we just try something a little bit differently there, but it's so important for us to reach out and connect with all the folks in our community. And so, since it's somebody like me, I can't speak Spanish. I'm a good old country boy from Kentucky. I'm so blessed that somebody like Jacob would step up, and sit here on the bench and have that conversation with me. So that's all we got for right now. And, we'll be seeing you coming back here in a little bit later.
Welcome. My name is Bethany LaRocco. At Wheeler Mission, we believe healing goes beyond just meeting immediate needs. It's about continuing the journey of hope and purpose through comprehensive supportive care. Let's take a look at how we walk alongside those in need on their healing journey. Healing is a lifelong process, and supportive care at its core. From the moment someone enters Wheeler Mission, we focus on their physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Supportive care continues that journey. Here's how supportive care helps those we serve. Emotional support. Our team provides a safe space to process trauma, rebuild confidence, and promote empowerment. Case management. Each individual is different. We offer personalized plans that ensure guests receive the resources that they need to continue self-sufficiency. Spiritual healing. Through prayer, Bible study, spiritual guidance, and connection with the local church, we walk alongside them as they continue their spiritual journey. Community. Being part of a supportive, understanding group that fosters connection, strength, and hope for the future. Through supportive care, individuals walk out the healing process that they began in their program journey and experience sustained healing. They regain their self-worth, build resilience, and take the necessary steps towards lifelong recovery. At Wheeler Mission, healing is more than recovery. It's about ongoing transformation. Thank you for being a part of this life-changing journey. Together, we bring healing and hope to those who need it most.
Hey guys, we're back here with Conversations on a Bench, and so we've got another guest from our men's residential center here with me, sitting on the bench, and his name is Joe
Billy Gray III.
Joe Billy Gray III. Okay, not the second, not the fourth, but the third.
Not the third.
Okay.
Gotta get it right.
Okay, great. Thank you for being here on the bench with me.
I appreciate you.
So,
thank you for having me.
well, no, thank you for coming. And so, talk to me a little bit about, what you were doing over there. And I was talking to you guys earlier. It's an organization called Back on My Feet, and so just talk to me a little bit about how you came to Wheeler Mission.
So, before becoming a part of Back on My Feet, which I'm at 120 miles with consecutively.
Now, what does that mean, 120 miles? Did you
I've
run or walked?
ran 120 miles.
Okay, consecutively. Okay. Right, great. Congratulations.
Yep. I appreciate you. So before coming here, I was pretty strung out on drugs really bad. Like I did a lot of coke, I did a lot of meth. I was known for having a good heart, but doing the wrong things. And coming here really changed my life around. I've always had God with me, but something about this place kind of just like sparked me and woke me up. And now from being here, I've been inspired to start my own 501c, which is Heaven's Armies Outreach. I'm the #1 server at Buffalo Wild Wings. We've become the #1
So
restaurant.
that's your job, Buffalo Wild Wings. Okay.
And also, I've started my own business,
Okay,
Auto
wow.
Anatomy Detailing Services. My website is www.autoanatomydetailing.com.
Yeah.
And it's the inspiration. I've been working on that for years, but the inspiration came from here. Like, you guys really helped me get back on my feet.
So you came to us not through the MRC, but through SFM. Did you come to the
Mhm.
SFM
I went
first?
through the SSM first.
Okay. How
Yeah.
long did you stay over there?
I stayed over there for about 2 weeks the first time. This is
Okay.
my second go around.
Okay.
When I
It
was
took
here,
2 times to take.
Yeah, it took me 2 times. When I was here the first time, I was here in the program Foundations for about 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I came to realize, like, God always says, lean not into your own understanding. And at that time, I got so adjusted in being inside the shelter that I was afraid to come back into the world.
Really?
And I
Really?
didn't really want to accept that or admit that, because I stopped doing drugs. I stopped smoking cigarettes. I stopped drinking caffeine. I stopped fornicating. I stopped a lot of things. And my fear was going back into the world, I'd be reintroduced to these things and I'd go right
Yeah.
back into my old life.
Yeah.
Well, God was like, you need to get pushed back out. So I ended up going back into the world, and now it's made me stronger.
Okay.
That's this. I don't know. It's just been an amazing journey
Wow.
so far.
So how long you been with us in our MRC?
Here, this is my second go around again. This is my 3rd day back.
3 days.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're relatively new again, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Great. How's it going so far?
It's going pretty well. I like this place. It's a good staff. Everybody's friendly. This is a place, if you really want to get your life together, this is where you need to come. Like, they really help you, and they care a lot. But we're always going to face trials and tribulations. That's always going to happen. Nobody's perfect. So there's always going to be a battle.
Yeah.
The devil's always going to try to infiltrate. As long as you keep God first and know that God's with you, you're going to be okay. You can make it through it.
So tell the folks who listening on YouTube or Facebook a little bit about the program that you're going through here at the MRC.
Well,
And
now
so-
I'm in the work program.
So you're in the work program, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
They allow you 3 months to stay rent free to help you get back. Shout out back on my feet again. At good
And
meals,
you're
3 meals a
supposed to save
day.
a certain amount of your paycheck.
You got to save
right?
at least 75% of your paycheck. A lot of people don't like that, but why not?
It's
Want
for
to
your own
save.
good.
Yeah, that don't make
It's
sense.
your money. It's not our money.
Yeah.
It's for you, right?
Mhm. And it's to better us. A lot of people don't realize that part. I feel. I don't know why the pushback on saving 75%.
Yeah.
That's great. And I'm using I've been investing a lot. Like I said, I've invested into my business, my LLC, my EIN, and now I'm investing in my nonprofit, which in the future I hope to partner with Wheeler.
Okay.
Because my nonprofit is going to be one of the biggest in the world.
Okay. Well,
And you guys,
got
the
some ambition
inspiration.
right there, young man.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
The ambition, the inspiration came, of course, from God first and foremost. But you guys really inspired me a lot. I learned a lot from being in this program, just watching different things and how to operate and how to move correctly.
That's great. That's great. Tell me a little bit about you and your family, and how did you come to be here at Wheeler? We know one part of it, but tell me some other stuff.
So I'm originally from Chicago again. I moved to Indianapolis back in 2009, the beginning of the end of 2009, the beginning of 2010, when that first ice storm hit, the real bad one. That's when I came to the state of Indiana. My grandma was out here. She was sick.
Oh,
So I
wow.
came to help take care of her. She ended up passing away.
I was gonna say
I ended up developing a life out here. I ended up getting into a lot of trouble out here, doing some things I shouldn't have done, but it was all part of my growth. I've learned that lessons become blessings. Once you learn a lesson, it becomes your blessing, and it's your testimony.
Wow.
And throughout being out here, I did start experimenting with drugs really bad, and I realized that it's a part of my testimony now, because now I know how to help people who's been through those situations because I made it through it and overcame it.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah, that's a fantastic story. Joe Billy Gray.
Joe Billy Gray the
third. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, I would really appreciate you being here with us. And so he's just shared some pretty transparent, authentic, information. And that's what it's all about. Conversations on Events is about authentic, transparent conversations. And so I've really enjoyed talking to you. And it's day three. In our work program. And so you got about 2.5 or so more months. And so, we'll be praying for you. And good luck, man. Good luck.
I appreciate you.
Okay.
All right, Perry.
Good luck. You got a lot going on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
All right, guys.
Thanks a lot. And that's just another example of the work we do here at Wheeler Mission through our work program at the MRC. And so, he said he's the top server there at Buffalo Wild Wings, and we wish him all the luck in the world. So I'm going to take a little break here, folks, and we're going to come back later. As the sun breaks here, and on a Friday morning in downtown Indianapolis. Conversations on the Bench. We'll be right back.
It's critical. That's where we go deeper into the stories, deeper into the trauma. What are the things that led, you here?
Yeah.
Not as a way of criticizing or putting them down, but walking alongside them on this journey and saying, you know what, if he did it for me, he can do it for you.
Yeah. All right, so we have Terrence Harper with us. He's our Chief Program Officer on the men's side. And so, Terrence, we're glad to have you. I'm personally excited to hear just your perspective of what goes on inside Wheeler Mission's walls, just some of the stories that you get to be a part of that we can unpack today. People love the ministry that you're a part of. There are lives being changed every single day, and you get to see that. So most people don't. So I'm excited to talk with you today, learn a little bit more, but ultimately just hear your story as well. So, but welcome. Glad to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
It's quite an opportunity to be here today and just to share with you about the tradition of Wheeler and what we do on a daily basis. So
Sure.
thank you.
All right. So how long have you been at Wheeler Mission? So Wheeler Mission's 132 years old, right? You're not that. You haven't been here the whole time, but you've been here for a piece of that. How long at Wheeler?
I'm going into my 5th year here at Wheeler. My background includes mental health, behavioral health, as well as substance abuse disorders. So I have a background as a licensed clinical addictions counselor and a certified addiction specialist as well.
Awesome. So what brought you to Wheeler? I mean, what was kind of the open door that happened where you're like, man, that's where I want to be. That's where I want to be a part of.
That's an interesting question because, I had come to a point in my career, like I just said a few minutes ago, that I was in behavioral health already. I was working with young fathers, helping them to reconnect, with their children. But I knew that there was still something missing. I pastored for a number of years, and that was good, and it had its place. But I knew that there was just something more that I needed to be doing, in the kingdom of God. And so it was actually during the COVID era that I began to just look and see what else was out there, praying to God to lead me, where my next step was, where the next season in my life was, and found out about the Chief Program Officer opening here at Wheeler. So I applied for it, and I knew automatically that it was the fit.
Okay, good. So when you first came to Wheeler, that first time that you opened the front door with your own key, right? Like what was different about Wheeler that maybe you didn't know about, that you didn't understand before you were on staff? Like what surprised you there?
Well, that's an interesting question because when I walked in, I really, of course, I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah.
I'd heard some things about Wheeler Mission, but primarily all I knew about was the shelter. And that was it. Food, clothing, lodging.
That's what most people know about, right? Yeah.
So that's all I knew about it. And what I was surprised about, one of the things, I saw a Bible on a desk when I was walking by, and I said, so we can read our Bibles here?
Yeah.
And I said, sure. Because here's the thing, that a lot of organizations, they may have the Christian name and a moniker, but they don't necessarily live to its values. So it's in name only. So I was pleasantly surprised to find out that not only do we speak of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, but we live out those values. So that was a pleasant, refreshing surprise. And I said, this is the place.
Good.
This is where I
Especially
can make
for a pastor, right? You're like, man, I can open my Bible here. This is great, right?
Sure thing, because at other places that I worked, I had to kind of put Jesus in the background. Not that I'm ashamed of him or anything like that, but again, being in certain social service agencies, you couldn't really put the forefront as far as your faith.
Yeah.
And so it was good for me to be able to say, not only can I share my faith, but I can also live it out in front of those that we serve.
Absolutely. And so, we speak of faith a lot. There's a specific faith that we stand on, right? And that's the faith in Jesus Christ as our personal Savior. And so recently, Wheeler Mission, we did an exercise. We asked staff, you're one of them, I was one of them, of what are the values here at Wheeler Mission, right? So you mentioned kind of what you saw when you first opened the doors, and it was evident to you.
Yeah.
And I think every staff during the process was clear in saying what they thought those values were. And so we unpacked a bunch of them, and we ended up down to 4 that we really see happening inside Wheeler Mission's walls. And so the first one is, right, you mentioned faith, but that's that faith in Christ. So So number one was Christ-centered purpose, right? And so do you see that as the number one value that we have? I mean, it's listed as number one, but do you think that's number one of the list?
Oh, absolutely. That sets the tone for our entire organization, because as go our values, so go our staff, so go the guests that we actually serve. So it's at the foundation. So it's very good that that's actually number one, first and foremost.
Absolutely. So, so tell me a little bit about personally, how does that affect you? I mean, I know you mentioned you're a pastor, but how does the Christ-centered value show up with you personally? How does that keep you grounded in your work? I mean, you go through a lot here at Wheeler Mission when it comes to what you see and some of the stories you run into, but how does that keep you personally grounded?
Well, first of all, when I look at serving Christ, and in particular here at Wheeler Mission, one of the things that I continuously say to people, and that is, I don't have to work for Wheeler.
Yeah.
I get to work for Wheeler.
Sure.
And that's critical for me, because it keeps me in mind of how this is an opportunity and it's a blessing and it's an honor. And so not for me to think as though, hey, I'm the only one that can do this job, because there are plenty of people that can do that. But at the same time, I know that God has called me this. There's things that I have doubts about, in my personal life, even at work. But one thing that I have no doubt about, and that is God has called me for such a time as this, to work at Wheeler Mission and to be a part of the movement here.
Absolutely.
The great things that we're doing.
And so I think a lot of our staff are motivated just like that, right? And that's why it became the number one value. So when you're at the Shelter for Men, tell us a little bit about what does that look like inside those walls? Tell me about how many people are there, what are they going through, and how does this value show up on a day-to-day basis when it comes to the work that goes on inside the shelter, specifically in the men's shelter?
Well, let me take you back to a little bit about a year or so ago. I was tasked by the executive team to do an entire cultural reset.
Oh, that's
there,
right. Yeah.
At the Shelter for Men. And so I had to dig in there, and I was there 7 days a week, because there were a lot of things that had kind of gone adrift that predated me, but we definitely had to deal with.
Yeah.
And so in doing that, one of the things that I wanted to make sure is that I set 3 priorities. My first one was the gospel of Jesus Christ, that was our first and foremost mission there, that we had to share the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Sure.
And that's for all, that anyone that walks through those doors, sharing Jesus Christ is our ultimate goal. Number 2 is programs, because we have long-term programs, and so we definitely want to get them connected there. And then number 3 is housing. The Bible talks about Matthew 6:33, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these other things should be added unto you. And so I understand this, and I wanted to get that across to my staff, is that you can do all these other things. You can provide them with housing, you can provide them with food and clothing, and well, we should. But we have to seek Jesus Christ first. Then all these other things shall be added. Housing shall be added. Restored relationships shall be added. Restoration of your finances shall be added. But it all starts with putting Jesus Christ first. And like I said, it's not for just a few. It's for all.
Absolutely. So obviously we believe that, we see that play out, right? Housing certainly is a temporary thing, but it certainly has eternal value as a part of what someone's journey is that comes through Wheeler Mission, that's been saved by grace, that knows Jesus Christ, right? That's just a provision that Jesus provides, right? As we seek him first. But as you start talking about this with guests, right? You have 200 and some odd people inside the Shelter for Men.
Yes.
How does that resonate with the guests? Maybe day one, right? Or does that take a while for them to start to understand that, or how do you unpack that with people?
Well, like you said, we'll serve anywhere. We can serve upwards of 200 during the regular months, and then from November all the way through March, that number will definitely increase by 50 to 100.
It's a lot.
And so in doing that, it's very critical that we represent Christ from the moment that they walk in that front door. So the process actually begins when they actually sign in. A smile. We're glad that you're here.
Yeah.
We're here to serve you. We're here to share the love of Jesus Christ. Not that we're perfect, but the thing about it is that we're seed planters.
Yeah.
And that's what I used to share with the staff there at the Shelter for Men, that one plants the seed, another waters, but we trust God in order to give, the increase. So we look at it from that standpoint, that we won't catch all of the fish that's there, but we will definitely plant the seeds and get them to thinking and invite them to have an experience with Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you guys are doing amazing work. That's the front lines right there. Shelter for Men. I mean, like you said, hundreds of people every single night. So we only have so many resources to give, right? So we're blessed. Donors certainly make sure our lights are on and our doors are open. And so number one value was Christ-centered purpose, but the other one I want to unpack is this faithful stewardship. So that was our core value number two, faithful stewardship. A lot of people think about money when it comes to stewarding resources, but you're not a fundraiser. You don't have to worry about the money part, although you have budgets you have to make sure you're taken care of. But tell me about the resources we have, including facilities, including how you steward those facilities, your staff. You can only hire so many people, right? Like, what does faithful stewardship look like at the Shelter for Men as you're overseeing that?
Well, faithful stewardship actually looks, quite like what you said, in that we have a certain appearance that we want to portray to our guests as well. We want to make sure that we steward their heart.
Yeah.
Not just, the physical needs, but we steward their heart. And what that means is that, a lot of times you hear people talking about the secret sauce, of their organization.
Sure, yeah.
And so for us, it's about relationships.
Okay.
So we want to steward, those relationships. We want to steward the relationship with our volunteers and with the guests, that we serve, on a daily basis. And again, that comes through our one-to-one relationships and getting to know their story.
Yeah. So ultimately, we're teaching some of these guests that we serve on how to be productive citizens enjoying lasting success in Christ. That's our vision, right? So how does that relate to, how do we pass that value on to our guests, right? How do we teach them to live that out on a daily basis, and how that will be a major value for them moving forward, right?
Well,
because I mean, they're stewarding, right? They're getting back into a home. They're getting their families back, right? They're getting paychecks for the first time in a while. Sometimes when they leave our facilities, our programs. So I mean, how are we helping them to steward their resources?
That's a very good question. So we steward that through, get this, in our imperfections, our flaws. Meaning that we don't do anything perfectly. We all know that. One person said to me, if you ever find the perfect church, marriage, organization, don't be a part of it, because you'll mess it up because you're not perfect.
Yeah.
And so in doing that, we actually model Christ-like behavior on our good days and on our not so good days with them, in our relationships and with our interactions with each other, because they are watching how we interact with each other. So we steward that in the sense of, if we blew it, we made a mistake, we'll readily say that, hey, I was off today. I apologize. Again, exercising the fruit of the Spirit and showing them that you don't have to be perfect in order to be a follower of Jesus Christ. But what he does expect from us is honesty, and integrity.
Yeah. It's great that you say that, because that example of how to live in a Christ-like way is something that those individuals will look back on and will play on for years and years. So like, I went through our programs. And so I still today, that was 17, 18, 19 years ago, crazy. But still today, I remember in my day-to-day life with my wife, with my family, look back on how some of those leaders inside of Wheeler Mission acted and treated people in a Christ-like way and acted biblically. And I draw on that still today, right? And so those leaders that are influencing people today, that will last for decades. I mean, that's an impact that will keep moving, right?
Yeah, and that's what we're here for, life transformation.
Yeah,
and
life transformation.
We're still a work in progress ourselves as staff. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we covered two. So we covered Christ-centered purpose. This number two value is faithful stewardship, which I believe plays out all over Wheeler Mission. Easy to think about that in fundraising, but certainly at the program level and the shelter level. So number three is excellence, right? So some people think of a nonprofit, they think of a Christian organization as well, they're a nonprofit, right? Like they'll do things in a mediocre way. They'll do things however they can, but they're not paying people top level salaries. They're not doing things at the level that a high level corporation would do. We don't believe that, right? Like we want to do things with excellence. So tell me about that. What does that look like in our ministry? And how does that play out at the Shelter for Men when we talk about expecting excellence?
Well, it very simply means bring your best.
Yeah.
Every day. It means leaving it out there on the field, so to speak, to use a sports analogy.
Yeah.
That when I come through those doors, when you walk through the shelter for men, our expectation is this: is that whatever is going on outside of walking through those doors,
Yep.
we have an expectation that you're going to serve with excellence. If you're not able to do that, that's okay, because all of us have our challenges in our personal lives and things like that. But we want to minimize and we want to mitigate all that we can, any of bringing any of the personal issues on the field. And
Yeah.
the field is a shelter for men when you walk through those doors. So pick them back up.
Yep.
Once you get out here, or we allow for access, to our workforce chaplains and to HR. So we're not cruel, we're not cold about it, but at the same time, we're on a mission and we have a job to do. And they're expecting us, whether they say it or not, they being the guest, they expect us to be on our A game.
Yeah.
The Bible talks about how David had the spirit of excellence. And so that's one of the things that we look for in our employees, and that is attitude.
Yeah.
Charles Swindoll, you've heard this before, that, or I think it was Zig Ziglar that actually said, my altitude is determined by my attitude,
Yeah.
how far I go. And so that's one of the things that we really look, the spirit of excellence has to do with, what is my approach? How do I see the guests that I'm serving, on a daily basis? Because again, they're looking for someone that has hope, someone that has a relationship with Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
and someone that's walking that out.
Yeah. And so our guests deserve that, right? They deserve to experience excellence. And honestly, life transformation can't happen without an excellent service that's provided to them, right? Because it's a complicated, difficult situation that these guys are in. So you're at the men's side, so that includes the shelter for men. You're seeing people day one, right, when they first come in the door. But one thing that Wheeler Mission is known for, at least with people who know us closely, but maybe don't know a lot about, is our long-term and short-term programs that take people not just from that day one journey, but ultimately equip them long-term. So speak to me about how excellence plays itself out in our programs, right? Like when it comes to curriculum, when it comes to training on staff, when it comes to what someone experiences as they get through not just the first day and receive a meal and a bed, but they ultimately get plugged into these life-changing programs.
Yeah, that was a secret to me as well. I had no idea that we specialized, and we do it very well. Like I said, our secret sauce is in our relationships. So the main things that we look at within our long-term programs, one is averages maybe 4 to 6 months, and then the other one is a 9-month program that you were a part of as well. And so pure and simple, we're about discipling.
Yeah, there you go.
We're discipleship makers. That's what we are. And so from day one, we're teaching them about what we call the 5 basics, and that's stewardship, that's gratitude, that's finances, getting your finances, it's quiet time, it's meditation, things of those nature.
Let me ask you this. So Jesus had 12 disciples, right? And that's our discipleship model, is to disciple people as Jesus has called us to do, is to go and make disciples. You get to do that. You have 200 people coming through our doors every day. Do you think Jesus demanded excellence with his disciples?
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But he did it, and I know we'll be talking about that in a few minutes. He did it under the guise of grace and truth.
Yeah.
But he still demanded excellence because we serve an excellent God.
Yeah.
And so, sometimes I refer back to the shelter for men, and that is the gatekeeper. That's the gateway of bringing people in. And so we have to make sure that we're doing what we need to do to advance them over and to show them that there's a better way. So again, speaking of our long-term programs, it's critical. That's where we go deeper into the stories, deeper into the trauma. What are the things that led, you here?
Yeah.
Not as a way of criticizing or putting them down, but walking alongside them on this journey and saying, you know what, if he did it for me, he can do it for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So you led right where I was going, right? So then the 4th value is this grace and truth. And so this is a difficult one, especially in programs. It's certainly our nature a lot of times to let things slide, that, hey man, like we're just trying to help you out, we'll look the other way or whatever it is, especially with guests, but with staff too, right? So, but there's this side where God certainly demanded truth and love, right? He said treat people with truth and love. And so talk to me about that. How does that play itself out inside of the shelter for men, inside of our programs? How do we balance this between grace and truth? And how does that really become what all of our staff has said is our value.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So, when I look at that, grace and truth is not an either or, but a crucial both and.
Yeah.
Charles Spurgeon, he put it best when he said, build a bridge of grace that can carry the weight of truth.
Yeah.
Build a bridge of grace that can carry the weight of truth. We're experts. Wheeler Mission is experts in building that bridge of grace. We established that. But what we have a tendency to do is not go on like what you were speaking to the truth part of that. So there is a balance to that. Jesus did it all the time. He was the master, at doing that. On one hand, when he said, Peter, upon this rock, I'll build my church. The gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Flesh and blood didn't reveal that to you.
Yep.
But then that was the grace bridge. And then at a certain point, when Peter said, Lord, certainly this won't happen to you. You're not going to get crucified. No, this can't happen to you. And he said, get behind me, Satan. That was the truth part.
Yeah.
But he had already established, and that's one of the things that I want us, and that is my hope for us here at Wheeler, that as leaders and as employees, that we're experts in the area of grace. And once we build that grace bridge, through our relationships that we have with each other, then people will take the weight of truth in a different way. Not because we don't care, but because we care. That's why we're sharing that truth with you. And so that trickles down, into our guests as well, because as we establish those relationships and we build that bridge of grace, then now we can tell them the truth and they know that there's no hidden agenda. There's no hidden motive behind it.
So you see this play out all day long, right? And so talk to me about an example, just a story, of maybe a situation, a guest where we had to strike this balance between grace and truth. Maybe it's a staff person where we're addressing a situation and we had to, like you say, follow the example of Jesus, right? Which is really where all these core values come from. We started with Christ Center, but they're all just examples of how Jesus interacted with people and what he demands of us and calls us to do, right? So, but talk to me about just a story where this played out in a way that we balanced that well, and someone ultimately grew from that experience.
Well, like you said, we see those kind of scenarios every day, and as you know, a large number of, especially guests that have come into our program, we end up hiring them, so they end up working, in our long-term programs and at the Shelter for Men as well. And so, I can share with you a compilation, of what happens. In particular, I'm thinking about a guy that he had gone through the program successfully and was given raving reviews, from all the staff. And this is why he needs to be on staff. And he has a heart, for the Lord and, highly committed. And so as his commitment went on, then after the newness and the honeymoon stage was over, started to run into some challenges and difficulties. And so in doing that, because he had relationships with us, he relapsed. Okay.
Yeah.
So, he relapsed. And so we didn't go and pound him over the head. How dare you? I mean, we can't believe that. But no, we undergirded him and said, there's a time for a second chance. And that's it right there. And we're going to allow that for you. So we're not going to terminate you. We're not going to fire you. We're going to come alongside you and we're going to build you up again and meet you where you are, because the 9 months that you spent in our program, that wasn't for nothing. That wasn't in vain.
Yeah.
So let's go back and let's look at where did this whole process begin in your mind, where whatever was taking place that you began to falter, because it didn't happen that day that you actually realized something was going on prior to that. So let's meet you there and let's see if we can bring you along. So that's what truth will do. And that's what grace will do.
Well, and that goes back to the relationship piece too, right? And obviously that takes a lot of discernment from staff to decide, like, this isn't a playbook where if this happens, right? Like, we've got to discern on what's best for this individual.
Yeah.
The relationship plays a huge part in that, what's best for him ultimately. Sometimes that could be, hey man, we got to cut you loose because, like, look, this is what's best for you to experience the consequence, right? And that could happen as well, right? So it's not a cookie cutter based on the individual.
You make such a good point, because we have had on the other end, I'm thinking of a particular guy right now that, again, I had all the accolades and was very invested in what we were doing, but one of the things that was going on with him was that he had some severe mental health issues that couldn't be ignored. So we had him change shifts so that he could work closer with the day staff. We did a number of things, got him connected with HR, workforce chaplains. So we did a lot of different interventions in order to try to help him along. But at the end of the day, the truth was he just wasn't ready for this kind of stressful work.
Yeah.
That we actually do on a daily basis.
Man, you guys go through it all, right? And
Yeah.
I think the guests certainly have over 200 people coming through our front door at the Shelter for Men on a regular basis. The guys that are in programs for 9 months long, as we're unpacking their stories, the relationships are starting to be developed. I mean, you guys go through a lot. You guys are in the front lines of this. And ultimately, I think people really respect the work that you guys do. And these values, I love how you're quoting scripture. I love how you're leaning on the example of Jesus. I love how we started with Christ-centered, right? And everything is from that cornerstone that Jesus is the example that we use in all of our decisions. And we have the freedom to do that. That's what makes it fun to work here. But now that we've identified these values, I mean, tell me a little bit about how do you hope that identifying these, communicating these values, unpacking these values, how do you hope that will help to reshape Wheeler Mission? Maybe not reshape, but help us to grow and to expand the impact that we have.
Excellent question. So it has to be more than something that we just quote or something that we just recite: Christ-centered purpose, faithful stewardship, excellence, grace, and truth.
Yeah, it's got to play out, right?
It's easy, it's easy to memorize those and walk around and feel proud about that. But how, like you said, do we intertwine that within our day-to-day walk? And one of the things that we're looking at, of course, is with our performance appraisals.
Yeah.
We're looking at incorporating that. Okay, so what have we seen in the individual as far as those 4 values? And we're talking about putting it on the walls. Now, that's not necessarily a new concept or anything like that, but constantly being reminded of that. When you meet with your staff, when you have those all staff meetings, then just review a little bit. Here are our core values. When you have to deal with a person, for example, for a professional improvement plan, then talk about the values there. So it becomes a part of who we are. Some of the greatest corporations, and I'm sure 500 corporations that are out there, it's because they continue to repeat over and over again until it just becomes a part of the fabric of what that company is doing.
Yeah, and we can celebrate these things, right? Like when we see excellence here at Wheeler Mission, we can celebrate that, and they know that that's what we're looking for. We know that that's what we're supposed to be accomplishing, right? And we can celebrate that, or the Christ-centered experiences that we've either offered our guests or shown in our own work, and we can celebrate those things. So when you say evaluation, sometimes people think like, oh, I'm being looked at, like, did I measure up? But sometimes it's like, yes, like you showed this, so let's celebrate that and let's honor that. And I think knowing what we're expected of, or what's expected of us, is important, right? And those 4 values are huge.
That's so true. And it begins with leadership.
Absolutely.
At the top, it begins with the executive team and making sure that we cascade that down with those that report to us.
All right. Yeah. This has been fun. So our 4 values, can you repeat them? I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
off the top of your head, what do you got?
Christ-centered purpose.
All right.
Faithful stewardship.
Okay.
Excellence, and grace and truth.
How about that, man? You've been studying. All right, good. I think none of those are surprising. So I think everybody sees those play out on a day-to-day basis at Wheeler. I think our guests experience that. And that's why life transformation is happening at a high level. It's not just about getting someone sober. It's not even just about getting them housed, right? Like if that's the culmination of your life, like that's you falling short, right?
There are
like,
a lot of organizations that do that.
Yeah. So let's take you to another level, right? Because those things are great, but let's take you further. And I think that's what people experience here at Wheeler. So, all right. So I'm going to ask you one quick question here. I'm going to ask you 3 questions. All right. And I'm going to go 3 different directions. All right. So tell me your favorite football team. Cowboys, man.
We're winning this year.
Cowboys.
Yeah, we're winning this year.
Okay.
After 30 years plus, we're still going to win the Super Bowl.
So you love football, right? Okay. All right. Tell me your favorite thing that your kid has done that made you the proudest as a dad.
Well, I have 2 sons, and so one is a private business owner. So he owns a number of Airbnbs here, in the city. So he's doing fantastic. So I'm proud about that. And then my other son, he's a psychologist and very much involved, in ministry.
Yeah.
And so
awesome.
Yeah.
That's something to be really proud of, man. 2 sons.
Yeah.
What's their age?
One is 36 and the other one is 35.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, grandkids coming?
Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe one day.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
All right. So 2 more quick questions. Tell me something that you know about Wheeler Mission that people even at Wheeler Mission may not know about because they work at the men's shelter, because they work at Camp Hunt, or maybe they're at the women's shelter. But what's something that you learned that maybe you thought you would think other people might think is interesting inside of Wheeler's walls?
Oh, wow. That's an excellent question.
Yeah.
A tough